Chapter 588. After Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi had finished their discussion, Jia Lanzi took the lead to negotiate with Heaven Emperor and the other immortals about the bet. Watermark advertisement test. Sect Master. This disciple will be going on a long journey. During this half a year, this disciple will conceal his presence and hide in the mortal world. When the time comes, I will not return to the mountain range. Xiao Han said to Wu Yu with a serious expression. Xiao Han, I know your good intentions. Wu Yu also stared at Xiao Han. Other than wanting to take this opportunity to gain experience, you also want to restrain those bad immortals so that they will not harm the common people of this plane. More importantly, you want to protect the entire Cloud sect. Xiao Han, you should quickly say goodbye to your wife and son. Xiao Han was not pretentious. After this farewell, he did not know when he would be able to reunite with his wife and son. Therefore, Xiao Han also hurriedly returned to his true inheritance mountain peak. After returning home, Xiao Han held his son Xiaoan in his arms. He dotingly touched his son's smooth cheeks and told some parting words to his wives. Don't worry, I should have enough resources to deal with Heaven Emperor and the other immortals. Xiao Han promised his wives. I swear that I will definitely grow to the point where I can fight against immortals. In the future, I will no longer have to wander the world and suffer the pain of being separated from my family. Xiao Han, don't worry. I will take care of our son and sisters. Mo Qingtong gently held Xiao Han's hand and said softly. Qingtong believes in you. We are all here, looking forward to your return day and night. Jing Yanxue said reluctantly. Lan Shirong and Princess Mo Hen let go of their reservations and nestled in Xiao Han's arms. Jia Lanzi. Xiao Han. Don't think that a mere illusion can trap me. Emperor Firmament and the other immortals shouted. At this moment, they were still trapped in the illusion created by Jia Lanzi. They could not escape. Although the power of Heaven Emperor and the other immortals could definitely break this illusion, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Unless he used his trump card, but Emperor Tsongtian was unwilling to use his trump card in advance at a time like this. In terms of resources, Heaven Emperor was indeed not as good as Jia Lanzi. Jia Lanzi could casually throw out a magic treasure that could create an illusion to trap Heaven Emperor. However, Heaven Emperor could not easily use his magic treasures to escape. Dozens of immortals bombarded the illusionary light barrier repeatedly. Gradually, tiny cracks appeared on the barrier. One of the evil-looking immortals said, The Firmament Sun is about to succeed. Master Heaven roared. Xiao Han, you have guts. How dare you trick me? I swear that I'll definitely capture you and ravage you alive. Cripple that ridiculous cultivation of yours. I'll kill your entire family, old and young, into dregs. Mortals who were worse than pigs and dogs. How dare you make fun of me? Boom! While cursing, Son of Heaven Firmament unleashed an immortal sword. He ruthlessly slashed at the illusory light membrane that was on the verge of shattering, directly blasting a hole in it. He seemed to have vented all of his anger, hatred, and killing intent toward Xiao Han. Just then, Son of Heaven. Jia Lanzi's voice suddenly resounded within the illusory light film. At the same time, Jia Lanzi arrived riding the wind and stood on a seven-colored auspicious cloud. His entire body emitted a moist luster and his appearance was solemn. Jia Lanzi, if you insist on taking revenge on Xiao Han, or even want to start a massacre in this plane and humiliate mortals, then don't even think about getting a place to enter the second layer of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Roar! Jia Lanzi! You hypocrite! After seeing Jia Lanzi, Son of Heaven Firmament became even more furious. You actually colluded with a puny mortal to make fun of me. Jia Lanzi, I swear to fight with you. You're just relying on the sect's heritage and the fact that you have more magic treasures than me. But it doesn't matter, I also have a trump card in my hand. Let's fight. Let's see who will win and who will lose in the secular world. After pausing for a moment, Son of Heaven Firmament's eyes focused. Jia Lanzi, let's fight and decide who will belong to Xiao Han. Jia Lanzi shook his head slightly. Son of Heaven Firmament. You're wrong. Brother Zhao's fate is not something we can decide. I think you've misunderstood the key point. The place to enter the second layer of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure is in Brother Zhao's hands. If you dare to do anything to Brother Xiao, then Brother Xiao absolutely has the right to expel you and refuse to give you the place. This decision has been approved by my sect and the few immortal emperors above. If you're stubborn, when we return to the immortal world, you, son of heaven firmament, will also be punished. Nonsense! The future of I, son of heaven firmament, will not be decided by a mortal. Son of heaven firmament roared. Xianxia, you're so dignified. You probably don't want me to enter the exploration a few years later, so you're using your official position for personal gain and asked Xiao Han to expel me. I won't be convinced by you, let's fight. The dozens of immortals in the alliance with Son of Heaven Firmament also glared at Xianxia like tigers watching their prey, ready to fight. These immortals had spent countless resources of their sect and passed through strict selections to obtain the opportunity to descend to the mortal world. It was absolutely impossible for them to give up the chance to enter the second layer of the Jiu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. However, even if they were not convinced, these immortals, including Son of Heaven Firmament, also had hidden worries in their hearts. After all, Xianxia's background was too deep. Once he used the power of his sect and even the few immortal emperors above him to suppress Son of Heaven Firmament and the others, it would indeed be somewhat troublesome. Forget it, let's cut the crap. Son of Heaven Firmament, listen carefully. Finally, Xianxia said with a serious face. Regarding the place to enter the second layer of the Jiu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure, both of us can't come to an agreement. We might as well not argue anymore. Brother Xiao is willing to make a bet with you, Son of Heaven Firmament. Bet. Son of Heaven Firmament was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Xianxia, are you kidding me? Bet. An ant-like mortal wants to bet with me, Son of Heaven Firmament? Ha ha ha. It seems that Xianxia, you have been interacting with mortals for a long time and have some problems with your brain. What qualifications does a mortal have to bet with an immortal? Ha 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 ha. The immortals behind Son of Heaven Firmament also laughed wildly as if they had heard the funniest thing in the world. These guys. Arrogant and conceited. Foolish beyond compare. Xianxia thought. He sighed with emotion. If they continue to see Brother Xiao as a weak mortal, then this bet is very likely for them to lose. Listen. Xianxia's voice interrupted the unbridled laughter of Son of Heaven Firmament and the other immortals. Now, Brother Xiao will hide in the mortal world. Within half a year, you are free to search. If you can find Brother Xiao, then, Son of Heaven Firmament, Brother Xiao will give you a total of 100 places to enter the second layer of the Jiu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. You are free to distribute them. On the contrary, if you cannot find Brother Xiao within half a year, then please return to the immortal world immediately and do not harass him. Ha! As soon as Xianxia said this, Son of Heaven Firmament and the other immortals suddenly became silent. One by one. You look at me, I look at you. It was as if they could not believe Xianxia's words. This bet. Son of Heaven Firmament's eyes flickered. I have already memorized Xiao Han's aura with my immortal sense. This is a mere mortal world. No matter where Xiao Han is hiding, I will find him in an instant. Xianxia. Your crafty schemes cannot deceive me at all. There is something wrong with this bet. If I'm not wrong, you'll probably help Xiao Han in secret, or simply send Xiao Han to another plane, or let him rest in the vast universe for half a year. Son of Heaven Firmament, do you think I, Xianxia, am such a despicable person? Xianxia scolded. I will absolutely not interfere in this bet. I can also guarantee that Brother Xiao will not leave this plane. I, Xianxia, have always been a man of my words and I never lie. This is something that the entire immortal world has witnessed. Xianxia paused for a moment and added. Moreover, I will not give Brother Xiao any magical treasures to hide his aura. This bet is a game between you and Brother Xiao. I will absolutely not participate. Hearing this, Son of Heaven Firmament and the other immortals could not help but secretly nod their heads. Yes, Xianxia's words had always been honest. He was a famous master and they had never heard of him spouting nonsense in the immortal world. Son of Heaven Firmament, during this half a year, you are not allowed to destroy this plane, let alone kill the creatures of this plane. Otherwise, the bet will be nullified. So, do you dare to make the bet? Xianxia questioned. Ha 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 ha. I don't dare? I, Son of Heaven Firmament, don't dare? Why would I, Son of Heaven Firmament, not dare to make a bet with a mere mortal? Deal. Immediately, Son of Heaven Firmament also agreed. Jia Lanzi, when I capture Xiao Han, I hope you will not go back on your words and obstruct me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hee. I, son of heaven firmament, am afraid of killing Xiao Han, but it is not that I am afraid to kill all the other creatures of this plane. Forget it, son of heaven firmament, you can search for brother Xiao in this half a year. Jia Lanzi's figure dissipated and retreated. The next moment, poof! The illusory light film that enveloped Son of Heaven firmament and the other immortals was directly destroyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Son of Heaven firmament and the other immortals flew out one by one. Many immortals, with Son of Heaven firmament as the core, gathered together. Son of Heaven firmament, this bet is very strange. Could it be a trap? A few immortals asked at the same time. Although Jia Lanzi is a hypocrite and sanctimonious, he is also a man of his word. Son of Heaven firmament smiled coldly. It seems that Xiao Han wants to use this bet to restrain us so that we will not wantonly kill the mortals in this plane. You are all very familiar with Xiao Han's aura. Then, all of you, search carefully. Release your immortal senses. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find Xiao Han. Alright. Son of Heaven firmament. Don't worry. With our immortal senses, it is impossible that we cannot find Xiao Han. Tisk. After we obtain 100 spots, we can wantonly extort other immortals and raise the price. Ha. Capturing Xiao Han is a piece of cake. These 100 spots are simply at our fingertips. At the same time, Xiao Han had quietly left the Unity Mountain range. Xiao Han was wearing a green robe and did not bring any luggage with him. He left the Unity Mountain range on foot alone. Chapter 589. The bet has begun. Xiao Han murmured as he gazed at the misty mountain range. This is a game of the hunter and the hunted. However, who is the hunter and who is the prey is still unknown. Pure Cloud Sect. I will be back. In the next moment, Xiao Han strode towards the outer region of the Pure Cloud Mountain range with large strides. While Xiao Han was walking, the aura of his immortal physique disappeared without a trace. Soon after, his true chi ripples and the functions of his flesh were completely sealed. Now, I look like an ordinary person who doesn't know martial arts. However, it's still not enough to deceive the heavens and Heaven's Son and the other extraordinary immortals. Then, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly. In the next moment, the solid mental force star in his sea of consciousness suddenly shrank. The soul fluctuations and life aura were all retracted. They were tightly shrunk into a ball. Just like that, even Xiao Han's soul fluctuations were perfectly sealed in the solid mental force star. Soon, whoosh, 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 within the solid mental force star, a few deliberately distorted spiritual fluctuations were shot out by Xiao Han. After these few soul fluctuations were distorted, Xiao Han's temperament suddenly changed greatly. Now, Xiao Han's temperament had lost its previous liveliness and carefreeness. It was no longer domineering and unruly. Instead, it seemed very vulgar and uncouth. The strength of my soul mental force won't lose to ordinary immortals. Moreover, the extinguishing heaven and earth mental force also has some tricks to change the characteristics of the soul and temperament. Now, I'm just going to disguise myself a little. Heaven's Son, what can you do to me? Xiao Han's figure moved faster and faster. Gradually, he disappeared without a trace. At the same time, above the Pure Cloud Mountain range, a vast immortal sense swept across. Brother Xiao is indeed mysterious. Even I can't sense Brother Xiao's existence all of a sudden. Jia Lanzi appeared in the Pure Cloud Palace. He was indeed a man who kept his promise. Since he said that he would not interfere with the bet between Xiao Han and Heaven's Son and the others, he would definitely not interfere. Even the immortal sense mark that he left on Xiao Han's body to secretly protect Xiao Han had been completely removed. As a result, Jia Lanzi could only rely on his immortal sense to search for Xiao Han. TSK. Amazing. Marvelous. Jia Lanzi repeatedly used his immortal senses to scan Xiao Han's soul spirit aura, but he still couldn't find Xiao Han. It seems that these foolish fellows, such as the Son of Heaven, are very likely to suffer a great loss because of Brother Xiao. Immortal Jia Lanzi. At this moment, Crown Head, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfeng Qin, and Feng Ling came out at the same time. Xianxia smiled faintly. Sect Master Wu, everyone, for the next 6 months, I will reside in your Luoyang mountain range. Ha! Although the Firmament Son of Heaven and the others have already promised not to attack Brother Xiao during this half a year, but I'm still worried, so I decided to stay in the Luoho mountain range. I can't let despicable immortals like the Divine Sword Child come to Luoho again. Ha 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 ha. I couldn't have asked for more, couldn't have asked for more. He also smiled. Immortal Xianxia, I've encountered some bottlenecks in my sword arts. I hope that Immortal Xianxia can give me some pointers, Fengling suddenly said. Sure. Xianxia said without hesitation. Just like that, Xianxia settled down in the Luoho mountain range. In his spare time, he would play chess with Wu Ling and give pointers to the many core disciples of the Luoho sect. Of course, Xianxia did not forget to cover this plain with his immortal sense to search for traces of Xiao Han. 1 month later, there were immortals floating in the void of this plain in the north, south, east, west, and the great wilderness. Eastern Domain. In the airspace of the Hai Chong Empire, the Firmament Son sat cross-legged on an immortal cloud. He activated his immortal sense and spread it out. Ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared around the Firmament Son of Heaven's body. This was the manifestation of the Firmament Son's immortal sense being activated to the extreme. With the Firmament Son of Heaven's immortal force, once he released his immortal sense, it could instantly cover more than half of the plain. Beside the Firmament Son of Heaven, there were 3 women and 3 men sitting cross-legged, a total of 6 immortals. These 6 immortals, like the Firmament Son of Heaven, were trying their best to release their immortal sense to search for Xiao Han's whereabouts. After a long time, Big Brother Firmament Son of Heaven, a female immortal, frowned. Poison Dragon Child and the others from the Western region sent a message saying that they have thoroughly searched the Western region for a month and read the soul spirit auras of more than 10 billion living beings. However, they did not find any trace of Xiao Han. The Big Dipper and the others from the southern region have also dug 3 feet into the ground and even searched the 6 Peaks mountain range for a total of 81 times. However, they did not find any trace of Xiao Han. The people we have arranged in the northern region, the Great Wilderness, and the Devil Hero region have also found nothing. Xiao Han seems to have vanished from this plane of existence. Humph! The Firmament Son of Heaven let out a cold snort, causing the space to tremble. His eyes were filled with malice and anger. A bunch of trash. Dozens of immortals have searched for an entire month and still could not find Xiao Han's whereabouts. Are we immortals going to be toyed with by a mortal ant like Xiao Han? Search for him. Convey my order and descend into the secular world. East, south, west, west, great wilderness, 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 city by city. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find Xiao Han. In addition, seek help from the other immortals that descend and ask them to help us find Xiao Han. After a pause, Firmament Son of Heaven's eyes turned. Spread the word that any immortal that descends into this realm, as long as they capture Xiao Han, I, Firmament Son of Heaven, am willing to give them a spot to enter the 2nd layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. Moreover, I, Firmament Son of Heaven, will owe them a favor. Hiss. Big Brother Firmament Son of Heaven, a spot to search for treasures and a favor from you? This. The other immortals were all shocked. One should know that Firmament Son of Heaven was definitely an outstanding genius among the younger generation in the immortal world. Although his background was not as good as Xianxia's, it was still quite extraordinary. Some immortal emperors even believed that he would definitely have a great future. A favor from him was too precious. Spread the word. With a great reward, there will be brave men. I don't believe that we can't find a mere mortal. Firmament Son of Heaven grinned. Eastern Domain. In a small country. This country was very ordinary in the prosperous Eastern Domain. It was inconspicuous. In such an ordinary country, there were not even a few martial arts sections. However, even in such an inconspicuous country, there were countless people. In the streets and alleys, peddlers and servants, all kinds of life could be seen. At this time, in a county in this country, a bearded man was leisurely sitting by the window on the 2nd floor of a restaurant, drinking his morning tea. Master Yun. Your barbecued pork buns. The waiter happily carried a plate of freshly made barbecued pork buns and obediently placed it on the table of the bearded man. The bearded man had come to this county a month ago and had been staying in this restaurant. Although he looked rough, he was a bit arrogant. Although he looked rough, he was very friendly and generous. Soon, he became a distinguished guest in the hearts of the restaurant, from the boss to the waiters. The bearded man smiled indifferently. He took out some gold and silver from his bosom and casually gave them to the waiter. The waiter's face was completely rotten from smiling, and he said repeatedly, "Please enjoy your meal. Please enjoy your meal." Then he grabbed the gold and silver on the table and left happily. This bearded man. It was Xiao Han in disguise. Xiao Han had deliberately changed the aura of his soul to hide from the immortal's search. However, as the master of the plane, he had built many temples in the mortal world to worship him. Many temples were built to worship him. This forced Xiao Han to change his appearance and disguise himself to fool the eyes of the common people. Therefore, he disguised himself as a rough man with a full beard, which matched his temperament at the moment. "I've lived in the mortal world for a whole month." Xiao Han ate the barbecued pork buns on the plate. Every cell in his body was filled with satisfaction. "I've put down my identity and everything. I've been living with peddlers and pawns all day long. Instead, my heart is getting calmer and calmer. The true acupoints in my body are getting more and more solid. Even the 71st true acupoint feels like it could burst at any time." After a pause, Xiao Han raised his eyes and looked at the sky playfully. Coincidentally, the area where Xiao Han's eyes landed was where Heaven Emperor was. "Heaven Emperor, you guys have been searching for me for a month, but you can't even find my fart. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid you guys will spend half a year in vain. Teske, with Heaven Emperor as the leader, dozens of immortals can't even find a mortal like me. How ironic." Xiao Han sipped a few more mouthfuls of tea and ate a few barbecued pork buns. Then, he stretched comfortably, stood up, and said to the waiter, "Sanda Z, send lunch to my room later. I'll go back and take a nap." "Okay, Master Yun, please help yourself." The waiter nodded and bowed. In the mortal world, Xiao Han's alias was ***. In a spacious suite, Xiao Han sat cross-legged in a small winding garden at the back. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a faint sound of an undercurrent coming from Xiao Han's left arm. It was as if a violent disaster was erupting inside Xiao Han's left arm. "I've finally refined it completely." Xiao Han was secretly delighted. After a month, the demon monarch left arm palm has finally refined the divine sword son's immortal body fragment. Kiske. After devouring and refining the essence of an immortal's corpse, the demon monarch left arm palm has evolved again. The demonic energy has skyrocketed. Xiao Han activated the spirit turtle true chi to seal the demonic energy in his left arm. At the same time, he released a spiritual wave into his left arm. Inside Xiao Han's left arm, it was as if a demon realm was brewing. The demonic chi within was dense and evil. The demonic veins were like evil dragons coiling around each other. It was filled with the demonic aura of ancient times. Now, after refining the divine sword son's immortal body, the number of demon veins awakened in my demon monarch left arm palm has reached 120 million. The capacity of each demon vein has expanded to 6,000 times that of an ordinary demon emperor with a bloodline. In this way, my pure demonic energy has reached 72 trillion cauldrons, which is equivalent to the strength of 7 immortal dragons. It's also the basic strength of an ordinary level 1 true immortal. Xiao Han was also very satisfied. Then, a light of eagerness burst out from Xiao Han's eyes. "Damn it, if I can kill a few more immortals to feed the demon monarch left arm palm, it'll be awesome. It seems that I can't keep hiding forever. When the time is right, I'll have to take the initiative to attack. I'll deliberately release my true aura to lure some immortals and then kill them directly." Chapter 590. Xiao Han's concealment technique was indeed extraordinary. It caused Heaven's Son and the other immortals to use their immortal senses to search this plane repeatedly for nearly a month. They had almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but they still could not find Xiao Han in the vast sea of people. Xiao Han's soul and mental strength were even stronger than the immortals like Heaven's Son. Therefore, Xiao Han's mental strength could clearly capture the immortal senses of those immortals. On the contrary, those immortals' immortal senses could not lock onto Xiao Han's mental strength. Xiao Han was in the dark while the immortals were out in the open. At this moment, strands of immortal senses swept past Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han deliberately distorted a few of his mental strength to allow these immortal senses to capture him. Naturally, these immortal senses were confused by the fake mental strength and soul aura created by Xiao Han and could not distinguish anything at all. After the immortal senses swept past the area where Xiao Han was at, they continued to sweep into the distance. Very soon, they had thoroughly filtered the entire county of this small country. Why do you have to do this? Xiao Han stretched his body lazily and returned to his room. He happily sat beside the square table and prepared to enjoy today's sumptuous lunch. For the past month every day, there would be immortal senses sweeping through this county, this country, the 4 regions of the east, south, west, and the great wilderness. But I'm still sitting here without being discovered. Son of the heaven, is this all you have? It was ironic to think about it. The immortal senses of Heaven's Son and the other immortals would appear in the area where Xiao Han was at every day. They would even sweep past Xiao Han every day. Every day, Xiao Han would leisurely sit on the second floor of this restaurant and drink tea. Sometimes, he would go to the street to drink with a group of idlers and play finger-guessing games. Otherwise, he would go to the alley to play chess and chat with a group of old men. Xiao Han completely ignored the scanning of Heaven's Son and the others. There was no trace of him at all. Half a year. If I don't deliberately reveal a flaw, these guys won't be able to find me at all. Xiao Han smiled with satisfaction. After lunch, Xiao Han sat in the garden and basked in the sun. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked up at the blue sky and murmured. It's not that I, Xiao Han, don't have any goals. To hide for half a year without being found by Heaven's Son and the others? That's not the true purpose of the bet. In the next 6 months, I, Xiao Han, will not only deal with those heartless immortals, but also fight them in the truest sense. My demon the arch left arm palm is hungry and thirsty. It needs a large number of immortal corpses to feed it. Right now, Xiao Han's demonic monarch left arm demonic monarch palm was unable to evolve after absorbing ordinary demonic chi or even devouring the corpses of demonic monarchs. It could be said that the demonic monarch left arm demonic monarch palm had reached a bottleneck and it was hard for it to advance. But now, the demonic sovereign left arm palm could even devour and refine the corpse of an immortal. This meant that it no longer had any bottlenecks. It was even more precious than the corpses of many ordinary demonic race sovereigns. Heaven's Son, a prodigy of the immortal world who is said to be on par with brother Jialan. He is eager to capture me. However, if I devour him and feed him to my left arm demon god palm, then it will be fun. I wonder to what extent will my left arm demon god palm evolve to? Xiao Han's heart was getting more and more restless. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. Without brother Jialan by my side, I can actually do whatever I want without the slightest restriction. Xiao Han actually had an extremely bold idea, to kill Heaven's Son, to devour the immortal body of Heaven's Son. Moreover, this bold idea did not vanish quickly. Instead, it became more and more mature. This caused Xiao Han's killing intent towards Heaven's Son to become more and more intense. If there's nothing wrong with my spiritual force, then Heaven's immortal sense will sweep through this city every day. In other words, Heaven's Son is in the eastern region. Not only could Jialan Zi, Heaven's Son, and the other immortals remember Xiao Han's soul aura and life force through their immortal sense, Xiao Han could also use his own spiritual force to firmly remember the traces of immortal sense and life force of these immortals, making it easy to identify them. The frequency of Heaven's immortal sense and even the life force of his entire body could be detected by Xiao Han's spiritual force. There was no mistake. Xiao Han was certain that Heaven's Son was in the eastern region. Since Heaven's Son is in the eastern region, then I'll temporarily avoid him. Xiao Han decided on the next step of his plan. Although he had the idea of killing Heaven's Son, Xiao Han currently did not have enough resources to directly contend against Heaven's Son. After all, in terms of immortal force and immortal technique, Heaven's Son would not lose to Jialan Zi. He was a bright star among the younger generation of the immortal world. Xiao Han knew that even if he launched a sneak attack, he would not be able to pose any threat to Heaven's Son. Instead, he would be killed. Therefore, Xiao Han also decided to temporarily leave the eastern region and avoid Heaven's Son. Master Yun, you're leaving? The manager of the restaurant looked at Xiao Han with a face full of regret. In the past month, this extravagant tycoon had brought a lot of profit to this restaurant. Now that they heard that this master was leaving, a sense of loss welled up in the hearts of the people in the restaurant. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Han laughed out loud in a hoarse voice. His laughter was extremely heroic and it was very compatible with his current image and temperament. All good things must come to an end. I'm leaving too. Ha ha ha! After saying that, Xiao Han turned around and left in a carefree manner. Not long after Xiao Han left the county, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few figures with indifferent auras suddenly descended, as if they were monarchs descending upon the world. The one in the lead was Heaven's Son. Big brother Heaven's Son, that Xiao Han has hidden himself too well. We've spent a lot of effort to use our immortal sense to scan the eastern region. It's not an exaggeration to say that we've searched almost all the living beings in the eastern region, but we still couldn't find Xiao Han's whereabouts. Now, we have no choice but to enter the secular world to search for clues. That Xiao Han is really difficult to deal with. Maybe he's not even in the eastern region. A female immortal beside Heaven's Son grumbled. Heaven's Son glared at the female immortal discontentedly, causing her to keep quiet out of fear. The female immortal immediately changed the topic. Big brother Heaven's Son, we've already sent out your order. Most of the immortals that have arrived in this plane know about it. If we capture Xiao Han, we'll get a place to enter the second floor of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure and a favor from you. As soon as this message was released, it received the support of many immortals. Not only us, there are at least hundreds of immortals searching everywhere for Xiao Han. Big brother Heaven's Son, this way. We don't have to worry about not being able to capture Xiao Han. Of course, what we're most afraid of is Jia Lanzi interfering. There's no need to worry about Jia Lanzi. I know this person very well. He won't interfere. Heaven's Son smiled coldly. All right, since we've entered the secular world, we'll carefully investigate the various countries in the eastern region. Xiao Han is extremely famous in this plane. He's known as the master of this plane. He's fully deserving of being the leader of this plane. In the secular world, temples had been built in many places to worship him. So if Xiao Han's true body were to appear, it would be impossible for him to do so. If Xiao Han's true body appears in the secular world, it will definitely cause a commotion. However, our immortal senses are constantly monitoring this person's appearance. In the past month, there hasn't been any sensational event. There weren't any sensational events, and there weren't any waves stirring. In other words, Xiao Han, this guy, has most likely changed his appearance. Yes, what Heaven's Son said is very true. Xiao Han is most likely in disguise and mingling with the people of the secular world. He won't be discovered by anyone. The immortals standing beside Heaven's Son nodded in agreement. From now on, mobilize the mortals of this plane and begin the investigation. Search every inch of this plane. Find all the unfamiliar faces that have appeared in the secular world in the past month. Heaven's Son said with certainty. Give these mortals gold and silver. Launch a carpet search. Mobilize 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, and even 10 million mortals. I don't believe that I can't find Xiao Han in half a year. All right, Heaven's Son, we can mobilize the manpower of some sects and empires in the secular world. We can even use the most well-informed hooligans in each city to track down the suspicious strangers that have appeared in the past month. Launch the operation immediately. Heaven's Son ordered. Xiao Han spurred his horse on and galloped for 3 days and 3 nights. He left the country he was previously in and traveled day and night, passing through 3 countries. When the sun set on the 4th day, he arrived at a prosperous empire in the eastern region. The Yanhua Empire. Yanhua Empire. Flying Heaven City. Xiao Han was leading a black horse as he walked along the main road of Flying Sky City, looking travel-worn. Flying Heaven City was very densely populated. The streets were wide enough for several horses to walk side by side. The streets were bustling with pedestrians. It was early evening and the whole city was charming. The air was filled with the fragrance of cosmetics, wine, and all kinds of delicious food. What a prosperous city! Xiao Han no longer hurried on his journey. He led his horse and walked leisurely while observing. He had completely forgotten his identity, and completely immersed himself in the cheerful and peaceful atmosphere of the secular world. Although with Xiao Han's physique, he did not feel the slightest bit tired after continuously traveling for a few days, he still felt a little tired at this moment. I might as well stay in this city for a few days before leaving the eastern region. These few days, I've been observing as I hurried on my way. The aura of heaven's celestial sense has been lingering in the eastern region and has never left. It seems like the immortals who are pursuing me have also divided their territories. Heaven's Son should be mainly in charge of the eastern region. Xiao Han continued to walk as he spread out his spiritual force to survey the situation in the city. Suddenly, Xiao Han discovered that there were a few strands of celestial qi mixed in with the crowd in the city. Although these strands of celestial qi were deliberately concealed, they could not escape the detection of Xiao Han's spiritual force. Moreover, Xiao Han was certain that one of the strands of immortal qi belonged to an immortal who worked with Emperor Chong Tian to capture and kill him in the past. At the same time, have you seen any strangers entering or leaving this inn recently? A small group of soldiers entered an inn and asked carefully. The owner of the inn pondered for a moment before shaking his head. During this period of time, all the people staying in the inn are regulars. There haven't been any unfamiliar faces. If there are any strangers entering the inn, report it immediately. You can't protect them. The soldiers gave the owner some instructions before leaving the inn. After exiting the inn, a young soldier said to a middle-aged soldier, "Brother Zhang, why are we searching for unfamiliar faces all over the city? Whose idea is this?" It said that some mysterious people have appeared and offered a large sum of money to search for strangers who have appeared in our flying sky city in the past month. The middle-aged soldier said with a smile. It said that those mysterious people are extremely generous. The money they offered is irresistible. Who cares? We're just putting on an act. It'll be best if we can find any strangers, but if we can't, then forget it. Xiao Han discovered that the entire city was filled with soldiers who were in full uniform, searching for unfamiliar faces. At the end of the streets, there were also many idlers who were searching everywhere. Oh! Immortals who are mingling in this city? And soldiers who are searching everywhere for strangers? Xiao Han rubbed his nose. Things are getting interesting. In the next moment, Xiao Han stretched his muscles. I've been idle for more than a month. Now, it's finally time to get down to business. Heaven's Son, let the battle between us officially begin. Chapter 591. Xiao Han disguised his identity and roamed the Jianghu. When he arrived at Flying Sky City in the eastern region's Flame Empire, he discovered that there were a few immortals hiding in the mortal world. Moreover, a large number of soldiers and local tyrants were investigating the unfamiliar faces that entered Flying Sky City recently. Xiao Han already had an answer in his heart. A month ago, Heaven Emperor and the other immortals scanned me with their immortal senses but found nothing. Now, they've increased the intensity of their investigation and mobilized the mortals to look for this unfamiliar face of mine. Interesting. Inexplicably, Xiao Han's blood surged with excitement, especially from the demon the arch left arm palm. Waves of throbbing reached Xiao Han's soul. It was a bloodthirsty throbbing. It seemed that the demon the arch left arm palm had tasted the sweetness of refining an immortal's corpse. Now it desired to devour another immortal. It doesn't matter. I'll find a place to stay first and then slowly deal with Heaven Emperor and the others. Although their investigation is very tight, they definitely won't be able to find me in a short period of time. Xiao Han led his horse and found a pagoda-shaped inn by the roadside. While he was handling the check-in procedures, the innkeeper kept staring at Xiao Han. Obviously, Xiao Han's unfamiliar face had attracted the innkeeper's attention. Moreover, Xiao Han's appearance and temperament were too rough and eye-catching. "Sir, may I know where you're coming from? Where are you going?" Finally, the innkeeper could not help but ask. "If you want to stay, then stay. Why do you have so much nonsense to ask?" Xiao Han purposely shouted in a hoarse voice. The innkeeper was so scared that he trembled and did not dare to ask any more questions. After Xiao Han checked into the room, the innkeeper hurriedly called a few waiters over and whispered to them. "The guest who just checked in is very unfamiliar. I'm not sure if he's the stranger that those soldiers are looking for. But from the looks of his fierce face, he looks very much like a criminal. Listen up, Quickly go and report to the city defense army. The innkeeper said in a low voice. Innkeeper Ma. It can't be so coincidental, right? Our flying sky city is also a large city. The number of people coming and going every day is extremely terrifying. Every day, there will be new faces coming from the various countries of the eastern region. Even if someone from the other domains enters Flying Sky City, I think he's just an ordinary customer. It's unlikely that he's the stranger the higher-ups are looking for. A waiter muttered. You know nothing. Regardless of whether he was the person the higher-ups were looking for or not, it was never wrong to report the news. Do you know how much the reward is? Let me tell you, if you're lucky enough to bump into us and get the reward, we won't have to work anymore. Everyone can go back to being rich landlords. Shopkeeper Ma said with stars in his eyes. A few of the waiters eagerly left. Oh, he really went to report? Xiao Han sat in his room. The square table was filled with the most famous delicacies of Flying Sky City. As Xiao Han wolfed down the food, he released his spiritual fluctuations, perfectly controlling the movements of the grass in the surrounding area. Afterward, Xiao Han's spiritual undulations spread out like ripples, quickly and soundlessly enveloping the entire Flying Sky City. What are those immortals doing in this city? Let me see. Xiao Han's main task was to monitor the immortals in the city. His spiritual fluctuations locked onto the aura of the immortals' immortal senses. Soon, he found the immortals. Among them, there were 4 immortals who were chatting freely in a private room of a restaurant. The leader of these 4 immortals was a young man with a sarcoma on his forehead. This young man was dressed in luxurious clothing. Not only did the sarcoma on his forehead not become an eyesore, but it also gave him a promising temperament. It was very domineering. Xiao Han vaguely remembered this young man. It was the guy who had chased after and captured him along the way with Heaven Emperor. There were 3 immortals sitting below this young man. All of them were male. Xiao Han did not know these 3 immortals. At this moment, the promising young man was talking non-stop. Everyone, Du Longzi, have formed an alliance with Big Brother Heaven Emperor. It will be of great benefit for the exploration of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure in a few years. Think about it. Big Brother Heaven Emperor's prestige in the immortal world. Ha ha ha, this time, there are a lot of young immortals who have descended to the various planes of the immortal world, but among them, how many can surpass Big Brother Heaven Emperor? Now, I will be the mediator. If everyone joins Big Brother Heaven Emperor, we will be able to take care of each other in the second layer of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. Under Big Brother Heaven Emperor's leadership, everyone will have a high chance of obtaining treasures. It's better than going alone, right? As soon as he said this, the other 3 immortals exchanged glances. Judging from their appearance, they seemed to have no interest in joining Heaven Emperor Ju Dao. Du Longzi, Fei Heezy, am used to living like a wild crane. This is how it is in the immortal world. Don't try to persuade me. A young man with a square face shook his head slightly. The other 2 immortals also said in unison. Let's talk about the cooperation this time. Du Longzi, who is Heaven Emperor Ju Dao looking for? He is actually willing to use a favor as a bargaining chip. Moreover, he promised a spot to enter the second layer of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. One should know that the spots to enter immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure are controlled by the mortal Xiao Han. How could Heaven Emperor Ju Dao make Xiao Han take out the spots and let Heaven Emperor Ju Dao distribute them? Didn't they say that Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi are together? Ha 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 ha, you guys still don't know? This time, Big Brother Heaven Emperor Ju Dao is looking for Xiao Han. Du Longzi's eyes turned cold. What? The 3 immortals were shocked. But don't worry. This is just a bet. Although Jia Lanzi and Xiao Han are on good terms, Jia Lanzi will not interfere. So you guys don't have to worry. Du Longzi waved his hand. In short, do your best to find Xiao Han. A favor from Big Brother Heaven Emperor Ju Dao. Hee, I don't believe you guys won't be moved. It seems that Xiao Han is in disguise. Otherwise, Heaven Emperor Ju Dao would have found him. He didn't hesitate to use a favor as the price to mobilize us to search for him. Another immortal nodded. Forget it. Since things have come to this, we are all willing to help Heaven Emperor Ju Dao find Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han's concealment method is extremely powerful. In order to blend into the mortal world of this plane, He has to rely on this method to search for unfamiliar faces. Finding Xiao Han is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Flying Sky City. City Lord's Mansion. An immortal wore a cloak and a veil that covered his face. He dressed himself mysteriously and stood in the middle of a square with his hands behind his back. In the square, there were a few soldiers serving him. In addition, the City Lord of Flying Sky City also stood beside this immortal. In the square, there were almost 10,000 men standing. Mister, these are the outsiders that appeared in our Flying Sky City in the past 3 days. They are unfamiliar faces. The City Lord smiled and said to the immortal, The immortal suddenly released his immortal sense and then said with extreme disappointment, Let them leave. Tens of thousands of outsiders left the square. Sir, this is already the 8th wave. It has only been a few days. In the past few days, we have checked almost 1 million outsiders. But we still haven't found the person you are looking for? The City Lord was slightly impatient. Don't talk nonsense. I will definitely give you what I promised you. Even if I don't find the target, I will still fulfill my promise. Gold, silver, treasures, pills that can increase one's cultivation, and pills that can increase one's lifespan will all be given to you. Don't be so long-winded and continue to send troops to search the city. The immortal said coldly. Hearing this, the City Lord's spirit was lifted. Good. Mister, don't worry. The city defense army has been mobilized to search the city day and night. After a pause, the City Lord said in a low voice. Mister, is there really a pill that can increase one's lifespan? Ha 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 ha. Insignificant fellow. It can increase your lifespan by more than 10 years. What's so great about it? Don't worry, I will keep my word. The immortal said disdainfully. Xiao Han slightly retracted his mental wave. Heaven Emperor Ju made such a big fuss just to find me. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han drank a mouthful of wine and shook his head while laughing. At this moment, outside the room, the atmosphere was foul. Oh, so fast. Xiao Han put down his wine cup. At this moment, bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. There was a violent knock on the door. Then, the door opened and a few fierce-looking soldiers swarmed in. The leader of the group glared at Xiao Han, then bared his teeth and said, You stand up. Xiao Han completely ignored these soldiers and continued to drink. Impudent! The soldiers roared when they saw this. Quickly stand up. I think you are new here and this is your first time in Flying Sky City, right? You look unfamiliar. Come with us immediately. Oh, go with you? Where are we going? Xiao Han said with a faint smile. Of course to the City Lord's mansion. Ha 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 ha. This is the biggest joke in the world. To the City Lord's mansion? Although this is my first time in Flying Sky City, I have not committed any crimes. You want to directly escort me to the City Lord's mansion? What kind of law is this? Ha ha ha. All of you, get out of my way. Xiao Han's body did not move. All of a sudden, the cells in his body emitted a slight wave of true energy and shook the air. Bang, 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 bang. These soldiers were directly sent flying. One by one, they rolled on the ground like gourds. Flying Sky City. The City Lord's mansion. The mysterious immortal had already left. It was late at night. The City Lord and a few of his trusted subordinates were discussing in the study. City Lord, we have mobilized so many people and searched the entire city for unfamiliar faces. Isn't this inappropriate? An old man with a goatee said worriedly. This will make people panic. Moreover, many foreign merchants will be frightened and will not dare to do business in our Flying Sky City. In the long run, it will be extremely detrimental to the development of our Flying Sky City. It's fine. As long as we can get elixirs that can increase one's lifespan, or even some high-level martial art skills, all the costs will be worth it. The City Lord's tone was firm and then he sighed. When I was young, I also practiced martial arts. However, my aptitude was too poor and I could not reach the true energy realm. In recent years, my body has been deteriorating and there are obvious signs of aging. I don't want to die like this. I still want to live on. City Lord, we understand your thoughts very well, but, those mysterious people, do they really have elixirs that can increase one's lifespan? Those people all have remarkable abilities. I have seen with my own eyes that they can revive withered flowers and trees, and even have the ability to turn stone into gold. They are very powerful. Moreover, according to the information I have received, it is not only our flying sky city that is wantonly interrogating strangers. Many empires and cities in the eastern region are doing the same thing. The city lord said. At this moment, City Lord, a middle-aged burly man in a general's uniform, walked directly into the study. This person was the commander of the Flying Sky City's City Defense Army. General Luo, what's the matter? The city lord asked hurriedly. City Lord, my soldiers have been interrogating strangers throughout the city for the past few days. However, just now, in the process of interrogating people, we encountered resistance. An unfamiliar face not only refused to enter the city lord's mansion, but also injured my soldiers. His attitude is extremely bad. I suspect that this person is most likely the wanted criminal of those mysterious people. Chapter 592. What? Something like this actually happened. Hearing the words of the City Defense Army commander, the city lord and his trusted aides jumped up at the same time. Their faces were dyed with shock and anger. One had to know that the Flying City Defense Army had been interrogating outsiders for several days. During this period, the City Defense Army had brought away countless unfamiliar faces and brought them directly to the city lord's residence. They had never met with any resistance. At most, there would be some strangers who would complain a little, but in the end, they would obediently cooperate. Even some true energy realm martial artists were no exception. This was because this flying city belonged to the eastern region's powerful Yanhua Empire, and this city lord of Flying City was inextricably linked to some of the most famous martial sects in the Yanhua Empire. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Therefore, even if a true energy realm martial artist arrived at Flying City, they could only cooperate when faced with the investigation. They did not dare to resist, lest they invite trouble upon themselves. This is outrageous. The city lord's trusted aides were all enraged, jumping up and down one by one. General Luo, please personally lead the City Defense Army elites to capture that stubborn stranger. Capture him. Torture and torture him. Wait. Suddenly, the city lord roared. At this moment, the city lord's face was dyed with a look of surprise. This matter, I'm afraid it's not that simple. It's thought-provoking. It's very thought-provoking. City Lord, what do you mean? The trusted aides, as well as the City Defense Army General Luo, all looked at the City Lord. Perhaps, it's the unfamiliar face that those mysterious people are looking for. Endless greed and desire suddenly blossomed in the City Lord's eyes. If he doesn't have a guilty conscience, why would he resist? General Luo, immediately lead the troops to surround the area where the unfamiliar face lives. We must not let him escape. I'll inform those mysterious people now. This is no small matter. Quickly lead the troops and leave. Oh, this general obeys. General Luo responded. After a pause, the city lord could not help but ask. Everyone, could it be that this is a heaven-sent opportunity? His voice was trembling. If it's really the target that those mysterious people are looking for, then we're going to make a huge profit. All kinds of gold and silver, precious medicines and immortal pills. All kinds of rare treasures that can only be encountered by luck. Quick! Hurry up and control that fellow. Don't let him escape. After Xiao Han forced back the group of aggressive soldiers, Xiao Han turned around. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat in the room leisurely, warmed a pot of wine, and savored it carefully. Meanwhile, Xiao Han also released his psychic energy to the fullest. In the inn, the shopkeeper, the waiters, and the others had already blocked the door. Innkeeper, that customer. There's something fishy about him. He actually injured a few city guards. Could it be that he has a guilty conscience? The group of waiters were shocked and frightened. Each and every one of them was holding a big stick, a big knife, and other weapons in their hands. He was very nervous. You know nothing. Hurry up and block them. I can't let that guy escape now. Later, General Luo of the city guard will personally come over with his men. The shopkeeper licked his lips and said, Maybe this is our good fortune. As for the other guests in the inn, they had all closed their doors and windows. But they were also discussing with great curiosity. Soon. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. In all directions, the sound of horses' hooves could be heard. Occasionally, there were sounds of chickens and dogs jumping, passers-by screaming, and the sound of doors and windows closing. The bustling night of Fei Tian City actually gave birth to a sense of chaos and chaos. All these changes were completely grasped by Xiao Han. Xiao Han's psychic energy fluctuated. He easily sensed that at this moment, in the area where he lived, there were already tens of thousands of soldiers, driving ferocious beasts from all directions. They surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, these soldiers didn't rush to capture Xiao Han immediately. Instead, they blocked the entrance one by one, as if they were waiting for something. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the sky, huge warhawks were circling. On the backs of some warhawks. Sitting on them were sharp-eyed archers. Furthermore, there were even some true energy realm martial artists who had blocked the throat of some of the soldiers. The atmosphere became oppressive. They must be waiting for those immortals to come. Those immortals have received the information and are now going to interrogate me personally. Xiao Han was fully aware of the situation. On a lone peak outside the city lord's mansion, the mysterious cloaked immortal, Du Longzi, and 3 other immortals lived in a courtyard on this lone peak. At this moment, the city lord had already arrived on horseback. Everyone, I've found some clues. The city lord dismounted from his horse and shouted. Tonight, as usual, we were searching for unfamiliar faces in the city, but we were met with resistance from a stranger. This stranger even directly injured a few city defense army soldiers. Oh! The expressions of Du Longzi and the other immortals immediately became tense. Good, city lord. You are very responsible. Now, leave this matter to us, you don't have to worry about it. Du Longzi's voice was slightly trembling. If it's really the person we are looking for, then the reward that we promised you will not be reduced. Moreover, we will double the reward. Yes, yes, thank you everyone, the city lord hurriedly said. After that, the city lord led his entourage away from the lone peak. A suspicious person has appeared. Let's go there immediately. Du Longzi's eyes flickered. Should we inform Brother Tsongtian about this first? The celestial in a cloak asked. No need. Du Longzi waved his hand. We will go there directly. It's just a suspicious person. We haven't been able to confirm it yet. If we hastily inform Brother Heaven's Son and find out that the suspicious person is not Xiao Han, then we will inevitably be punished by Brother Heaven's Son. Moreover, if it's really Xiao Han, we will capture him first and then bring him to Brother Heaven's Son to claim credit. I believe that Brother Heaven's Son will definitely reward us handsomely. That's the best. All right. Du Longzi. You have always been smarter than others. We will listen to you. The cloaked immortal nodded. Du Longzi said to the other immortals. Do you guys want to follow us? If it's really Xiao Han, then we will also share some of the credit with you. The 3 immortals exchanged glances and then said in unison. Then we will go as well. We will hold the line for the 2 of you. Let's go now. Du Longzi gave the order. A total of 5 immortals turned into streams of light and directly flew toward Xiao Han's residence. In the room where Xiao Han was, Xiao Han scanned with his mental energy. Xiao Han also instantly caught a few waves of immortal consciousness that were approaching from afar. It was as if they were teleporting. There are a total of 5 waves of immortal consciousness. 2 of them contain deep killing intent, while the other 3 are faint and unremarkable. 5 immortals. Xiao Han observed while formulating a plan to deal with these immortals. One must know. The reason why Xiao Han deliberately stayed here was to wait for these immortals to arrive. Then to confront them head-on. Xiao Han had already made up his mind. He would no longer hide his head and show his tail. When necessary, he would also give these immortals who schemed to kill him some revenge. Of course, this did not mean that Xiao Han would fight these immortals recklessly. Instead, he would seize the opportunity to take a bite out of them. This time, it was obvious that Xiao Han had purposely revealed some flaws to attract these immortals to come to him. Then, he would formulate a counterattack plan against them. Just as this thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind, the door opened on its own. 5 waves of immortal qi rushed in. Here they come. 5 immortals came at the same time. With Du Longzi as the leader, the 5 immortals were like ghosts. They flashed into Xiao Han's room. Xiao Han. As soon as he entered the room, Du Longzi's eyes were aggressive. He stared at Xiao Han like a wolf or a leopard. He bared his teeth. He shouted Xiao Han's name. At the same time, whoosh, 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 5 waves of immortal consciousness locked onto Xiao Han at the same time. Each wave of immortal consciousness was like a bone-scraping steel knife, scraping Xiao Han's body back and forth. These immortals had been looking for Xiao Han for more than a month, but to no avail. They had originally thought that it would be a piece of cake to find a mortal. However, when it came to searching for him, they had no idea where to start. This made them extremely sullen, and they became more and more agitated. Now that they had some clues, they were inexplicably excited. As for Xiao Han, he had deliberately distorted his soul wave. Moreover, he had used his true qi to distort his facial features. Coupled with his big beard, these immortals would not be able to recognize him even if they were face to face. Oh, Xiao Han? What Xiao Han? Xiao Han looked at Du Longzi and the others blankly. What are you talking about? Who are you? What? At this moment, Du Longzi and the other immortals used their immortal consciousness to scan and discovered that the bearded man in front of them was not Xiao Han at all. His soul wave and life aura did not match at all. Du Longzi is not Xiao Han at all. I've already scanned him with my immortal consciousness. Now that we're face to face and I'm using my immortal consciousness to analyze this person's soul wave frequency, it does not match the characteristics of Xiao Han's soul at all. Wait, we've got the wrong person. Say. The immortal in the cloak transmitted his voice to Du Longzi with extreme disappointment. In fact, the moment Du Longzi came in, he knew that he had found the wrong person. He had been happy for nothing. Idiot! Du Longzi was flustered and exasperated. Why did you refuse to enter the city lord's mansion? However, at this moment, Du Longzi was no longer in the mood to understand who this bearded man was and why he had injured the city defense army of Flying Sky City. Suddenly, a cold and crazy murderous aura exploded from Du Longzi's body. Just this aura alone seemed to be able to devour Xiao Han. Puny mortal, I'll kill you. Du Longzi, don't be rash. The immortal in the cloak quickly advised. He's just an ant. If you want to vent your anger, you don't have to kill him. This time, we've made a bet with Xiao Han. You're not allowed to kill mortals at will. Du Longzi, you'd better bear with it. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences if you ruin Brother Tsongtian's plans. And be careful. Du Longzi indeed did not dare to kill indiscriminately in the mortal world. He glared at Xiao Han coldly and then led the immortals away. Soon, the soldiers surrounding the area and the war eagles in the sky retreated like the tide. Heh! Xiao Han smiled and then left the inn, riding his horse and galloping away. Soon, he was out of Flying Sky City. At the same time, on the lone peak where Du Longzi and the other immortals were staying, that guy actually left Flying Sky City overnight. Du Longzi suddenly said. Huh. The immortal in the cloak was slightly stunned. I've been monitoring that ant with my immortal sense. The moment we left Flying Sky City, he immediately left overnight as well. There's something fishy going on. Du Longzi's eyes flickered. Suddenly escaping in the middle of the night. That doesn't make sense. Forget it, Du Longzi. He probably committed some other crime. After being interrogated by us, he felt guilty and was afraid of being exposed, so he fled overnight, the immortal in the cloak consoled. Anyway, that person isn't Xiao Han. Whether he stays or leaves has nothing to do with us. He's just an ant. No, I have to keep an eye on him. Du Longzi insisted. I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. Du Longzi, don't be rash. If you kill mortals recklessly, it might affect the bet between Brother Tsongtian and Xiao Han. The immortal in the cloak scolded. I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Du Longzi's body moved and disappeared without a trace. Dang dang dang. Xiao Han galloped away on his horse. Suddenly, Xiao Han's lips curled into a cold smile and said indifferently. He really followed us. Hee hee. Only one immortal followed us. Good, very good. Chapter 593. Xiao Han purposely pretended to have a guilty conscience and left Flying Sky City in the middle of the night. As expected, he attracted the attention of an immortal. Du Longzi. Drip, 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 drip. After leaving Flying Sky City, the horse crossed countless cities of different sizes and headed towards the border of the Eastern Domain. Xiao Han sat on the back of his horse, his mental energy fluctuating. He was paying attention to Du Longzi's movements at all times. Moreover, Xiao Han was full of confidence that he could kill Du Longzi. Only one immortal is chasing after me. This is really good news for me. Even the heavens are helping me. Xiao Han's heart was completely stirred up. It was as if he was rubbing his palms together. If there were several immortals chasing after him, Xiao Han would have to think twice and perhaps he would not make a move. However, Du Longzi single-handedly created an opportunity for Xiao Han. Moreover, Xiao Han did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for hunting down these rude and unreasonable immortals. On the contrary, Xiao Han believed that these unscrupulous immortals led by Heaven Emperor were a nest of snakes and rats that did whatever they wanted in the mortal world. Therefore they should be punished. However, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to make a move. This Eastern Domain was under the control of Heaven Emperor. If something went wrong, Xiao Han might be captured and killed by Heaven Emperor. Therefore, even if he wanted to kill Du Longzi, he would have to wait until he left the Eastern Domain. In the sky, a faint immortal aura swept past like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Du Longzi's body was wrapped in an immortal aura. His hands were behind his back and his eyes were filled with disdain and murderous intent. He actually escaped in the middle of the night. Judging from his escape route, it's very likely that he directly escaped from the Eastern Domain. How strange. Why do I keep feeling that there's a subtle connection between this guy and Xiao Han? Of course, it's very likely that my feeling is wrong. This guy's soul frequency is completely different from Xiao Han's. People can disguise their appearance, but their soul aura and aura are very difficult to disguise. But it's fine. I'll follow him for a while first. Then when I reach a remote place, I'll directly capture him and force him to confess before killing him. After saying that, Du Longzi raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. Fear could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he muttered. With Big Brother Tsongtian guarding the eastern region, it's inconvenient for me to bully that mortal. Forget it, I'll follow this mortal and leave the eastern region first. That was all. Xiao Han rode his horse on land while Du Longzi followed him closely in the sky. One man and one immortal, each with their own ulterior motives. The competition began. Xiao Han traveled all the way until noon the next day. Finally, he settled down in a city in the eastern region to rest. Night. Xiao Han soaked in the wooden tub, holding a pot of fine wine in his hand, leisurely enjoying himself. In the courtyard, the shadows of flowers were scattered, and a faint fragrance floated in the air. The bright moon hung high in the night sky. The atmosphere was extremely wonderful. Sigh. This is so comfortable. Xiao Han stretched his body. I reckon that it won't be long before I can leave the eastern region and reach the bitter cold western region. Heh. Du Longzi is still biding his time. It seems that he also has some concerns and doesn't dare to make a move on me in the eastern region. That's fine, us brothers. Let's just wait like this. Anyways, the bet with Tsongtian and the other immortals is delayed for a day. The possibility of them losing increases. Once we leave the eastern region, we'll plan to kill this immortal. Du Longzi. In an inn not far from where Xiao Han was staying, Du Longzi was drinking alone. His eyes were filled with a sinister look. Little ant, you actually stopped and didn't continue on your journey. Instead, you're enjoying yourself. Damn it. However, you can only enjoy yourself for this period of time. Once we leave the eastern region, regardless of whether you're related to Xiao Han or not, I'll kill you. That will make up for the time I spent tracking you. As a high and mighty immortal, Du Longzi had never spent so much time chasing after a mortal. At this moment, his heart was already restless and his patience was completely worn out. He wanted to capture Xiao Han immediately and torture him to death. However, in the Eastern Domain, he didn't dare to make a move. He was afraid that if the Heaven Emperor found out, he would be punished directly. Du Longzi endured and endured. The killing intent in his heart towards Xiao Han had been brewed to the limit. Xiao Han was not in a hurry. After resting for 3 days and 3 nights, Xiao Han finally set off again. He wanted to leave the eastern region and head towards the western region. After changing to a faster horse, Xiao Han once again set off on his journey. Du Longzi angrily followed behind him. These few days, Xiao Han was leisurely and carefree, but Du Longzi was extremely bored. In fact, Zhang Tianzi even sent a message to Du Longzi and reprimanded him, telling him to quickly give up on tracking an insignificant mortal and seize the time to search for Xiao Han's whereabouts. However, the arrow was already knocked. Du Longzi had been following Xiao Han for so many days. If he suddenly gave up, it would feel like all his previous efforts were wasted. Damn it! This guy, hurry up and leave the eastern region. Du Longzi's killing intent was overflowing. Another half a month passed, and Xiao Han finally left the eastern territory. He had officially arrived at the western region. The western region was filled with sand and wind. This was a small town that was adjacent to the eastern region. The sand and stone walls and the town had been corroded by the wind and frost over the years. There were probably a few thousand people in the town. All of them were wrapped in thick linen clothes and their faces were covered. Some children squatted at the corner of the wall and looked around with their black eyes. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Xiao Han led the horse and walked slowly in the town. His mental strength spread out. Outside the town, there was a vast expanse of yellow sand within a radius of a few thousand miles. There was no sign of human habitation. As for Du Longzi, he had already quietly followed Xiao Han into the small town. Xiao Han could feel that the killing intent in Du Longzi's immortal sense was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting more and more obvious. Obviously, Du Longzi was ready to make a move at any time. Moreover, Xiao Han was also keenly aware that once he left the eastern region, the immortal sense of Emperor Heaven would disappear without a trace and no longer cover. Instead, there were dozens of other immortal sense waves that spread out in the sky above the western region. Among the immortals who were enemies with Xiao Han, the one he was most afraid of was Emperor Heaven. The other immortals. Xiao Han was not afraid at all. Xiao Han took a few sesame seed cakes from the skinny hands of an old woman in a stall and left some gold and silver for her. Then, he slowly walked towards the desert outside the town. While walking, Xiao Han was also adjusting the state of his immortal body. He gathered his strength and prepared to fight. Xiao Han knew. Once he entered the desert, Du Longzi would descend from the sky and capture him. This Du Longzi has been following me for so many days and his killing intent has been aroused. Once he confronts me, he will definitely kill me. However, I have been waiting for so many days to kill this guy. Gradually, Xiao Han's heart was also brewing with some killing intent. The small flame of the killing intent was in the depths of Xiao Han's heart. The more it burned, the more vigorous it became. When he was about to walk out of the town, Xiao Han had already adjusted his combat state to the best. His immortal body was extremely condensed. The natal true qi talisman absorbed all the true qi in his body and was ready to be activated. The demon emperor's palm on his left arm. It was faintly throbbing. Hey, Aunt, you can't escape from my palm in the end. You made me painstakingly follow you for so many days. Let me think about how to humiliate and torture you later. Du Longzi was like a ghost, following behind Xiao Han. He used an immortal technique and his body was almost invisible, so that the troubled citizens in the town could not detect his existence. Moreover, Du Longzi also thought that Xiao Han could not detect him. However, he never thought that his every move was under Xiao Han's perfect control. Whether he was tangible or intangible, Xiao Han's spiritual fluctuations could accurately lock onto the frequency of his immortal sense. Finally, Xiao Han left the town. Walking in the desert. It's time. Du Longzi's eyes were very cold. In this bitter and cold place, killing a mortal will not be noticed, and it will not affect the bet between Big Brother Heaven's Son and Xiao Han. Kill. *** mountain range *** hall *** Jialanzi, Wu Li, and the others were extremely worried about Xiao Han. At this moment, they were also whispering to each other and discussing. Brother Jialanzi, Xiao Han has been gone for more than a month. I don't know the situation between him and Heaven's Son. Wu Li said with a face full of worry. In fact, Jialanzi had also been releasing his immortal sense outside, closely watching every movement in this plane. Up until now, it is still in a calm state. Xianxia said. Heaven's Son is in charge of the Eastern Domain, and the immortals under him are in the Western Domain, Northern Domain, Southern Domain, Great Wilderness, and Devil Hero Domain. They are constantly using their immortal sense to scan and search day and night, digging 3 feet into the ground. They swear to catch Brother Xiao. However, Brother Xiao seems to have disappeared from this plane. Xianxia paused for a moment and said with a frown. According to Brother Xiao's temperament, he will not hide forever. He will definitely wait for an opportunity to take revenge. The current situation seems calm, but I have a feeling that explosive news will soon spread. Xiao Han was walking in the desert. At this moment, boom! The sky was filled with yellow sand. Immortal qi was faintly discernible. In the sky and on the ground, immortal music resounded. Du Longzi was bathed in the immortal qi auspicious clouds. His whole body was clean and spotless. He slowly walked out from the crack in the space. His eyes were extremely cold, and his immortal sense locked onto Xiao Han. And we meet again. Xiao Han pretended to be surprised. At this moment, although Xiao Han had adjusted his battle state to its peak and his heart was filled with killing intent, he could not fight Du Longzi head-on. Xiao Han had to pretend. In fact, Xiao Han's biggest advantage was that the enemy immortals, including Sun Song, did not know that he had forged an immortal body and could fight against immortals. Xiao Han had made up his mind to kill Du Longzi with a sneak attack when he was caught off guard. Moreover, there were other immortals under Sun Song's command monitoring the entire western regions. Xiao Han had to think of an escape route. After killing Du Longzi, he would instantly escape. Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Han pretended to be panicking, but his eyes were brewing many schemes. Who are you? Why did you chase me here? I don't even know you. Xiao Han said with righteous indignation. Ha 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 ha. Du Longzi let out a hearty laugh. Mortal, the expression on your face is really interesting. Is this the collapse before death? Ha ha ha. The laughter was as if Du Longzi had vented out all the grievances he had suffered in the past few days. It was extremely comfortable. What are you trying to do? Xiao Han asked in a terrified manner. I want to kill you. Du Longzi kept on laughing. I have no enmity with you. We don't know each other. You want to kill me? Why do you want to kill me? Xiao Han roared. Do I need a reason to kill you? Du Longzi said indifferently. Chapter 594. Do I need a reason to kill you? When Du Longzi said this sentence, it was completely understated, as if he regarded human life as grass, and it was natural. Xiao Han became more and more furious in his heart, but on the surface, he still looked like a yes-man, trembling as he spoke. You are too overbearing. Are you a demon hero from the demon hero region? Below the immortals are the demon heroes. Below the demon heroes are all living beings. Even if you are a demon hero, you can't treat human life like grass. Ha ha ha. Du Longzi looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. Immortals? Demon hero? Ha ha ha. Communicating with a lowly ant like you is like talking to a chicken talking to a duck. Forget it. Before I die, I will ask you one last time. Are you related to that Xiao Han? Xiao Han? The leader of our realm. How dare you? How dare you call him by his name? Xiao Han pretended to be angry. Humph. You are a hooligan. I am thinking too much. Die. Du Longzi suddenly burst out murderous aura, his gaze pierced through the void, and his right hand grabbed toward Xiao Han. At the same time, in the void of the western region, a few immortals sat cross-legged on a cloud. These immortals had faint tiredness on their faces. We've been searching the western region for more than a month. We've been using our immortal perception to cover the vast territory of the western region at all times. We've scanned almost all the natives of the western region, especially the people who come and go. However, we still haven't found any trace of Xiao Han. Could it be that we're going to lose the bet to a mortal this time? This is a great humiliation. An immortal looked indignant. Once we lose this bet, we will lose the qualification to enter the second level of the Great Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure. Say, if we return to the immortal realm like this, we will be severely punished. Forget it, let's not talk about this bet first. There are still a few months before the end of the bet. We still have a high chance of finding Xiao Han. It's too early to admit defeat now. It's too early, said another immortal. However, he managed to squeeze out a smile. Look at that guy Du Longzi. Isn't he guarding the eastern region with big brother Cong Tianzi, searching for Xiao Han's whereabouts in the eastern region? But now, they were thousands of miles away. Coming to the western region. What is Du Longzi trying to do? The immortals scanned with their immortal senses at the same time. Then they all shook their heads and laughed. Ha 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 ha, so you were chasing after a mortal. From the eastern domain to the western domain. This guy is really ridiculous. However, Du Longzi is too bold to do this. Back then when he made a bet with Han Xiao, we all agreed to it. During this half a year, he could not casually kill mortals, and Du Longzi's actions were breaking the rules of the bet. If Jia Lanzi knows about this, it will be troublesome. Why don't we stop Du Longzi? I don't think it's necessary. It's just killing an insignificant mortal in this barren desert. What's there to stop? It's not a large-scale massacre of mortals. Let Du Longzi kill him, as long as he is clean, he can directly kill that mortal, and Jia Lanzi won't be able to find anything. Ha ha ha, it's too late to stop now. Du Longzi is about to make his move. That mortal will die in a blink of an eye. And I'll crush you to death. Du Longzi directly grabbed Xiao Han with his right hand. With this grab, the immortal Qi and the space crystal wall were torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The solid spiritual star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness was highly condensed and contracted, causing Du Longzi's attack to become extremely slow in Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han only saw that this casual grab was blooming with dense immortal words. Countless immortal words were arranged, forming a killing technique. The arrangement of these immortal words was very mysterious, far from what a mortal's true Qi martial Dao could compare to. However, although this grab was very fierce and overbearing, Xiao Han's spiritual power was too strong, and he could completely predict the trajectory of this attack. If he wanted to dodge, Xiao Han could definitely dodge this attack. However, Xiao Han had no intention of dodging at all. Instead, his face was filled with fear, and he pretended to be helpless and unable to dodge. For this attack, Du Longzi did not activate any magical treasure, nor did he use any immortal technique. He just casually grabbed. That's right, he thinks that I'm just an insignificant mortal, so to kill me, he just needs to move slightly. There is no need for him to use any technique. I have a dual attribute special immortal body, and my physical attack and defense are both at level 4 ordinary immortal body. This attack on my body is like a tickle. Xiao Han's body subconsciously moved forward. Ha 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 ha. Dang. Mortal, this grab will cut open your stomach and dig out your heart. Du Longzi looked as if he had completely defeated Xiao Han, and his face was full of arrogance. He was very confident that in the mortal world, no mortal would be able to dodge this attack. Any mortal would be reduced to ashes under this attack. In the blink of an eye. Pooh! This attack directly grabbed Xiao Han's chest. Die! However, just as the attack succeeded, Du Longzi realized that something was wrong. He felt that what he grabbed was not a mortal's body, but a starry sky, a world, and an abyss. The immortal power that this grab carried was like a clay ox entering the sea without any trace. In an instant, Du Longzi was shocked to the core. His eyes popped out, and he stared at Xiao Han as if he had seen a ghost. You are. Shockingly. Bang. Xiao Han did not wait for Du Longzi to finish speaking. While Du Longzi was completely shocked, Xiao Han's right fist contained the violent power of the immortal body and directly smashed into Du Longzi's face. Poochie. Du Longzi's entire face was completely caved in, his teeth burst, his straight nose was smashed into a pile of mud, and his 2 eyeballs directly popped out. Bang! 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 Xiao Han did not say a word, and punched 3 times in a row. Each punch hit the flesh, and all hit Du Longzi's body. 3 loud noises. It was earth-shattering. A large piece of desert was hit until the yellow sand was swept up, covering the sky and the sun. Under the pure power of Xiao Han's close to 40 immortal dragons, Du Longzi's immortal body. It exploded like a broken tile. 1 punch and it exploded. The immortal body fragments filled the sky. It was indescribably beautiful and gorgeous. At the critical moment, Xiao Han's spirit power wrapped around all the immortal body fragments. They were all kept in the storage ring. Then, his mind flashed, and his left arm flashed with a demonic light. With a movement like an illusion, he directly flew out. He teleported who knows how many tens of thousands of miles. All of this happened too suddenly. From the beginning of Du Longzi's attack on Xiao Han did not dodge. Instead, he took the blow head-on, causing Du Longzi to completely lower his guard, thinking that Xiao Han would definitely die. But in the blink of an eye, there was a sudden change. Not only did Xiao Han not die, but he also punched a few times. After blowing up Du Longzi, he made a prompt decision to activate a wisp of demonic aura and directly escaped. These few times, Xiao Han had planned and then acted. All of his actions were done in one breath, like a rabbit jumping up and down. It was simply impossible to guard against. Above the clouds above the western region, a group of immortals was still laughing and chatting. Du Longzi's breadth of mind is really, no matter what, he is an outstanding figure among the younger generation of our immortal world. Now, in order to chase a mortal, he actually moved from the eastern region to the western region. Moreover, he really did make a move on this mortal. An immortal shook his head and laughed. Is it very interesting to step on an ant? Ha! Jie! Suddenly, this immortal's laughter came to an abrupt stop. At the same time, the other immortals' mouths opened wide, and their eyes bulged, as if they had seen a ghost. The next moment, what? Du Longzi was counter-killed. Du Longzi was actually killed by that mortal. Du Longzi's life force suddenly disappeared. Dead. He was directly blown up. Not even his bones are left. Roar! Definitely not an ordinary mortal. Catch him. We must catch him. Suddenly, these immortals grabbed out huge hands that covered the sky and grabbed towards Xiao Han's location. However, Xiao Han had already escaped without a trace. These immortals completely did not expect that things would end like this. They thought that Du Longzi killing a mortal would be a piece of cake, so their attention was not placed on Du Longzi and Xiao Han. Then, when Du Longzi was killed, they were temporarily shocked, and their minds went blank. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Han had already flown far away. Immediately report to Big Brother Tsong Tianzi. These immortals all roared. I have recorded that mortal's soul aura. Now, I will transmit his soul aura fluctuation frequency to the other immortals, and let them directly kill this person. No, catch him alive. A white-robed immortal hurriedly said, and then his body turned into a ray of sword energy and shot towards the eastern region. I will go find Big Brother Tsong Tianzi now. This matter is very important. Everyone split up and chase that guy. Eastern region. Haichong Empire's airspace. On the leisurely floating clouds, Son of Heaven sat cross-legged on the clouds. In front of him was a tea table, and two beautiful female immortals were eagerly making tea for Son of Heaven. Humph! That idiot Du Longzi actually left for such a long time just to chase an ant. This person will have no future in the future, Son of Heaven said indifferently. Then, he took a cup of tea from a female immortal and carefully sipped the tea. At this moment, Big Brother Tsong Tianzi, the white-robed immortal, dared to come from the western region, and his face was full of fear. Big Brother Tsong Tianzi, this is not good. Bai Yunzi? Aren't you in charge of guarding the western region? Why did you come to the eastern region? Son of Heaven said with slight dissatisfaction. Big Brother Tsong Tianzi. Dead. Du Longzi is dead. Bai Yunzi said with a long face. He was directly killed by a mortal. Du Longzi is dead. What? Son of Heaven suddenly stood up. Pooh! Son of Heaven crushed the teacup in his hand. Chapter 595. Swoosh! A faint demonic light flashed across the sky. Xiao Han's movements were illusory, and he had already reached perfection. This illusory movement was originally the natal demonic technique of an ordinary demon emperor. Xiao Han had obtained it, and it was Xiao Han's first life-saving secret skill. Watermark advertisement test. Since the watermark advertisement test, Xiao Han's left demon emperor palm had evolved to a terrifying level, surpassing any mortal demon emperor level creature. Therefore, when Xiao Han used this illusory demonic technique, it was no longer the same as before. In an instant, Xiao Han teleported from the west region to the north region. North region. A world of ice and snow. The demonic light passed through the endless frost and landed directly in a city in the north region. In the city, there was no ice and snow. Some experts in the true energy realm used their true energy to create a warm light, bathing the entire city in a golden color, like heaven on earth. The city was also prosperous, and people were shuttling back and forth. Boom! Xiao Han landed on a beautiful green mountain in the city. After landing, the first thing that Xiao Han did was, he changed the frequency of his soul waves. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The solid spiritual power star wriggled and twisted a few times, changing the frequency of his soul waves again. Before this, after the distortion of Xiao Han's soul waves, Xiao Han's temperament was extremely rough and vulgar, making him seem like a fiendish boorish man. At this moment, Xiao Han's soul temperament became extremely gentle and elegant. He was gentle and had the temperament of a scholarly family. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han laughed loudly. His true energy burned, and the beard on his face completely melted. Completely melted. It revealed a fair, young and handsome face. Then, he twisted his facial muscles. As a result, his appearance was slightly different from his original appearance. Moreover, then, he activated his true energy, and the color of his skin became even fairer. With a shake of his body, Xiao Han transformed from a boorish man into a well-educated and well-mannered scholar. Just as Xiao Han finished his disguise, in the sky, several sharp immortal senses swept down. It swept down and swept past the area where Xiao Han was. However, when these immortal senses swept across Xiao Han's body, he didn't stop at all. Clearly, he didn't discover anything. Fortunately, I changed my appearance in time. These immortals are also very fast. They've gone from the western region to the northern region in such a short time. Xiao Han stretched himself lazily and then swaggered down the mountain, heading towards the most prosperous area of the city. As he walked, Xiao Han's mind kept flashing. Awesome! It felt so good. Yet another immortal was killed. 3 punches and 2 kicks, and he was smashed into pieces. Back then, when he defeated the divine sword son, he was an immortal whose rank had already fallen. He was like a stray dog and was nothing special. However, Du Longzi was an immortal in his prime. Just a moment ago, he was acting all high and mighty, and the next moment, he was smashed into pieces by me. Ha ha ha. Of course, I caught him off guard, but no matter what method I used, I still completed the immortal slaying. Humph. Heaven's son, you've been searching for my whereabouts all over the world. I want you to go for wool and come home shorn. Du Longzi is only the first. Next, there will be more immortals from Heaven's Son's camp falling in my hands. I want all of you to be in a state of panic. I want all of you to collapse. Soon, Xiao Han arrived at the crowded main city area. He randomly found a restaurant and tasted the unique delicacies of the northern region. While eating and drinking, Xiao Han was also appreciating the beauties of the northern region who passed by on the street. Their exotic charm was a feast for Xiao Han. Eastern region. The airspace of Haichong Empire. At this moment, other than Heaven's Son and the white-robed immortal Bai Yunzi who came to report the news, more than 10 immortals had gathered. With Heaven's Son as the leader, these immortals' faces were extremely distorted and ferocious. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What did you say? Du Longzi was killed by a mortal. Suddenly, Heaven's Son burst into a furious roar. Suddenly, he grabbed Bai Yunzi across the air and grabbed him by the neck as if he was grabbing a little chick. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Bai Yunzi's throat emitted a strange sound. The expression on his face was extremely frightened as he choked and struggled to speak. Big. Heaven's Son. Big brother Heaven's Son. It's none of my business. Indeed, Du Longzi was killed by a mortal. Big brother Heaven's Son, please calm down. The immortals at the side exclaimed. They were afraid that Heaven's Son would kill Bai Yunzi in a fit of rage. Du Longzi was killed in the western region. You guys guarding the western regions actually watched Du Longzi get killed in front of your eyes. All of you are trash. Heaven's Son roared furiously. However, He also let go of Bai Yunzi and threw him to the side. Big Brother Heaven's son. That mortal looked ordinary. At that time, we all thought that Du Longzi would be able to kill him easily. But we didn't expect that there would be such a huge change in the blink of an eye. That guy took on Du Longzi's attack head-on and instantly killed Du Longzi. His speed was so fast that even Du Longzi couldn't react in time. Clearly, that guy had deliberately planned to kill Du Longzi. Everything had been carefully calculated. Bai Yunzi screamed in fear. Fear also appeared in his eyes. This fear was not towards Heaven's son, but towards the method that Xiao Han used to kill Du Longzi. That guy must have prepared beforehand to take on Du Longzi's attack. Then, when Du Longzi thought that he was dead, he suddenly attacked and killed Du Longzi in one fell swoop. This method caught us immortals who guard the western region off guard. At this moment, the immortal wearing a cloak who followed Du Longzi to search for Xiao Han quickly said, "Big Brother Heaven's son, I've seen the mortal who killed Du Longzi before and used my celestial sense to check on him. He's just an ordinary guy. I didn't expect that he would purposely reveal a flaw so that Du Longzi would track him down." After leaving the eastern region, he suddenly attacked, killing Du Longzi while he was unprepared. This person's thoughts were extremely cautious. Plus, he should have known that Du Longzi was an immortal beforehand. He even dared to kill an immortal. Then his identity. It's Xiao Han. It must be Xiao Han. Heaven's son said furiously. Hiding his identity, purposely revealing a flaw to find a chance to kill an immortal. What a good method. Xiao Han. I've always underestimated you. You're amazing. At this moment, Heaven's son's body trembled due to anger. His eyes were spewing out indescribable killing intent and hatred. Killing Du Longzi. Is he trying to show off his power? Roar. How dare a puny mortal kill us immortals? This is a provocation. Big Brother Heaven's son. We have to capture that bastard at all costs. The immortals balked. Big Brother Heaven's son, the immortals guarding the western region have recorded the frequency of Xiao Han's soul fluctuation and passed it to the immortals guarding the other regions. We've already started to capture him. Bai Yunzi immediately shouted. Mobilize all the immortals that have descended. Let's find Xiao Han together. Heaven's son roared. Xiao Han. I'll definitely tear you into pieces. As soon as his voice fell, boom, 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 above the airspace of the Haichong Empire, thunder and lightning suddenly roared, and then a heavy rain poured down. In the next few months, this heavy rain would not stop. Haichong Empire would suffer an unprecedented flood. When an immortal was angry, the weather would change drastically. **** mountain range. **** temple. Jia Lanzi, who was sitting and chatting with Wu Li and the others, suddenly trembled. His tranquil and carefree face, that of an otherworldly expert, immediately twisted. His eyes were filled with horror. Wu Li and the others had never seen Jia Lanzi, who was as steady as a mountain, lose his composure. They were extremely frightened. Brother Jia Lanzi, what happened? Could it be that something happened to Xiao Han? He was captured by Heaven's son and the other evil immortals? Wu Li also stood up with a face full of speculation and uneasiness. No. It's Brother Xiao who has begun to fight back. Jia Lanzi said as if he was intoxicated. Brother Xiao is fighting back. He killed an immortal in the western region. Instantly killed. This method is too fierce. Decisive in killing. What? Xiao Han killed an immortal? Wu Li, Xiao Mingqiu, Dongfang Qin, and Feng Ling cried out in unison. Under the dangerous situation of being coveted by a group of immortals, he still dared to show up and launch a peerless counterattack. Brother Zhao's actions have convinced me. Deeply convinced. This method can be called heaven-defying. The expression on Jia Lanzi's face was completely convinced. However, Xiao Han killed an immortal and is in an extremely dangerous situation. Will he be captured by Heaven's son and the others because of this? Wu Li immediately said. It's very strange. After Brother Xiao killed an immortal, he seemed to have used a demonic technique and directly teleported away. Now I have lost contact with Brother Xiao again. It seems that Brother Zhao's soul temperament has changed again. Jia Lanzi said. Yes. Xiao Mingchu slapped his thigh. Junior brother Xiao Han is best at a few demonic techniques to save his life. Among them, there is a demonic technique that can travel thousands of miles in an instant. It is called illusory movement. It seems that the one who killed the immortal is indeed junior brother Xiao Han. Northern Region. Night. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the bed of a suite in the inn. Boom, boom, boom. The fragments of Du Longzi's immortal body had already been thrown by Xiao Han into the palm of the demon sovereign left arm and frantically refined. The spirit turtle True Qi sealed the left arm, causing the momentum of refining the immortal body to be perfectly concealed. Even if those immortals used their immortal sense to scan through the air, they would not be able to find any flaws. Unless there was an immortal in direct contact with Xiao Han, they would not be able to see the energy fluctuation of Xiao Han's left arm. As the immortal body was completely refined and absorbed, the demon veins in the palm of the demon sovereign left arm once again frantically awakened and expanded the capacity of the demon veins. Evolution, evolution and evolution. However, Xiao Han's state of mind was as calm as still water. He knew that Heaven's Son and the other immortals were now speeding up their search for him. However, he was unfazed and only cared about refining Du Longzi's immortal body. Chapter 596. At this moment, countless immortal body fragments were floating inside Xiao Han's palm. These immortal body fragments were constantly being absorbed by the demon sovereign left arm demon sovereign's palm. Ibdu. The energy of the immortal body was extremely nourishing. The demonic monarch palm on his left arm absorbed just a little bit of it, and the demonic meridians would awaken. Moreover, the capacity of the demonic meridians would continue to expand. Inside the demon Thearcha's palm, the space crystal wall became more and more stable, forming a world of its own. It became a demonic realm filled with demonic aura. Many ancient demonic characters were born and floating. The demon race's civilization was flourishing. It exuded a bloodthirsty and dark aura. Furthermore, the left arm of the monarch demon beast seemed to be resonating and communicating with the soul of the demon god in his heart. In a daze, Xiao Han seemed to hear the evil voice of the demon god reverberating in his ears. This is really interesting. To think that an immortal's corpse could be used to nourish and evolve a demon god's palm in the mortal world. This is something that has never happened before. Even I have never heard of such a thing. Interesting. This is really interesting. That's right. Since the birth of this world, there had never been a case where someone in the mortal world obtained a fortuitous encounter of the demon race and then used the corpse of an immortal to nourish this fortuitous encounter of the demon race. This kind of thing was absolutely impossible to happen, but it just so happened that it happened to Xiao Han. This was a miracle created by the combination of many rare opportunities. Firstly, Xiao Han had obtained a fortuitous encounter in the demon race, a demon Thearcha's palm. Secondly, Xiao Han had even become a parasite of the demon god's egg. Thirdly, the demonic god used its supreme will to better inhabit Xiao Han's body. This caused Xiao Han's left arm to become a demonic monarch palm. If it wasn't for the demon god's will evolving Xiao Han's left demon monarch palm, Xiao Han would have died. It was impossible for him to refine the corpse of an immortal. Fourth, a large number of immortals had descended upon Xiao Han's plane. This was something that could only be chanced upon. The demon god's will quickly dissipated without a trace. However, Xiao Han could sense that the demon god was very interested in the evolution of his left demon monarch palm. Humph! Demon god! I will kill you sooner or later. Xiao Han snorted. He muttered in his heart. He filtered out the demon god's will and focused on refining Du Longzi's immortal body fragment. Just like that, Xiao Han sat quietly in the room like a stone statue. Xiao Han had already warned the people in the inn not to disturb him. He also gave a lot of money to appease the people in the inn. The people of the inn had already received some benefits, so they didn't bother him. That was all. Xiao Han meditated for 7 days and 7 nights to refine Du Longzi's immortal physique. In the meantime, Xiao Han took out the rings of holding from Master Divine Sword and Master Du Longzi, and bound them with blood. Inside, he discovered that there were some immortal items and magical items. However, Xiao Han had only achieved immortal ascension with his fleshly body, and his true energy was far from being able to evolve into immortal qi. Therefore, even if Xiao Han could just barely use these magical items, he wouldn't be able to unleash much of their power. Therefore, defeating the divine sword Sun and Du Longzi and taking their treasures was not of much use to Xiao Han. As Du Longzi's immortal physique was refined, Xiao Han's left monarch beast palm underwent some changes. The demonic veins no longer awakened in the left monarch beast palm. Instead, the densely packed demonic veins began to merge. Billions of demonic veins began to merge, as if they were going to merge into one. Is this the sign of the monarch beast palm evolving again? Xiao Han was extremely confused. Puff, puff, puff. The densely packed demonic veins merged and twisted into a ball. An even more powerful demonic power was produced in Xiao Han's left monarch beast palm. This power didn't seem to be any weaker than immortal power. This power was almost enough to destroy heaven and earth. Jia Lanzi patiently explained the power system of immortals to Xiao Han, but Xiao Han had no idea what the left monarch beast palm was going to evolve into. Another 3 days passed. Du Longzi's immortal physique fragment had been completely refined. Not a single drop was left. However, the merging of the demonic veins was not complete. It had to absorb a large amount of energy before it could continue. Moreover, ordinary energy was probably not enough to satisfy the growth and evolution of Xiao Han's monarch beast palm. The merging of the demonic veins seems to be only halfway done. Xiao Han felt an itch in his heart. What a pity! If I had another immortal corpse, the monarch beast palm would probably be able to complete this evolution and merge all the demonic veins into one. Now, a huge puzzle was placed in front of Xiao Han, and he had to solve it bit by bit. However, this puzzle was only half solved. Xiao Han still couldn't completely know the answer. This kind of situation was the most tempting. Naturally, Xiao Han was eager to get an answer immediately. However, the energy had already been used up. The last layer of veil couldn't be lifted in the end. Now, Xiao Han couldn't wait to attack again and kill an immortal, to obtain the energy to nourish the left monarch beast palm. However, Xiao Han was not a reckless person. After he released his spiritual force, he discovered that at this moment, there were at least dozens of immortal senses hovering in the sky of the northern region. Moreover, on the ground of the northern region, in many empires and cities, there were hundreds of hidden immortal senses. In other words, there were nearly 200 immortals who had entered the northern region. What made Xiao Han even more afraid was that the immortal senses of Heaven Emperor had also appeared in the northern region. Now, the entire northern region has been surrounded by nearly 200 immortals. Heaven Emperor and the others are indeed clever. They know that I have fled to the northern region. Xiao Han was well aware of the situation. The current situation is extremely dangerous. If I give myself away even a little, I might be caught by Heaven Emperor. There are nearly 200 immortals and Heaven Emperor himself. As long as I am discovered, it will be very difficult for me to escape. Fortunately, the northern region's territory is also extremely vast. As long as I maintain the status quo, Heaven's Son and the other immortals don't think about catching me. Forget it. I won't act rashly for the time being. When Heaven Emperor and the others are slightly careless, I will find a chance to leave the northern region. Now, I might as well think of a way to continue evolving the left monarch beast palm. Energy. I need energy that doesn't lose to the immortal's corpse to nourish the left monarch beast palm. Xiao Han scratched his ears and cheeks. However, I have nothing on me. I'm just a mortal. I can't take out any treasures that are comparable to the immortal's corpse. Wait. Immortal tools and magic treasures. The immortal tools and magic treasures that I plundered from Divine Sword Sun and Du Longzi. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, Xiao Han released the spirit turtle True Qi and sealed the entire room. Then, he carefully took out a treasure sword. In the next moment, Xiao Han released the spirit turtle True Qi and sealed the entire room. This treasured sword was created after the Divine Sword Sun was destroyed. It was obtained from Divine Sword Sun's storage ring. The treasure sword was as bright as autumn water. The body of the sword was engraved with many immortal runes and formations. Moreover, there were some red veins on the surface of the treasure sword, just like the blood vessels of a human body. This is an immortal sword. It should be the ultimate weapon used by Divine Sword Sun. It's extremely precious. However, it's useless to me. I might as well give it a try and see if my left monarch beast palm can devour this treasure sword. Heh, If I can really devour and refine this treasure sword, the nourishment that my left monarch beast palm will receive might not be inferior to an immortal's corpse. Xiao Han licked his lips. Then he thought of something. Puff, 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 puff. Countless ferocious, salty, and wriggling tentacles came out from Xiao Han's left arm and wrapped around the treasure sword. Refine it for me. Suddenly, the tentacles secreted some liquid and poured it onto the immortal sword. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, the immortal runes and formations engraved on the immortal sword seemed to be corroded by the evil demonic qi and began to crumble. In the next moment, something strange happened. Buzz! The countless tentacles swayed and then suddenly retracted. Xiao Han's left arm returned to normal. However, the immortal sword was forcefully pulled into Xiao Han's left monarch beast palm. Ha! Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. Then, his mind sank into the monarch beast palm. He saw that the immortal sword had already been disintegrated. It turned into densely packed raw materials and immortal qi that were being absorbed and refined by the monarch beast palm. The demonic vein that could not be completely integrated just now was now being integrated again. Aha! It really works. Not only can my monarch beast palm devour and refine the immortal's corpse, but it can also devour and refine immortal weapons and magical treasures. Ha 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 ha! This is awesome! Xiao Han was wild with joy. I've plundered quite a lot of treasures from Divine Sword Sun and Du Longzi. Let's refine them all. Feed the monarch beast palm. In the sky above the northern region, Emperor Heaven had already moved from the eastern region to the northern region. Beside Emperor Heaven stood many ferocious-looking immortals. Big Brother Emperor Heaven, by Yunzi has sent us the fake soul fluctuation frequency. Moreover, we can confirm that Xiao Han has crossed the western region and escaped to the northern region. However, we've been searching for more than 10 days in the northern region, but we couldn't find the fake soul fluctuation frequency at all. Could it be that he has escaped to another place? A female immortal in pink clothes said with a frown. Emperor Heaven's face was gloomy and his eyes were malicious. Xiao Han is still in the northern region. He used a demonic art and teleported to the northern region. The demonic qi that the demonic art emitted eventually landed in the northern region. After that, our people used their immortal senses to search for him, but they did not find any trace of Xiao Han's fake soul aura. Now, I finally know. Xiao Han's spiritual force is extremely powerful. He can change the frequency of his soul aura and his temperament at will. In this way, it will be very difficult for us to catch him. Changing the soul fluctuation frequency? Big Brother Emperor Heaven, what should we do? It doesn't matter. As long as he's still in the northern region, we'll definitely be able to find him. Emperor Heaven's eyes flashed with violent killing intent and gloominess. Seal the northern region completely. Use immortal force to seal the spatial crystal wall of the northern region so that Xiao Han can't use his demonic technique to teleport away. Then search step by step. This time, there are hundreds of immortals who have come to the northern region to help us search for Xiao Han's whereabouts. If we can prevent Xiao Han from teleporting, we can catch him like a turtle in a jar. To be continued. Chapter 597. At this moment, a large number of immortals had gathered in the northern region. Among them were the immortals who were extremely hostile to Xiao Han, led by Heaven Emperor Chong. There were also quite a number of other immortals. They were either invited by Heaven Emperor Chong to capture Xiao Han, or they were just here to watch the show. In short, the news of Xiao Han killing Du Longzi had caused a huge sensation in the circle of immortals who had descended to this realm. These immortals had never thought that a mortal could kill an immortal. This was unheard of in the history of the immortal world. Therefore, almost all the immortals who had descended to this realm wanted to find Xiao Han and take a closer look at this mortal who had killed an immortal. Under the personal command of Emperor Chong, hundreds of immortals released their immortal senses and solidified the space crystal wall of the northern region. No one, not even immortals, could teleport within the northern region. In the northern region, the most prosperous and powerful empire, the Aurora Empire. In the huge square outside the palace of the Aurora Empire's imperial city. At this moment, the square was densely packed with mortals. Each of them had a strange expression on their faces as they discussed animatedly. From today onwards, No one is allowed to enter or leave the northern region. No one, including the devil heroes of the Devil Hero domain, is allowed to set foot in the northern region. Moreover, no one in the northern region is allowed to leave. Tisk, the power of those mysterious people is too great. They actually sealed the entire northern region. It's almost like they can cover the sky with one hand. Let me tell you, it's said that some immortals have descended to our realm. What? Immortals? Is this news reliable? Nonsense. This news came from the mouths of some of the top figures on the Devil Hero ranking. Hiss. Could it be that those mysterious people are immortals? Forget it. Let's not make wild guesses. Since the Emperor of the Aurora Empire has gathered us and issued an order, then let's do as he says. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be a disaster. The people gathered in the square were all people of great status in the northern domain. Every single one of them was the emperor of a country in the northern domain, the clan leader of a clan, or the chieftain of a tribe. They had all submitted to the strongest empire in the northern region, the Aurora Empire. This time, they were summoned by the emperor of the Aurora Empire. He came here to receive an order. On one of the steps at the top of the square, Heaven Emperor led a few immortals and stood majestically beside him like a crane among chickens. A middle-aged man with a crown on his head stood submissively. This middle-aged man was also an upper-level true Qi realm martial artist with an extraordinary temperament. However, in front of immortals like Heaven Emperor, he seemed extremely insignificant. This middle-aged man wearing a crown was the Emperor of the Aurora Empire. Xingwu Hen. Mister, I've already announced your request to all the emperors and clan leaders of the empires in the northern domain. From today onwards, in the countries of the northern region, all the cities began to be sealed off. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Moreover, at the local level, I'll also sort out the census population and foreign population and report to you at any time, Xingwu Hen said respectfully. Mister, although it's a large-scale census, this is the first time that the entire northern domain's population is checked like this. It's extremely complicated, but I believe that as long as the kings and leaders of the various clans in the northern domain do their best, it should be able to be carried out smoothly. Emperor Xingwu Hen, I'm very satisfied with your performance. Heaven Emperor nodded. Tomorrow, I'll order people to help you break the shackles of fate so that your true Qi cultivation can reach the level of a tower master. You'll become a half-immortal and live a long life in the secular world. Yes. Thank you, mister. Thank you, mister. Xingwu Hen screamed in excitement. The emperor of a country had completely lost his composure. Yes, in order to find Xiao Han who was hiding in the northern domain, Heaven Emperor had mobilized the leaders of the entire northern domain. Every inch of land in the northern domain was inspected. From then on, no one was allowed to enter or leave the northern domain. As a result, everyone who was currently in the northern domain had to undergo strict screening. Of course, the human leaders of the various countries in the northern domain didn't know much about the arrival of the immortals and the exploration of the second layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure a few years later. Naturally, they didn't know about the bet between Xiao Han and Heaven Emperor. Therefore, Heaven Emperor mobilized the natives of the northern domain to conduct a carpet search. They also didn't know who they were looking for. If they knew that Heaven Emperor was dealing with the leader of their plane, Xiao Han, at least half of the natives in the northern domain would not agree to help with the search. Instead, it might arouse public anger and fight against Heaven Emperor and the other immortals. Naturally, Heaven Emperor also promised a great reward to the natives of the northern domain. The reward of an immortal naturally had a fatal charm for these mortals. In addition to mobilizing the mortals to search for Xiao Han, Heaven Emperor also mobilized a large number of immortals to travel through the various countries in the northern domain to conduct a strict search. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heaven Emperor left an immortal beside the Emperor of the Aurora Empire and then led the other immortals to soar into the sky. The sky was filled with clouds and rosy clouds. It was a spectacular sight. In the sky. Big brother Heaven Emperor. It's also very tricky now. That Xiao Han has a powerful spiritual force comparable to us immortals. He can change the frequency of his soul fluctuation and disguise various soul temperaments. It's too difficult to find him like this. Although we've mobilized all the leaders of the northern domain to investigate together, the territory of the northern domain is vast and the population is in the trillions. I don't know how long it will take to find Xiao Han. One of the immortals frowned and said worriedly. Moreover, the most frustrating thing is that even if we find a clue, Xiao Han can change his soul temperament at any time, causing us to miss him at the critical moment. On the other hand, the other immortal flying next to Heaven Emperor was slightly more optimistic. He forced a smile and said, "In fact, the northern domain is a bitter cold land in this plain. The population is far less than the eastern domain. The western domain is also far less than the great wilderness. It's only about the same as the western domain. In fact, the population is even smaller than the western domain. It's not that difficult to investigate. More importantly, usually, there are relatively few people coming and going from the northern domain. In other words, the floating population of the northern domain is not much. I believe that after sealing off the northern domain, it's not impossible to find Xiao Han disguised as an outsider." "Stop talking," Heaven Emperor said coldly. "Do you think that this is all I have? Sealing off the northern domain and investigating is just to hold Xiao Han back, so that he can't leave the northern domain. As for finding Xiao Han, I have another way. This time, Xiao Han will definitely not be able to escape from my palm." "Ah, Big Brother Heaven Emperor, you already have a good plan to capture Xiao Han?" Northern Domain. In the inn where Xiao Han stayed, Xiao Han had been in seclusion for more than half a month. In the room, the spirit turtle True Qi filled the entire room, shielding the energy fluctuations in the room. As for Xiao Han, wind and water rose from his left arm. Sometimes, a demonic light would appear. Sometimes, immortal qi would shine. Xiao Han tossed the immortal artifacts one by one into the demon the arch left arm's palm and refined them as if they were free. After evolving, Xiao Han's demon the arch left arm palm could not only refine immortal corpses, but also various immortal artifacts. It could also refine them together. Xiao Han didn't care too much about it. He threw the immortal artifacts and dharma treasures that he plundered from God Sword Sun and Du Longzi into the demon the arch left arm palm one after another, refining them into nourishment for the demon the arch left arm palm. Some of the immortal artifacts and dharma treasures that Xiao Han refined were definitely great killing weapons that immortals used to save their lives. These were definitely great killing weapons that immortals used to protect their lives. They were extremely precious, but Xiao Han didn't care about them and refined them all. Not many days later, God Sword Sun and Du Longzi's storage rings. All of the items inside had been taken and refined by Xiao Han. Other than immortal artifacts and dharma treasures, there were also some immortal artifacts, immortal pills, immortal medicines. They were all thrown into the demon the arch left arm palm. The demon the arch left arm palm simply didn't care about meat or vegetables. It refined everything it could get its hands on. Finally, boom! The trillions of demon veins inside the demon the arch left arm palm finally shattered. They turned into dense, star-like spots of demonic aura. Demon race energy spots. Demon stars shone brightly. These demonic aura energy spots were extremely powerful. They were formed after refining countless immortal bodies, immortal artifacts, and immortal artifacts. Boom, boom, boom. These demonic aura energy spots spun like a hurricane and formed funnel-like vortexes. Inside the demon the arch left arm palm, a strong wind blew and sand and stones flew. Shockingly. Roar, roar, roar. All of a sudden, a terrifying demonic roar came from the frenzied whirlpool. A torrential energy that could destroy the heavens and the earth erupted from within. These demonic roars were suppressed in the small world within the palm of Xiao Han's left arm and did not leak out. Therefore, only Xiao Han himself could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within. If this kind of aura was released, it would definitely shatter the earth, the sky would darken, the mountains would split, the oceans would evaporate, and the beasts would flee in all directions. It would be a scene of doomsday. This aura is definitely 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than the aura of the demon race when the demon army from the alien plane arrived. Xiao Han was surprised and delighted. All the demonic veins have merged into one. Now, there's no demonic veins in the demon the arch palm anymore. Evolution. It's evolved to an unprecedented level. I can almost feel that my demon the arch left arm palm can directly kill an immortal. I can kill an immortal head-on. At that moment, puff! A huge beast claw covered in dark red scales reached out from the demonic aura vortex, bringing with it a terrifying primordial aura. Ha! This claw seems Seems to be a dragon claw? Xiao Han was startled. The next moment, roar! Then, another dragon head came out from the demonic aura vortex. The dragon head was extremely intelligent. It was burning with demonic fire. With a slight shake, it seemed like the space within 1,000 zhang would explode. Finally, roar! A vile dragon completely showed itself from the demonic aura vortex. The vile dragon had horns on its head and emitted a noble bloodline. But it was extremely evil. A monstrous evil aura. The demonic aura was like an ocean. Indeed, the thing that broke free from the demonic aura vortex was a dragon. But it was definitely not an immortal dragon, a heavenly dragon, or a sea dragon. It was a demonic dragon. A demonic dragon created by high-level demonic aura. Chapter 598. Xiao Han did not expect that after absorbing a large amount of energy from the immortal body and immortal weapon, the demon monarch left arm palm had completed a stage of evolution and gave birth to a demonic dragon. The demonic dragon swam out of the demonic chi vortex. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring and roaring non-stop. Watermark advertisement test: the dragon's body was wriggling non-stop, as if there was a huge demon embryo in the body of this demon dragon. Endless blood chi was emitted from the demon dragon's body, and a peerless demonic aura was gushing out from it. Dragon serpent patterns and dragon scales appeared on the body of the demonic dragon. It was an extremely evil primordial demonic dragon, primordial evil dragon, primordial blood dragon. Bright red blood seeped out of its dark red scales. It seemed to be the demonic blood of the demon realm. This primordial demonic dragon definitely possessed the bloodline of a superior being in the demon realm. Xiao Han had a feeling that this primordial demonic dragon was alive. Then, this primordial demonic dragon seems to be a part of my thoughts. It's like a creature of the demon realm created by combining my thoughts with the demonic power in the demon monarch left arm palm. It's like a clone, but not exactly a clone. All sorts of strange feelings surged in his mind. That's right. This primordial demonic dragon is part of my power. It belongs to me. Just as Xiao Han was about to be enlightened, roar! A second primordial demonic dragon was born from the demonic chi vortex and broke free. Roar! The third. Roar! The fourth. A storm of blood. Demonic chi blotted out the sky. Primordial demonic dragons with protruding horns were born one after another, roaring and wriggling. As more and more primordial demonic dragons were born, the world inside Xiao Han's demon monarch left arm palm became more and more stable. The space crystal wall became stronger and stronger, surpassing that of a mundane realm. It had almost evolved to the level of the demon realm that could rival the immortal realm in the upper realm. Moreover, Xiao Han gradually understood the power of these primordial demonic dragons. Now, my physical body. It's a dual attribute immortal body with 40 immortal dragons' offensive and defensive power. Because of that, I have a relatively good understanding of immortal dragon power. This is equivalent to the power of 10 trillion cauldrons in the mundane world. At this moment, the demonic veins in the left arm demon emperor's palm have merged and created ancient demonic dragons. The power contained in each ancient demonic dragon is exactly equivalent to the power of one immortal dragon. One immortal dragon power. It was equivalent to a demon dragon being born in the left arm demon monarch's palm. In the end, a total of 40 demonic dragons were created in the palm of the left arm demon the Arch. In other words, Xiao Han's left arm contained demonic energy. It was equivalent to 40 celestial dragon power. Ho, ho, ho! 40 demonic dragons roamed, circled, and roared in the palm of Xiao Han's left arm. Demonic light soared into the sky, multicolored light pervading the air. These 40 demonic dragons definitely had the power to destroy this mortal world and countless other mortal worlds. This wasn't the demonic energy of the mortal world. Any demonic sovereign or demonic the Arch in the mortal world couldn't possibly possess such pure and noble demonic energy. This was the authentic power of the demonic world. It was a supreme force that was comparable to the celestial force of an immortal. It was the power at the top of the food chain. The 40 demonic dragons were all derived from Xiao Han's will and power. When Xiao Han used them, he could control them as if they were his own arms and fingers. Moreover, The 40 celestial dragon power was completely different from the 40 celestial dragon power of Xiao Han's immortal body. Xiao Han's immortal body was pure physical strength. The Thunder God Tyrant body's attacks were sharp, but it only focused on explosive, tearing, and destructive power. There was no technique to speak of. To put it bluntly, it was just brute force. Although he only had celestial force, if he encountered an immortal who descended, he couldn't kill him unless he ambushed them when they were unprepared. If it was a head-on fight, Xiao Han wouldn't be able to defend himself once the immortal who descended used celestial arts and dharma treasures. Perhaps he could only protect himself. However, the 40 celestial dragon power in the left arm demon monarch's palm could be used to activate demonic arts. The large number of grooves on the left arm demon monarch's palm were inlaid with demon emperor crystals and a large number of demon monarch forbidden spell runes. As a result, Xiao Han had mastered at least a few thousand demonic arts, and even more than 100 forbidden demonic arts. These were all obtained by Xiao Han after he slaughtered the demonic army during the planar calamity. He had refined all of them into the monarch beast's left arm. Before this, Xiao Han's demon emperor left arm palm hadn't evolved yet. Therefore, when he activated his demonic power and used these demonic arts and secret arts, he would be invincible in the mortal world. He would be able to kill any tower master or demon emperor. However, no matter how strong the demonic arts and secret techniques were, they couldn't fight against immortals because their demonic energy was too weak. They weren't on the same level at all. But now, the demonic energy contained in the left arm demon monarch's palm had evolved to the level of high-level demons in the upper realm. One celestial dragon power was on par with one celestial dragon power. Therefore, with Xiao Han's current demonic energy, he could use any of the demonic arts and forbidden spell inlaid into the left arm demon monarch's palm to fight against immortals who descended. He could even kill immortals directly. My combat power now is no less than that of the great demons in the upper realm of demons. According to Brother Jialan, I should be able to fight against a level 4 true immortal. 40 demon dragon power, plus thousands of demonic arts. Xiao Han was shaken to the core. At this point, once I use the demonic arts, the Son of Heaven will most likely not be my match. Even Brother Jialan, I can fight against him directly. If I use thousands of demonic arts and secret techniques with the demonic energy of a level 4 true immortal, I shouldn't be at a disadvantage against a level 2 true immortal who descended. Xiao Han said in a daze as he used his psyche to penetrate into his left arm demon monarch's palm. He re-examined every demonic art and secret technique he had mastered: apocalyptic demon blade, illusory movement, yellow demon tower, a demon city, heavenly demon immortal slaughtering technique, heavenly demon burning soul technique, thousands of demonic arts. Attack type, defense type, concealment type, destruction type, camouflage type, self-explosion type, control type. Almost everything was there. It was tantamount to Xiao Han reopening a treasure vault. Every demonic art and secret technique is no less than a celestial technique. This time I've struck it rich. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han was simply intoxicated. The Son of Heaven. This time, I'll have a good fight with you. Ha 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 ha. At this point, Xiao Han already had the capital to contend with immortals. I'll try this demonic art. Reincarnation technique. Xiao Han's left arm flashed with demonic light, activating a demonic art on his left arm demon monarch's palm. Boom! A faintly discernible line. An extremely obscure demonic aura swept across the surface of Xiao Han's body. In the next moment, Xiao Han's appearance, temperament, and body changed again. His height had been shortened by a notch, and his temperament had become extremely weak. He was like a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. At the same time, his face also twisted and changed. Finally, Xiao Han's face became square, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Just like that, Xiao Han's disguise was even more realistic than before. Moreover, the disguise this time was almost untraceable. Everyone, even those who were most familiar with Xiao Han, could not recognize him at all. The current Xiao Han seemed to have been reincarnated into another person. This was one of the thousands of demonic arts that Xiao Han had mastered. This was a type of disguised demonic art. It was originally a technique of a mortal demon emperor. Once disguised, it could fool the heavens and the earth, and even human tower masters and half-immortals would not be able to detect it. It was extremely strange. Back then, The demon emperor who was proficient in this demonic art often disguised himself and wantonly harmed humans in the human world. The most shocking time was when this demon emperor actually snuck into the Xianxia pagoda and ate the brains of 90 Xianxia without being detected at all. In the end, the Xianxia pagoda completely collapsed, the tower master went insane, and all the elders went crazy. In the end, this demon emperor ate the leader of the Xianxia of this plane alive, and completed the demon race's great feat of conquering the plane and enslaving the human race. Now, Xiao Han had used the reincarnation technique with the demonic power of 40 demon dragons. His concealment and disguise skills were not something that the demon emperor could compare with. Ha ha ha, now, my disguise will not be a problem for me to fool those level 1 and level 2 true immortals who have descended. Xiao Han laughed casually and walked out in a dignified manner. Although this disguise technique is performed with demonic arts, those true immortals who have descended cannot see the subtle demonic aura fluctuations on my body. Reincarnation. Almost no one in this world can see through my true form. Unless they are high-level true immortals, but high-level true immortals cannot descend to the mortal plane. At the same time, the demon god's eerie and evil laughter came from Xiao Han's heart. There was a hint of gratification in this laughter, as if it was extremely satisfied with Xiao Han's current achievements and performance. Xiao Han wandered freely on the streets of this city in the northern region. He even bought a folding fan and swayed it back and forth. He completely looked like a weak scholar. There was even a hint of pedantry. At the same time, Xiao Han was also observing. Currently, the entire city was in a state of chaos. There were checks everywhere, and soldiers armed to the teeth were patrolling everywhere, tracking down passers-by. There were even some cold-looking martial artists in the true energy realm wandering the streets and alleys like ghosts. Xiao Han also clearly saw some outsiders with faces full of resentment, cursing and swearing as they were escorted out of the city by fiendish soldiers. Oh, that bastard son of heaven is ordering the mortals to search the entire northern region for outsiders again. Xiao Han sneered. At this moment, dozens of soldiers and rogue cultivators of the Jianghu walked towards Xiao Han from all directions with malicious expressions, surrounding him. Mountain range palace Jialanzi, Wu Yu, and the others were extremely worried about Xiao Han's safety. Brother Jialanzi. Ever since Xiao Han killed immortal Du Longzi, he disappeared without a trace. There is no news of him at all. I wonder where he is now. Wu Yu said worriedly. In the northern region. Jia Lanzi's pupils shrank slightly. Now, almost all the immortals who have descended to this plane have gathered in the northern region and sealed off the entire northern region. After a pause, Jia Lanzi looked at Wu Yu. Brother Wu, let's go to the northern region as well. Although we won't interfere with the bet between Xiao Han and Son of Heaven, I can't help but want to go to the northern region. I don't know why, but I keep feeling that something very special will happen in the northern region in the future. Chapter 599. Xiao Han had just completed the evolution of the left arm of the demon monarch palm and condensed the strength of 40 demon dragons, causing all the demon emperor crystals and demon monarch mystic technique runes embedded in the left arm of the demon monarch palm to be transformed from useless to a great treasure that could compete with the descending immortals. This made Xiao Han feel very satisfied. Xiao Han walked out of the inn and walked on the streets of the city. Immediately, aggressive humans swarmed him from all directions and surrounded him. Xiao Han did not mind and calmly stood there. Then, his mental energy quietly spread out and enveloped the entire northern region. All of a sudden, Xiao Han froze for a moment. Northern region. The number of immortals was already close to 300. This was an extremely shocking number. Xiao Han knew that there were only about 300 immortals that descended to his plane. Now, the immortals that gathered in the northern region were almost the total number of immortals that descended. Among these nearly 300 immortal senses, Xiao Han found some familiar immortal senses. Among them, there was the aura of Heaven Emperor and the group of immortals under him. Xiao Han even found Tao Tai Zi, Hei Hei Zi, Su Huai Zi, Yu Yongzi, Marvelous Mathematician, and other immortals that had obtained a place to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure from him. Among the nearly 300 immortal senses, some were full of resentment and hatred, some were full of curiosity, and some were slightly worried. Yes, not all the immortals in the northern region wanted to capture and humiliate Xiao Han. There were also immortals that were extremely repulsed by Heaven Emperor. Moreover, Xiao Han also found that the spatial crystal barrier of the entire northern region had been solidified by layers of immortal senses. This made it impossible for Xiao Han to use illusory movement to teleport away from the northern region. Of course, with Xiao Han's current demonic strength, he could forcibly use illusory movement to break through the immortal senses. However, it would definitely alarm the immortals and cause Heaven Emperor and the other immortals to besiege and kill him. However, why would Xiao Han want to escape at this moment? I've used this strange demonic technique of the reincarnation technique. My current concealment technique is several times more powerful than the one I used to change the frequency of my soul fluctuations. Moreover, it has been proven that the true immortals who descend here, whether they are level 1 or level 2 true immortals, are almost unable to see through my disguise or detect my aura. Now that I've sensed the demonic qi, I'm absolutely safe. There's no need for me to run away. Xiao Han's mentality was also very relaxed. Indeed, he stood there. Dozens of celestial intents had already swept across the sky to investigate him, but none of them had found any flaws on Xiao Han's body. Oh, you don't look familiar. Show me your household registration certificate, said a middle-aged soldier. He walked straight to Xiao Han and berated him without the slightest scruple. At this moment, Xiao Han was dressed like a frail scholar. He held a folding fan in his hand, and there was not the slightest energy fluctuation coming from his body. Furthermore, his physical body seemed to be extremely weak. In the face of the interrogation, he became playful and said while shaking his head, I am a scholar. I came all the way from the eastern region to collect poems. Unexpectedly, you people of the northern region are really ridiculous. You interrogate and capture outsiders all over the street. How dare you? How dare you? Ha 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 ha. This scholar doesn't have much flesh on his body, but he's really pedantic. Ha 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 ha. The soldiers and Jianghu cultivators who surrounded Xiao Han all burst into laughter. Then, the soldiers forcibly took Xiao Han away without any explanation. Xiao Han did not resist at all. He happily left with the soldiers. Not far from the city where Xiao Han was, there was a big city that was as warm as spring. In a restaurant in the city, a group of men and women with extremely noble temperaments were sitting in a private room on the 3rd floor of the restaurant. This group of men and women all had a faint immortal aura. Although they all looked young and were in the prime of their youth, they all had the air of immortals and were not to be underestimated. Oh whoa. A man with a fat head and big ears was squatting at the table, eating and drinking like a whirlwind. A valiant and formidable-looking woman slightly frowned. She was both angry and amused at the same time. Tao Tai, you still have the mood to eat, drink and be merry at this time? Really? The one who was eating and drinking was the immortal Tao Tai. Beside Tao Tai were Black and White Zi, Su Huizi, Xianxia, marvelous mathematician, Yu Yangzi, a group of immortals. Brother Tao Tai, don't eat any more. Yu Yangzi shook his head and laughed. Now, Brother Xiao has been confirmed to be in the northern region. The entire northern region has been completely sealed. The Son of Heaven and the others have gathered a large number of immortals and vowed to capture Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao is in trouble. How can we sit back and do nothing? Gugug. Tao Tai gulped down another gourd of wine and said with a chuckle. Everyone, don't worry. Brother Xiao Han will not lose today's bet. In the demonic hero pagoda of this plane, all of you have seen Brother Xiao's miraculous means with your own eyes. He can even refine immortal tools, magic treasures, and ancient divine medicines that we can't refine and create a rare dual attribute immortal physique. How can such a person be defeated by a despicable person like the Son of Heaven? Don't worry, everyone. Even so, the Son of Heaven is not that easy to deal with. Moreover, the Son of Heaven has gathered a lot of immortals. It's inevitable that Brother Xiao can't do anything alone. We have all received Brother Xiao's kindness. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Let's think of a way to help Brother Xiao deal with the Son of Heaven together. Su Huizi said seriously. Don't act rashly. If we interfere, Brother Xiao will lose. The experienced and prudent Black and White man said. We're all very familiar with the frequency of Brother Xiao's soul fluctuations. Even we can't find Brother Xiao now. Therefore, even though Emperor Heaven has the advantage in numbers, he might not be able to find Brother Xiao. Since Brother Jialan can't intervene, we can't be too smart. How about this? If everyone wants to help Brother Xiao, then from now on, we'll split up and contact the immortals who have come to the northern region. We'll ask them not to ally with Emperor Heaven and become his accomplice. I believe that many of the immortals who have come to the northern region are just here to watch the show and not to go against Brother Xiao. We'll contact this group of immortals and make them all stand on Brother Xiao's side. All right, that valiant female immortal said. He stood up immediately. Let's split up. As long as we stand on Brother Xiao's side and don't go against Brother Xiao, then the matter of the quota will be settled. He was easy to talk to. Brother Xiao is not a person who makes things difficult for others by nature. On the contrary, if you follow Son of Heaven, you might lose the chance to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Let's go. Let's go find those neutral immortals and persuade them. Xianxia, Tao Tai, Xianxia, and the other immortals all stood up. High heaven in the northern territory. Immortal clouds floated in the sky. Heaven's sun was sitting upright. At this moment, his expression was extremely serious. Moreover, his lips opened and closed repeatedly. Countless air currents surged and blew into the distance. It seemed that these air currents were blowing toward another plane. Furthermore, one could faintly see faint immortal character runes within the airflow. The immortals standing behind Son of Heaven all had tense expressions. Deep in their eye sockets, there was a hint of uneasiness and apprehension. They were among themselves. They were also using their immortal senses to whisper and communicate with each other through their souls. Everyone, the situation seems to be extremely bad. It's far beyond our control. Originally, we thought that we could seal off the northern territory and then invite a large number of immortals and countless mortals to conduct a carpet search. We can find Xiao Han. Even if we can't find him directly, we can still get some clues. But now it seems that we were wrong. We've searched for many days and found nothing. Could it be that we're going to lose to Xiao Han this time? Once we lose, the consequences will be unimaginable. Say, back then, none of us thought that it would be like this. Xiao Han is too powerful. At this moment, Son of Heaven stood up with his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with indifference and pride, as well as confidence. Enough. Don't use soul transmissions to communicate. I understand your thoughts very well. None of you can afford to lose. Son of Heaven said indifferently. Then he smiled coldly. Indeed, none of us can afford to lose. None of us are willing to lose to a mortal. But according to the current situation, it's very likely that we'll lose. After a pause, Son of Heaven suddenly raised his voice. But we won't lose. Ha 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 ha. Just now, I've already communicated with a few of my best friends. They will rush over from other planes to help me. What? The few immortals were horrified. A few of my best friends, such as Ghost Spirit, have also descended from the immortal world. However, they didn't descend to this realm. Instead, they descended to another mundane realm. Just now, I've already told them the spatial coordinates of this realm and asked them to come and help me immediately. The Son of Heaven's face was filled with a ferocious and confident smile. About a few days later, several of my good friends will arrive. With the arrival of strong reinforcements, I'd like to see if Xiao Han, that ant, can continue to hide. Humph. You should know how powerful my friend, the Phantom Child, is. Phantom Child cultivates a soul-type immortal technique. His combat strength won't lose to me, nor will he lose to Jia Lanzi. Moreover, Phantom Child is best at dissecting souls and tracing soul fluctuations. No matter how Xiao Han disguises himself, he definitely can't hide from Phantom Child. But, Big Brother Son of Heaven, isn't this against the rules? The few immortals said anxiously. The immortals who descended to this plane are already in a situation where there are too many monks but not enough gruel to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. Now, Big Brother Son of Heaven is asking the immortals who descended to other planes to come over. What if Phantom Child and the others also want to obtain a spot from Xiao Han? Wouldn't that be crossing the line? Shut up. You trash. It's impossible to find Xiao Han with just you. Son of Heaven scolded coldly. After a pause, Son of Heaven's tone also slightly slowed down. Don't worry, Phantom Child and the others have most likely obtained a spot from other planes. They're here this time only to help me. Besides, even if they need a spot, it doesn't matter. I'll guarantee the spots for you guys. I can't let you go back empty-handed." Hearing this, the few immortals heaved a sigh of relief. One of the immortals said softly, "Yes, Big Brother Son of Heaven, Phantom Child's reputation is also very famous in the immortal world. He's a rare cultivator of mental strength. His tracking and identification skills are indeed unparalleled. As long as Phantom Child comes, Xiao Han will have nowhere to hide. Of course, after I capture Xiao Han, I'll definitely torture him until he's better off dead than alive." Son of Heaven gritted his teeth and said, Chapter 600. Xiao Han was brought to a huge square in the city by the group of soldiers. At this moment, there were nearly 10,000 people gathered in the square. There were ordinary mortals, martial artists, and even some true Qi realm martial artists. There were men and women, old and young, and all of them were foreigners. Not only were these foreigners not allowed to leave the northern region, but they were also forcibly brought here to be interrogated. This caused the outsiders to all have indignant expressions on their faces. But most of them didn't dare to say anything. That was because there was a young man with an extremely sharp and cold aura overseeing the plaza. This young man swept his gaze across the plaza as if he wanted to devour everyone. His aura was completely suppressing the outsiders in the plaza. None of the foreigners had any doubt that this young man could kill them with a slight movement of his finger. Oh, so it's an immortal. Xiao Han stood among the foreigners without batting an eyelid, but his heart was full of mockery. "I'm standing right in front of you. I'd like to see what you can find." "Ha ha ha. Idiot." At this moment, the city lord of this city timidly walked to the side of the immortal and said in a low voice, "Sir, you're not allowed to enter or leave our city." "Mister, no one is allowed to enter or leave this city. Currently, the check on the foreigners has been completed. The last wave of foreigners has already entered the plaza. Mister, please take a look." The immortal nodded slightly. There were traces of fatigue on his face as he murmured, "I've searched another city. After this last batch of people is done, I'll head to the other cities and search again." After saying that, the immortal's immortal sense spread out like a tide and directly enveloped the tens of thousands of foreigners standing in the square. The search began. The immortal's immortal sense carefully identified the frequency of the tens of thousands of foreigners' soul fluctuations. At such a close distance, the immortal used his immortal sense to carefully identify the frequency of these foreigners' soul fluctuations. It was also extremely accurate. As soon as he found something wrong, he could immediately respond. His immortal senses were like the tide, rolling past every single outsider and inspecting them inch by inch. Xiao Han smiled faintly and stood still. The immortal's immortal sense carefully searched Xiao Han's body and soul aura. However, Xiao Han's reincarnation spell was unleashed with the demonic power of 40 demonic dragons. How could a level 2 true immortal see through it? Naturally, the immortal's inspection of Xiao Han lasted for hundreds of breaths before it finally ended. The immortal didn't discover anything. The immortal was extremely strict. It took him the time it took to make a cup of tea before he finished inspecting the soul fluctuations of the tens of thousands of people in the square. He bitterly shook his head with a slightly disappointed look on his face as he indifferently said to the city lord, "All right, get these outsiders to disperse. I will leave this city right now." "Yes, yes." The city lord nodded and bowed. "Heh. If you continue searching like this, not to mention half a year, even if you have 10 or 20 years, you definitely won't be able to find me." Xiao Han laughed coldly in his heart. Xiao Han's reincarnation secret art allowed him to transform into an endless number of different kinds of soul fluctuations. He could disguise himself as a peddler, a noble, a true Qi expert. This made Xiao Han invincible. Whoosh! In next to no time, the immortal transformed into a ray of light that flashed and vanished into the distance. Damn it! The outsiders in the square all heaved a sigh of relief. They cursed and left like the tide. Forget it. This city has already been searched by those rude fellows. Although we will still not be able to leave in the future, it will be better than being captured and inspected. Some of the outsiders repeatedly comforted themselves. Yes, no immortals would come to this city to search again. The immortals would focus their energy on other cities that hadn't been searched yet. I'll stay in this city leisurely for a period of time, waiting for these immortals to become anxious and impatient after failing so many times, and their defenses slacken. Then, I'll slowly settle the score with them. Heh, what if I kill some more immortals and obtain their immortal bodies and immortal artifacts to feed my left demon monarch palm? Xiao Han's heart was slightly burning. He licked his lips as he walked. Son of Heaven, you spent so much effort to deal with me, Xiao Han. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Du Longzi is only the first immortal to fall, but he definitely won't be the last. Now that his combat strength had skyrocketed, Xiao Han already had the idea of going all out and going all out. In the beginning, Xiao Han still had an instinctive fear towards the descending immortals. Then, after successfully forging a dual attribute immortal body, Xiao Han dared to deal with immortals and even ambush them. At this time, his demon power and demonic techniques were flourishing, which made Xiao Han even more confident. Even in the face of immortals, he had a near-invincible mentality. Son of Heaven and the other immortals had gone too far. Xiao Han wanted to completely bury this group of immortals in the mortal world. After retreating from the square, Xiao Han happily went to drink good wine and taste the local delicacies of the northern region. Then, he wandered around the city. He went to the flower and bird markets and was in an extremely good mood. After that, Xiao Han found the most beautifully decorated inn in the city and settled down comfortably. In the next few days, Xiao Han's life was very regular. He got up in the morning and drank his morning tea. Then, he would go to the flower and bird markets or walk his dog. After lunch, he would go to the market to find people to play chess with. At night, if he was in a good mood, he would go and listen to beautiful girls sing. Xiao Han was not in a hurry at all. He was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the patience of Son of Heaven and the other immortals to be worn down bit by bit, and the chance to be in chaos. There are only 3 months left before the half-year bet. Son of Heaven, let's see if you are in a hurry. Xiao Han was extremely confident in his heart. In the sky leading to the northern region. Xiao. Above an immortal cloud, Jianghu stood against the wind. His brows were slightly knitted as if he was thinking about something but could not find an answer. Wu Yu, Xiaoming Chu, Dongfang Qin, and Feng Ling stood behind Jianghu. Brother Jianghu, we are about to reach the northern region. Wu Yu said with slight excitement. Indeed, the entire northern region seems to be extremely rich in immortal qi. Obviously, there are many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. After a pause, Wu Yu sighed. I wonder how Xiao Han is now. He is dealing with so many immortals with his own strength. This is really... Sect Master Wu, don't worry. Brother Xiao is currently safe and sound. On the other hand, Son of Heaven and the others are already as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Jianghu said with a forced smile. Brother Xiao has hidden himself very well. Xiao Mingchu suddenly said. We have been brothers with junior brother Xiao Han for so many years. We are very familiar with him. I have a subtle feeling that junior brother Xiao Han is indeed in the northern region, but we can't know his exact location. There are still 3 months until the bet. Feng Ling's eyes focused. As long as Xiao Han can survive these 3 months, Son of Heaven and the other immortals will lose and have to obediently scram back to the immortal world. Brother Xiao has a great chance of winning. However, I have a feeling that an extremely sensational event will happen in the northern region. Jianghu's eyes were shrouded in a layer of fog and his brows could not relax. This. Brother Jianghu, what is the event that you are referring to? Wu Yu and the others asked in unison. However, Jianghu shook his head slightly. It's a kind of premonition, Sect Master Wu and everyone else. Back in the immortal world, I followed some elders and cultivated for a period of time. Those elders are all very powerful, and they are experts in divination so they can roughly predict the future. I am not talented, but I have only learned a little. Suddenly, Jianghu's eyes focused and looked at the vast territory of the northern region. I seem to have seen a bloody world. Massacres, storms, and corpses are everywhere. This is an ominous sign. Never mind, the northern region is relatively peaceful now. Brother Xiao won't show himself easily. Perhaps nothing major will happen. Maybe my senses were wrong. After a pause, Xianxia sorted out his emotions. Then, with a wave of his right hand, several celestial talismans burned and turned into ashes that entered his body, as well as the bodies of Wu Li and the others. Then, their auras became extremely faint and undetectable. Let's also conceal our auras and quietly enter the northern region. Don't let Son of Heaven and the others discover us, lest there be any complications, Xianxia said with a faint smile. Let's go into the northern region. Western region. A vast desert. Thousands of miles of yellow sand. Hot steam rose. This was an uninhabited desert area, and it was completely empty. At this moment, boom! In the sky, a giant vortex suddenly appeared. Terrifying energy fluctuations formed beams of light that shot out from the vortex and directly bombarded the desert. Bang! Bang! Billions of tons of yellow sand exploded. Evaporated. Obliterated. In the blink of an eye, the huge desert evolved into a giant crater. Not even a blade of grass grew. Not a single grain of sand touched it. Then, ha 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 ha, I finally arrived at this plain. Ha ha ha. A large group of men and women, nearly 100 in number, descended from the giant vortex in the sky. These men and women, each and every one of them empty-handed, looked down on everything, as if they were kings of the world. Their pores floated with the charm of immortals. They were all immortals. The leader was dressed in a black robe. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were extremely special. They were bottomless, like an abyss, a nightmare. These eyes seemed to be able to absorb all light and seemed to be able to devour all matter. Anyone who was targeted by these eyes seemed to have nowhere to hide. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would be found by these eyes. These were a pair of demonic eyes. Haha, spectral child, Emperor Xianxia actually told us the spatial coordinates of the mortal realm that he descended to. Heh, most of us didn't manage to obtain a spot to enter the second floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure, so we were worried and frustrated. I didn't expect Emperor Xianxia to lead us here, giving us another chance. This time, no matter what price we have to pay, we must get the quota in this plane. A short and fat immortal said while licking his lips. Heh, His Majesty and I are sworn friends. He seems to have encountered a troublesome matter in this realm, so he asked me to come over and help him. His Majesty promised that once the matter is resolved, we will be able to divide the spots in this realm together. The black-robed immortal said coldly. All right, let's go meet up with Heaven's Son and help him solve the problem. Chapter 601. Another group of immortals had arrived at Xiao Han's plain. The immortal world attached great importance to the exploration of the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove. Some immortal emperors with authority had selected a large number of young immortals from a large number of sects in the immortal world to meet the requirements of descending to the mundane plane. Immortals who were limited to level 2 true immortals were allowed to descend to various mundane planes. They were looking for mortal geniuses who had obtained immortal keys from the genius zone. Although there was no written rule, the immortals who had descended to a certain plane were not allowed to go to other planes. They could not cross the boundary. To put it bluntly, they could not go to other immortals' planes to snatch a spot. In other words, they could not snatch food from other people's bowls. At this moment, Spectral Child had received the invitation of Sun Heaven and directly arrived at Xiao Han's plane. It was tantamount to crossing the boundary. Let's go. Let's find Sun Heaven. Under Spectral Child's command, a large group of immortals flew towards the northern region. Master Spectral Spirit was also a natural leader and had a huge aura. Therefore, the immortals who followed behind him were all respectful and submissive, as if they were giving orders to him. The number of immortals following Spectral Child was also close to 100. Big Brother Spectral Child, this plane seems to be much more prosperous than the planes we descended to. Some immortals said to Spectral Child with a smile. It is said that in this plane, there is only one mortal who holds the spot to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove. Some of the planes we descended to also have more than one mortal who holds the spot. But in this plane, there is only one, and that is Xiao Han. Yes, Xiao Han, said another immortal. Another immortal nodded slightly. This person is not simple. It is said to be the first level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure trove. In the Genius Zone, the mortal who obtained the title of Chief Genius obtained the only purple immortal key. He is an extremely powerful mortal. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, many immortals let out mocking and disdainful laughter. Powerful? No matter how powerful he is still immortal, a slightly stronger ant. Yes, even if he is the chief genius among the mortals. If we want to kill him, all we need is a thought. Now that we're in this plane, the first thing we need to do is to capture Xiao Han and intimidate him. Once we have him under our control, we'll make him docile and obedient to us. If we want him to kneel, he'll kneel. If they wanted him to die, he would die. He was just a mere mortal. It's impossible that I can't handle it. Enough. All of you, shut up. Suddenly, the spirit child spoke indifferently. Although his tone was extremely light, the sound waves contained a bewitching and soul-shaking power. All of a sudden, the gossiping immortals shut their mouths. Keep quiet out of fear. All of them stared at the son of spirit with their mouths agape. Xiao Han is indeed not a person to be underestimated. Don't think that all mortals are the same as the mundane realms that you've descended to, that they're all so weak that they wag their tails and beg for pity. I can tell you that the reason Sun Heaven sent me a message to help is because he suffered a loss at Xiao Han's hands, Master Spectral Spirit said indifferently. The troublesome matter that I told you about is referring to this Xiao Han. Hiss! A large group of immortals gasped in shock. Sun Heaven. He actually suffered a loss in the hands of Xiao Han. A mortal like Xiao Han. This is unbelievable. Sun Heaven is an outstanding immortal among the younger generation of our immortal world. That mortal Xiao Han is an expert in soul spirit power and knows how to disguise. Suddenly, Master Spectral Spirit smiled mockingly. His eyes were filled with eagerness as he suddenly became excited. I'm also an expert in soul spirit power. Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect that after descending to the mundane world, I would actually find such a spice in the incomparably dull atmosphere. After a pause, Master Spectral Spirit raised his eyes to the sky and murmured, I've already obtained the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure from Immortal Genius in the plane that I descended to. However, that Xiao Han obtained a purple immortal key, which is known as the most precious immortal key. With my identity, I naturally used the purple immortal key to teleport to the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. That's the only logical thing. Therefore, it's certain that I'll obtain a quota from Xiao Han. As for you, some of you didn't obtain a quota. Now, obtain it from Xiao Han. Master Spectral Spirit said with absolute certainty. Thank you, Big Brother Spectral Spirit, for giving us this opportunity. Dozens of immortals expressed their gratitude at the same time. Moreover, each of their faces revealed an expression of being rescued from a hopeless situation. After a brief pause, one of the immortals said with a slightly worried tone. However, Big Brother Yuling Zi, I heard that the sanctimonious Jia Lanzi has also descended to this plane. Jia Lanzi has always been the sworn enemy of the Heaven Emperor. If we help the Heaven Emperor to deal with Xiao Han and seize the quota, I'm afraid that Jia Lanzi will interfere. It's fine. I'll join hands with Sun Heaven and will definitely defeat Jia Lanzi. Master Spectral Spirit smiled coldly. Northern Region. In a restaurant in a bustling downtown area. In a private room on the second floor. Tao Tai, Hei Zi, and Yu Yangzi, the three immortals who descended, were entertaining 6 immortals. These 6 immortals all had extremely kind temperaments and a sense of righteousness. At this moment, Tao Tai said with a huff. Everyone, I hope that you won't continue to help that despicable person, Sun Heaven. I think you all know Sun Heaven's character very well. This person is arbitrary and self-opinionated. Don't make a mistake. On the contrary, Brother Xiao Han has a firm grasp on the quota. One word from him can let you enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure in a few years. Moreover, Brother Xiao Han has a boundless future. In the future, he will definitely be able to ascend to the immortal world. He's very easy to get along with now. If you make friends with him, you will definitely benefit a lot. Brother Tao Tai, don't worry. The few of us originally only came to the northern region to watch the show. We have never intervened in the battle between Sun Heaven and Xiao Han. We are naturally willing to get along with Xiao Han peacefully. In exchange for a quota. We are also willing to be friends with a mortal like Xiao Han. After all, even Jia Lanzi is friends with Xiao Han. We have always admired Jia Lanzi's judgment of people. The 6 immortals all said with a serious face. That's good. Well then, everyone, I'll take my leave now and wait for Xiao Han to appear. When Xiao Han appears, I, Tao Tai, will introduce Xiao Han to you. You can discuss the quota. Tao Tai said in a clear voice. The 6 immortals exchanged pleasantries and then left one after another. It seems that most of the descended immortals are actually unwilling to conspire with Sun Heaven. Black and White smiled with satisfaction. Then, his expression was slightly stifled, and he immediately smiled. Su Huizi and Xianxia have also successfully contacted 4 descended immortals. These 4 immortals are also willing to drink and chat with Brother Xiao. There will be no war. These immortal friends of Xiao Han were contacting the descended immortals, asking them to stand on Xiao Han's side and not cooperate with Sun Heaven to deal with Xiao Han. An empire in the northern region. In a restaurant in the imperial city. Jia Lanzi, Wu Hao, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and Feng Ling had already concealed their auras and arrived in the northern region. There are immortal senses everywhere in the northern region. There are a lot of immortals. It's really chaotic. I hope these immortals are not Xiao Han's enemies. Wu Hao said with a tense face. Heh. Sect Master Wu. Don't worry too much about Brother Xiao. Until now, Sun Heaven and the others have been searching for Brother Zhao's whereabouts in vain. Brother Zhao's hiding is too perfect. Jia Lanzi smiled. Suddenly, Jia Lanzi's expression changed dramatically. Jia Lanzi's eyebrows were tightly knitted. His facial expression began to distort. A look of anger appeared on Jia Lanzi's face. What's going on? Brother Jia Lanzi, what are you doing? Wu Hao and the others were all shocked. How dare you? This is really outrageous. Jia Lanzi almost roared in anger. Sun Heaven can't do anything to Brother Xiao. He actually invited reinforcements. Jia Lanzi said angrily. Brother Jia Lanzi, Sun Heaven has been winning over immortals everywhere and has received a lot of help. This is not something that happened in a day or two. It has been like this for a long time. Why is Brother Jia Lanzi so angry now? Feng Ling said puzzledly. Sun Heaven broke the rules. He actually told the group of immortals who descended to other planes the spatial coordinates of this plane. Jia Lanzi's pupils shrank. Nearly 100 immortals who should have descended to other planes, uninvited guests, have now entered the northern region and met up with the Emperor of Heaven. What? Immortals who descended to other planes suddenly came to our plane? Wu Hao and the others were shocked. Ghost Child. Sun Heaven actually invited Ghost Child. Jia Lanzi's face was as dark as water. Ghost Child. Wu Hao and the others all looked at Jia Lanzi. This person is good at soul and mental strength cultivation. He is said to have a pair of eyes that can see through reincarnation and is best at tracking and investigation. Jia Lanzi frowned. This time, Brother Xiao is in trouble. Northern region. Ha 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 ha. Ghost Child, long time no see. You're still the same. Ha ha ha. Sun Heaven led dozens of immortals and finally met up with the immortals led by Ghost Child. The two of them were full of joy and greeted each other enthusiastically. This time, I still have to thank Ghost Child for helping me. Sun Heaven smiled. Sun Heaven, you and I are friends of life and death. There's no need to be polite. Ghost Child also smiled. Speaking of which, it's also embarrassing to actually fall into the hands of a mortal. It's really frustrating. However, it's not that the mortal's combat strength is fierce, but he's too slippery. He's good at changing the frequency of soul fluctuations and changing his temperament. And I'm not good at the Tao of Soul, so I need Ghost Child's help. Ghost Child, don't worry. As long as we capture Xiao Han, the quota will be decided by the two of us. Sun Heaven said seriously. Well said. Ghost Child smiled confidently. Then let's begin. Sun Heaven, don't worry. No matter how deep that Xiao Han hides, no matter who he disguises as, give me 2 hours, I'll capture him. To be continued. You. Chapter 602. That ghost child had finally arrived from another plane and met up with Son of Heaven. Watermark advertisement test. After the watermark advertisement test, Ghost Child immediately sat down cross-legged and condensed his mental force. In his brain, there was a faint strange sound of surging tides. Rays of dazzling red halos radiated out. Upon closer inspection, these red halos were densely packed with immortal character runes. Moreover, there were countless thumb-sized shadows of Ghost Child sitting cross-legged. Extremely mystical. Son of Heaven looked at Ghost Child with great satisfaction. He subconsciously nodded and murmured, "Xiao Han, I want to see how you will escape this time." "It's all right, Son of Heaven, don't be anxious. Within 2 hours, Xiao Han will be captured." Ghost Child smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with conceit. Hearing this, the immortals under Son of Heaven's command were all very disdainful. One should know that although this Ghost Child was invited, he should not have been able to come to this mundane plane. The plane that he planned to descend on was not this plane. Moreover, not only did Ghost Child come by himself, he also brought nearly 100 aggressive immortals with him. In this case, it was very likely that they would be able to divide the limited quota to enter the second floor of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure. This caused the immortals under Son of Heaven to instinctively reject Ghost Child and the others. When they heard Ghost Child swear that he would capture Xiao Han within 2 hours, they did not think much of it. "You want to capture Xiao Han within 2 hours? You're too arrogant." Under the lead of Big Brother Son of Heaven, we sealed the North region and searched for more than a month. We couldn't even find a single trace of Xiao Han's hiding spot. The moment Ghost Child came. "You want to capture Xiao Han? Dream on." If he really finds Xiao Han within 2 hours, it will highlight our incompetence and cause us to lose all our face. Very soon, the dazzling red halos emitted from Ghost Child's brain overlapped and shrouded the entire North region. The soul fluctuations and aura of all the living beings in this North region are all within my grasp. Ghost Child smiled slightly. "I specialize in soul-type immortal arts. This time, I encountered a mortal whose soul is comparable to an ordinary immortal. Interesting, very interesting. But it's impossible for me, Ghost Child, to lose to a mortal in terms of soul." Pausing for a moment, Master Spectral frowned slightly. "Oh? I seem to have sensed Jia Lanzi's soul aura. He appeared in the northern region. Jia Lanzi is here too? Oh. Jia Lanzi had also quietly arrived in the northern region? I didn't notice that." Heaven Emperor was slightly stunned, but he quickly smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, Spirit Child. If the two of us join forces, we have absolute confidence in suppressing Jia Lanzi. Even if Jia Lanzi wanted to intervene and save Xiao Han, there's nothing I can do." After pausing for a moment, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across the eyes of the Son of Heaven. At this time, if Jia Lanzi, that sanctimonious fellow, dares to jump out again, he will be seeking his own death. That's right, Son of Heaven. If you and I join forces, Jia Lanzi will definitely lose. Then, I will start searching for Xiao Han's soul aura. Son of Heaven, previously, you have obtained the soul aura frequency of Xiao Han's first disguise. Now that he has changed his soul aura again, you will not be able to find Xiao Han based on the first soul aura frequency. I have a few ways to quickly find Xiao Han. The first is to reverse the soul aura frequency. The second is to provide Xiao Han's original soul aura frequency, and the soul aura frequency after his first disguise. Then we can deduce the embryonic form of his soul. Embryonic form of his soul? Heaven Emperor and the other immortals were puzzled. Ha 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 ha, Master Spectral laughed loudly. When talking about souls, you naturally don't understand. To put it simply, every living being, be it a mortal or an immortal, has a specific soul aura and soul origin. No matter how much they disguise or hide, the soul origin will not change. For example, if Xiao Han disguises himself as a rough and fierce man, will he really become a rough and fierce man? Actually, no. The essence of his soul will still not change. Oh, I kind of understand now. Heaven Emperor nodded seriously. Spirit Child, you're trying to deduce the essence of Xiao Han's soul. Then, you'll be able to find Xiao Han, who's pretending to be Xiao Han. Yes. Then, give me the original soul aura frequency imprint and the soul aura frequency imprint after his first disguise. I can quickly deduce the essence of Xiao Han's soul, and find him among the billions of living beings in the northern region. The essence of every person's soul is unique, just like a fingerprint on the palm. Once I deduce the essence of Xiao Han's soul, no matter how he changes, even if he disguises himself as a woman, a child or a baby, I will be able to find him in an instant. Good. You are indeed worthy of being the #1 genius in soul cultivation among the younger generation in the immortal world. Heaven Emperor praised. At the same time, Heaven Emperor flicked his fingers twice and 2 seemingly real yet illusory ripples floated out from his fingertips. These are the soul aura frequency imprints of Xiao Han that I've captured and memorized. Among them are Xiao Han's real soul aura frequency imprints and the soul aura frequency imprints that were collected by my men in the western region after his first disguise. Master Spectral, take a good look at them. Heaven Emperor smiled. Very good. Master Spectral's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex seemed to have appeared in his pitch-black pupils that wanted to devour everything. Many of the immortals present felt dizzy and retreated. The 2 seemingly real yet illusory soul aura frequency imprints were directly absorbed by Master Spectral's pupils. Then, Master Spectral closed his eyes and remained motionless. His expression was as if he was meditating. Heaven Emperor and the other immortals quietened down. Northern Region. In the private room of the restaurant where Jia Lanzi and the others were staying. Jia Lanzi's temperament was also extremely strong. After a short moment of rage and losing his composure, he calmed down. After a short moment of anger, he regained his composure. Jia Lanzi looked at the sky outside the window. Looking at the floating clouds in the sky, he said indifferently, Master Spectral is really powerful. His soul is so strong that I've been discovered by him. Brother Jia Lanzi, what should we do now? Wu Li asked anxiously. That Heaven Emperor is really shameless. He is incompetent and can't find Xiao Han. He actually invited reinforcements from the immortals who descended to other planes. Xiao Mingchu also said with a face of dissatisfaction. Brother Jia Lanzi. In this way, Heaven Emperor has clearly broken the rules of the bet. Jia Lanzi pondered for a moment and then said word by word. Yes, Heaven Emperor has broken the rules of the bet. Moreover, from the current situation, he invited Master Spectral to come over and no longer abide by the rules of the bet. He wants to eat Xiao Han. Moreover, they probably also think that as long as I intervene, they will definitely eat me up. This. Wu Li and the others all stood up anxiously. Shameless. Too shameless. As an immortal, how can he be shameless to this extent? Dong Fengqin was anxious. Everyone, don't worry. Jia Lanzi said solemnly. Let's wait and see for the time being. Let's see if Master Spectral can find Brother Xiao. Once Brother Xiao's whereabouts are exposed, I will make a move. After a pause, Jia Lanzi said coldly in an inaudible voice. Master Spectral, Heaven Emperor, do you really think that if you join forces, you can firmly suppress me, Jia Lanzi? At this moment, Xiao Han was taking a stroll under the lazy afternoon sun, walking in the streets of an ordinary small town in the northern region. He had lived here for more than half a month and was already familiar with many of the shop owners in the streets. Xiao Han chatted and laughed with these acquaintances while reminiscing the little fun that the food at noon brought him. And Xiao Han's current appearance and temperament was that of a harmless scholar. Moreover, he was generous. Therefore, the natives in the small town were also happy to make friends with him. As he walked, Xiao Han's expression changed slightly. His spirit fluctuated a little. Brother Jia Lanzi, sect master, and a few senior brothers have also arrived in the northern region? Xiao Han touched his nose. Although they have weakened their soul aura a lot, I still discovered them immediately. It seems that Brother Jia Lanzi and sect master are also worried about me. Xiao Han, who was besieged on all sides, could not help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. However, at this moment, boom, 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 boom. Xiao Han sensed dense waves of immortal senses flying over from the west region and entering the north region. Nearly 100 immortal senses? Xiao Han frowned. Nearly 100 immortals have swarmed into the northern region. Wait. These immortal senses are not possessed by the immortals who first arrived in my realm. In other words, there are new immortals, nearly 100 in number, who have suddenly arrived in my realm. This caused the number of immortals in my realm to exceed 400. Soon after, Xiao Han realized that all 100 immortals had arrived at the area where Emperor Heaven was and were meeting up with him. This made Xiao Han immediately understand. It seems that Emperor Heaven has found reinforcements to deal with me. Moreover, this batch of reinforcements is coming to my realm for the first time. Did they come from another realm? Or did they directly descend from the immortal realm? Just as Xiao Han was muttering to himself, his spirit fluctuated violently. Xiao Han discovered that among the nearly 100 immortals who had arrived in this realm for the first time, there was an immortal sense that was as deep as the sea. It was like a black hole whirlpool that seemed to be able to devour space and light from all directions. Within this immortal sense, there was a dazzling golden light. There was a golden ball that floated and sank. The surface of this golden ball was engraved with complex and brilliant spirit runes. Moreover, it emitted a tremendous and earth-shattering pressure. It was as if this golden ball could shatter a realm and blow up a planet with just a slight movement. It's a solid-state spirit planet. Xiao Han was astonished. An immortal with an extremely powerful soul and mind power has appeared. His soul and mind power has also reached the solidified realm, just like mine. In fact, although Brother Jialan, Emperor Heaven, and the other immortals are considered leaders among the younger generation of the immortal realm, their soul and mind power are only at the liquefied state and have yet to solidify. Therefore, their soul and mind power are inferior to mine. But now, an immortal with solidified soul and mind power has descended. In terms of soul and mind power alone, this person is on par with me. He's an extremely powerful person. Chapter 603. Northern Region. On a large immortal cloud stood hundreds of immortals with majestic auras. Watermark advertisement test Master Spectral was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Just now, Master Spectral had already devoured the 2 soul frequency imprints of Xiao Han into his eyes. He was analyzing Xiao Han's soul frequency. He wanted to find the essence of Xiao Han's soul. As long as he grasped the essence of Xiao Han's soul, then Spectral Child believed that no matter how Xiao Han disguised himself, he would become his prisoner and be easily captured by him. Not long after, suddenly, Master Spectral opened his eyes. Boom! His eyes suddenly shone like stars and a mental storm suddenly erupted. Layers of ripples appeared in the space and the surrounding immortals all retreated. Even someone as strong as the Son of Heaven took half a step back. He blurted out, Master Spectral, your mental power is indeed able to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It's extraordinary. Ha ha ha, that's enough. Master Spectral suddenly opened his mouth and burst out laughing. Master Spectral, how is it? Son of Heaven's eyes were burning as he approached Master Spectral. The rest of the immortals also couldn't help but move closer. I have extracted the essence of Xiao Han's soul. Master Spectral smiled confidently. Then, a faint mental frequency imprint gushed out from his left eye. This is Xiao Han's original soul aura before he disguised himself. This is also his soul essence. In the next moment, this soul frequency imprint distorted a few times and turned into a round sphere. On the surface of this sphere, there were some complicated engravings. The outside was filled with fog. Oh, this is the essence of Xiao Han's soul? Son of Heaven was slightly puzzled. Xiao Han is indeed powerful. A little mortal has actually cultivated to the realm of mental power solidification. This is almost impossible for a mortal to do. The muscles at the corner of Master Spectral's eyes twitched. His eyes twitched crazily a few times. It seems like Xiao Han has a great opportunity. There must be a great opportunity on him. Maybe there is some supreme mental power cultivation technique that fell into the mortal world and coincidentally fell into Xiao Han's hands. After I capture Xiao Han, I will interrogate him myself. Pausing for a moment, Master Spectral Spirit smiled complacently. Son of Heaven, pay attention. The essence of Xiao Han's soul is a sphere that is indestructible. This meant that he had already cultivated to the level of solidifying his mental power. There was a solidified mental power planet in his sea of consciousness. On this solid mental power planet, the mysterious patterns he drew were the essence of Xiao Han's soul. Son of Heaven, these mysterious patterns are exclusive to Xiao Han. Take a closer look and memorize them. Oh! The spirit runes on the surface of the sphere? Heaven Emperor used his immortal sense to scan it and memorize the complex runes and symbols. Afterwards, Child Spectral opened his right eye and another strand of soul fluctuation shot out. After being distorted, this strand of soul fluctuation became extremely complicated and strange. This was a triangle. On the surface of the triangle, there were some spirit patterns. However, inside the triangle there was a spherical object. On the surface of the spherical object, there was a pattern that had the same frequency as the first soul fluctuation imprint. I understand now, Heaven Emperor said sternly. The second soul fluctuation imprint was born after Xiao Han's disguise. On the surface, it looks like a triangle and the pattern on the surface is completely different from the pattern on the surface of the spherical object. However, inside the triangle. I understand now. I understand now. This is that Xiao Han's disguise. Indeed, Son of Heaven, your soul and mental power are weaker than Xiao Han. Therefore you can't see through his disguise. But now, I have analyzed the essence of Xiao Han's soul. Now, it's time to reel in the net. Master Spectral Spirit suddenly stood up with his hands behind his back. The wind blew and his sleeves fluttered. My celestial consciousness has already covered the entire northern region. Now, I'm going to read the soul essence of all living beings in the northern region. The soul essence of Xiao Han. Son of Heaven, you have all memorized it. Now let's find Xiao Han. Okay. Heaven Emperor was excited. This time, Xiao Han won't be able to escape. The hundreds of immortals nodded their heads. The next moment. Swoosh! 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 The entire northern region was filled with all kinds of spirit runes. These were the spirit runes of all living beings in the northern region. Everyone's mental secret pattern was unique, just like a fingerprint on the palm. With Master Spectral Spirit and Son of Heaven as the leader, the hundreds of immortals present released their immortal sense without restraint and directly swept through the spirit runes of all living beings in the northern region. In the private room of the hotel where Jianghu, Wu Li, and the others were. Not good. Brother Jianghu. I have a feeling that someone is peeping on me. Even my soul is being seen through and all my secrets are exposed. This feeling is making my hair stand on end. Wu Li said nervously. It's not an illusion. Jianghu said with certainty. It's Master Spectral Spirit who is using a special spirit technique to read the essence of our souls. He has already started to search for Brother Xiao. Jianghu waved his hand and an immortal chi shield appeared, covering the entire private room and blocking Master Spectral Spirit's prying. With this, Wu Li, Xiao Mingchu, and the others finally recovered. I believe that Brother Xiao has also sensed it. I wonder how Brother Xiao will deal with it. Jianghu stood up. Once Brother Xiao's whereabouts are exposed, Son of Heaven and Master Spectral Spirit will want to capture Brother Xiao. I have no choice but to take action. At this moment, Xiao Han was also sitting in the back garden of the inn. Suddenly, the solid spirit power star in his sea of consciousness began to squirm. It was trembling and trembling. Moreover, the spirit patterns on the surface of the solid spirit power star suddenly became hot, as if they were being extracted and read by an inexplicable power. The essence of my soul has been seen through. Xiao Han was proficient in soul spirit power and naturally knew what was going on. Amazing. This move is really amazing. Xiao Han could not help but nod repeatedly. The essence of each person's soul is unique. Although I can distort soul fluctuations, I can't control them. Although I can distort the soul fluctuations, I can disguise a different soul aura, but the essence will not change. Right now, the essence of my soul seems to have been seen through. That's right. It must be the immortal that Son of Heaven invited who has reached the solidification stage. He used a special spirit technique. He is searching for me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On the surface of Xiao Han's solid spirit power star, those only belonged to him. The patterns and patterns that were like life imprints became hotter and hotter, trembling incessantly. Finally, in the depths of Xiao Han's soul, there was a feeling of being watched. A terrifying feeling as if he had been seen through. Oh. I've finally been discovered by them. They have seen through my disguise. Xiao Han was slightly stunned for a moment. Then, the corner of his mouth pulled up into a faint smile and quickly calmed down. On the contrary, Xiao Han's heart gave birth to a playful feeling. In the sky of the northern region, trillions of spirit patterns were rising into the air. Hundreds of immortals. Their immortal senses spread out like a tide and quickly read these patterns.
Finally, found it.
Master Spectre roared sternly.
Then his immortal senses.
It directly lit up a spirit pattern that was rising from a certain area on the ground.
Son of Heaven and the other immortals also focused their immortal senses over.
Indeed. This pattern is exactly the same as the essence pattern of Xiao Han's soul.
Found it.
I really found it.
Son of Heaven also let out a roar as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders.
Master Spectre, it's all thanks to you this time.
Ha 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 ha.
This strange spirit technique is really magical. It made Xiao Han unable to hide.
Humph.
On Master Spectre's face, an arrogant and conceited expression appeared. Brother Son of Heaven, I've said it before. Find Xiao Han within 2 hours. How about it? It's not even 2 hours yet. I've said it before. As long as I can see through the essence of a person's soul, no matter how he disguises himself, he can't escape my eyes.
Then,
capture him. Capture him directly. Son of Heaven's eyes once again released resentment and the joy of revenge. After capturing Xiao Han, although we can't kill him directly, we can torture him to our heart's content. Humiliation. This person must be beaten up and ravaged. Divine Sword Sun and Du Longzi have both fallen in his hands. Moreover, his attitude in front of me is extremely arrogant. I'm going to directly break all the bones in his body and shatter his meridians to cripple him first.
Brother Son of Heaven.
At this time, an immortal standing behind Son of Heaven came up and flattered. Brother Son of Heaven, that Xiao Han's mental strength is very strong. Why don't we capture him and shatter his mental strength first, turning him into an idiot? Anyway, as long as he doesn't die, the key to enter the second floor of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure will open the transportation passage as scheduled.
Good.
Son of Heaven smiled. That's not bad. Just as Son of Heaven, Master Spectre, and the others were about to lock onto Xiao Han's position and capture him, all of a sudden, the imprint of Xiao Han's soul essence pattern suddenly disappeared. From all directions, the soul essence patterns of other living beings squeezed over, causing the immortal senses of Son of Heaven and the other immortals to lock onto nothing. What's going on? How did it suddenly disappear without a trace? How is this possible? Master Spectre exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Han leisurely left the inn where he was staying. He strolled in the bustling city and walked out of the city. In his sea of consciousness, the burning sensation of the solid mental strength planet had already dissipated. At this time, Xiao Han had already changed his appearance. He had used the reincarnation technique and disguised himself again.
With a shake of his body, he had turned into a middle-aged uncle.
His temperament had also changed from that of a weak scholar to that of a street slang. If Xiao Han didn't evolve his left arm into the demon god's palm, if he didn't transform the thousands of demonic techniques into something magical, and if he only relied on distorting soul waves to disguise himself, he would have indeed been captured by Master Ghost and Emperor Firmament. However, when Xiao Han realized that the essence of his soul was locked onto, he immediately activated the reincarnation technique to the extreme. This way, the temperament of his soul changed once again. Although the essence of his soul didn't change, the reincarnation technique, that was cast with 40 demonic dragons' demonic strength, was no longer something that Master Spectre could see through. Your mental strength is indeed powerful, but it's not as powerful as my reincarnation technique. Xiao Han looked at the distant sky where Master Spectral Spirit, Heaven Emperor, and the other immortals were. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Impossible! Why did it suddenly disappear? Finally, Master Spectre became flustered and exasperated. He continuously released his immortal senses to scan the area, but he couldn't find Xiao Han's soul essence pattern anymore. He didn't run away. Why did his soul essence pattern disappear? Why is this happening? Master Spectre roared continuously. His forehead and face were covered in sweat. At this moment, pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Master Spectre's mouth. Just now, when he released his immortal senses without holding back in an attempt to find Xiao Han, he unknowingly overdrafted his mental strength, causing a sharp pain in his brain and causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 604. At this moment, Master Spectre, who was originally very confident, suffered a setback. He had already found the essence of Xiao Han's soul and thought that he could capture it easily. However, an extremely strange thing happened. The essence of Xiao Han's soul suddenly disappeared and was annihilated. What's going on? It hit again? Master Spectre's face was slightly pale. He looked anxious and his facial features were distorted. Watermark Advertisement Test 1 should know that Master Spectre was extremely confident. Especially after his mental strength solidified, his specialty in tracking and investigation was displayed to the fullest. Heavenly sight and earthly hearing, a strange mental technique. Even in the immortal world, as long as an immortal was targeted by Master Spectre, it was unlikely that they could escape his surveillance. Now that he had arrived in the mortal world, he had actually lost a mortal. This caused Master Spectre's pride to be mercilessly trampled. The hundreds of immortals behind him looked at Master Spectre anxiously, which made him even more annoyed and exasperated. His mental strength is only on par with mine.
How could he disappear from my surveillance for no reason?
There must be a problem somewhere. Humph. Xiao Han, do you think you can escape? Spectral Child took out a bottle of potion to recover his mental strength from his storage ring. He tilted his head back and drank it. His mental strength that he had inadvertently overdrawn was rapidly replenished. His pale face regained its rosy color, and he regained the confidence to rule over the world.
Brother Spectre, since Xiao Han is still in the northern region and hasn't escaped, why don't you rest for a while and continue searching?
Master Firmament said. Catching a turtle in a jar. The spatial barrier of the northern region has been sealed by our immortal senses. No one can effectively teleport. It's impossible for Xiao Han to escape in a short period of time.
It's fine.
Master Spectre waved his hand. Just now, I was probably careless. Master Firmament, I will search for the essence of Xiao Han's soul again. Wait for the good news. Master Firmament paused for a moment and then nodded. Forget it. Master Spectre. You can continue. Boom! Suddenly, inside Master Spectre's sea of consciousness, a layer of mental halo shot out. It was pure and brilliant. It had a great intent realm that could shine through the ages. Master Firmament and the other immortals. After seeing this spiritual halo, they couldn't help but gasp in admiration. They all believed that under this all-encompassing spiritual halo, no one would be able to hide. They would definitely be exposed, down to the tiniest detail. With the support of his powerful mental energy, Ghost Child's eyes shone brightly. All of them shot out bright beams of light that shone down, lighting up almost the entire north region. There were so many of them. Tens of trillions of soul essence patterns rose up and were recognized by Child Ghost.
Let's search together. Emperor Heaven ordered the immortals under his command.
Yes. The immortals released their immortal senses again. Every living being, be it an immortal or immortal, had a different soul essence pattern imprint.
Now, it was a bit troublesome for the immortals to find the one that belonged to Xiao Han among the trillions of soul essences.
Before long, some immortals with weaker psychic power felt their heads swell and their eyes blur. Looking at the dense array of soul essence patterns, their vision blurred. They hurriedly retracted their immortal senses and closed their eyes to rest, recovering their energy. Master Spectre's mental energy had reached the solidified stage and was extremely powerful. At this moment, his eyes narrowed and he carefully searched. However, his expression became more and more stiff. How is this possible? It's like a stone sinking into the ocean.
Xiao Han,
what kind of trick are you playing? It's impossible for it to disappear just like that. Even if he died, the soul essence wouldn't disappear immediately. Could it be that he has a magic treasure that can completely hide the soul essence? That's impossible. Even in the immortal world, magic treasures that can completely hide the soul essence are extremely precious. Ordinary immortals and even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to have such a magic treasure. Xiao Han is just immortal. It's even more impossible for him to have one. Time passed bit by bit. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Master Yu Ling had declared that he would find Xiao Han within 2 hours.
But now, several hours had already passed, yet he had yet to find anything.
It was truly a great mockery. In the private room of the restaurant where Jia Lanzi and Wu Li were. At this moment, Wu Li, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and Feng Ling were all sitting on pins and needles. One by one, they stood up and kept pacing in the private room. Even Jia Lanzi was leaning against the window, looking out. Brother Jialon, the situation that Xiao Han is in now is extremely bad. The immortal who came to our plane for the first time has a mental energy soul power that is not inferior to Xiao Han. I'm afraid he can really find Xiao Han's whereabouts. Brother Jialon, please help Xiao Han. You must not let Xiao Han fall into their hands. It was Heaven's Son who violated the rules first and broke the bet. Then, Brother Jialon, you can also help. Why do you still care about morality and honor when facing this group of despicable and shameless fellows? Wu Li said anxiously. Suddenly, Jia Lanzi's tense and stiff face gradually relaxed. Moreover, there was a trace of a strange feeling. Jia Lanzi slowly turned around and said with bright eyes, Brother Xiao is really a god. Why does Brother Jialon say that? Ha 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 ha. Jia Lanzi suddenly laughed. Ghost Child, Heaven's Son, and the others are still helpless and can't find Brother Xiao. Ghost Child is known as the #1 in mental energy among the younger generation in the immortal world, but he also suffered in the hands of Brother Xiao. Ha 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 ha. Another city in the northern region. In the hall of the restaurant. At this moment, Tao Tai, Black and White, Su Huizi and the other immortals had already contacted dozens of immortals. These immortals were extremely disdainful of Heaven's Son's behavior and were willing to be on good terms with Xiao Han. Moreover, these immortals at this moment seemed to be extremely excited. Heaven's Son is too much. He actually told the space coordinates of this plane to Ghost Child and the others. Ghost Child, I remember very clearly that when the distribution was first made, he should have descended to another plane and not this plane. Other than Ghost Child, there are many immortals from other planes. Could it be that they all want to snatch the quota from Xiao Han? How dare you! Heaven's Son is too arrogant. He even wants to dominate the second floor of immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure? This time, we are even more determined to stand on the side of Xiao Han and Brother Jialon. Heaven's Son is too much. Xiao Han had already walked out of a city leisurely. With a little trick, he hid from the soldiers guarding the city and arrived at the suburbs. Then, he sneaked into another city. During this period of time, whenever Xiao Han felt a burning sensation on the surface of the solid psychic power planet in his sea of consciousness, he would immediately activate the reincarnation incantation to change his soul aura. Therefore, no matter how hard Master Spectral Spirit tried, he couldn't find Xiao Han. To Ghost Child, Xiao Han was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no news of him and he was completely annihilated among the masses. Heaven's Son, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves or how many reinforcements you have invited, don't even think of finding me. Xiao Han looked at the horizon and laughed disdainfully. This time, I will definitely win the bet with the immortals. In the sky. 6 hours had already passed. The sky was already turning dark. Ghost Child drank 4 bottles of mental energy replenishing medicine in a row, but it was still of no use. He couldn't find Xiao Han. Not even the slightest trace. He didn't even discover it. Ghost Child's face was getting uglier and uglier. His facial features were almost distorted. Moreover, Ghost Child had been consuming his mental energy for a long time. At this moment, he saw the densely packed soul wave imprints that covered the sky. He was already feeling dizzy and his vision was blurred. At a glance, the entire north region was filled with soul essence imprints patterns. Ghost Child's vision was blurry and his head was about to explode. As for Heaven's Son and the other immortals, they stood behind Ghost Child in a daze. Their hearts sank to the bottom. Still can't find Xiao Han? I have already invited the friend who is most likely to find Xiao Han, but... Heaven's Son's face was filled with bitterness. Finally, enough! I don't want to play anymore. Ghost Child flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with resentment and anger. Enough! I am a genius of the immortal world. I don't want to waste any more time with an insignificant mortal here. This is a boring game. Utterly boring. Finally, at this moment, Ghost Child lost the demeanor of an immortal. He was thoroughly enraged out of humiliation, flustered and exasperated. Heaven's son. End this. End this ridiculous and childish bet between you and Xiao Han.
Ghost Child stared at Heaven's son.
Brother Ghost Child, what do you mean?
Heaven's son's eyes began to flicker with murderous intent. He seemed to be unable to restrain himself.
Heaven's son, you and I are both immortals. In the immortal world, we also enjoy the reputation of being geniuses. This time, the exploration of the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure should be done by us immortals. Those mortals who have the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao's treasure are just foils. It's a clown. An incomparably ridiculous nobody. He's worse than ants, pigs and dogs.
Ghost Child almost roared. Heaven's son, when I arrived at the mortal plane, those mortals who had the quota all knelt down and worshipped me. When I asked them to go east, they definitely wouldn't dare to go west. But when you descended, you were troubled by a mortal.
And you even made such a childish bet with him.
Kill!
Ghost Child screamed. Isn't this Xiao Han in the North region? Isn't he hiding very well?
Good. Kill all the mortals in the North region.
I don't believe that Xiao Han won't come out. If he doesn't come out, we will kill him. Kill until the North region is filled with corpses. If he still doesn't come out after killing everyone in the North region, we will kill all the mortals in the East region, West region, South region, and Great Wilderness.
Oh! Heaven's son smiled coldly. Ghost Child, you and I are indeed good friends of many years.
What you said is exactly what I want.
Then that laughable bet would be nullified.
Kill. Kill until Xiao Han comes out. Chapter 605. Heaven Emperor and Spectral Child finally broke their bet.
Their murderous nature was triggered. They wanted to start a massacre in the North region to force Xiao Han out.
Boom boom. These two geniuses from the immortal world unleashed a terrifying aura. Their bodies were filled with immortal chi and their killing intent was overflowing.
This.
Big Brother Heaven Emperor, Big Brother Spectral Child. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?
However, there were a few immortals under Heaven Emperor's command who stood up immediately.
Watermark advertisement test pacifying the Southern Sea and killing in the Southern Sea, causing the mortal world to be plunged into misery and suffering, destroying countries and cities. It is really going against the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao? Talking about the Heavenly Tao to mortals? Spectral Child sneered. How childish. What is heaven? We are heaven. What is Tao? We are Tao. Before we descended, the sect didn't stipulate that we can't kill mortals. This was just an ordinary mortal plane. In the vast universe, who knew how many such planes there were? They were as numerous as the sands of the eternal universe. To our immortal world, the destruction of a plane like this is just a trivial matter. Don't you want to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Ju Dao? Heaven Emperor scolded coldly. Moreover, this plane should be destroyed. Divine Sword Sun and Du Longzi have fallen in this plane. Even if we slaughter all the living beings in this plane, it won't be able to make up for the loss of Divine Sword Sun and Du Longzi. Right now, we are punishing these mortals. Punishing them for their crimes. When we return to the immortal world, we won't be questioned. Even if Jia Lanzi, that sanctimonious guy, tries to stop us, we won't be caught by him. The death of Divine Sword Sun and Du Longzi is an irrefutable fact. The mortals of this plane. They must pay for everything with their blood. Hearing this, the immortals who had objections were all speechless. They all tacitly agreed with Heaven Emperor and Spectral Child's killing plan. Brother Heaven Emperor.
It's up to you to declare to the ants of this plane.
Make an announcement. Of course, if Xiao Han is willing to stand out himself, perhaps we can still give him a way out. Spectral Child smiled strangely. If we can force Xiao Han out.
In that case, I can be lenient with the punishment and only kill a part of the living beings in the northern region to avenge Du Longzi and the Divine Sword Prince. Emperor Heaven's emotions had also calmed down and was no longer troubled by the fact that he could not find Xiao Han. After deciding to kill, Emperor Tsong became even calmer. Suddenly, Emperor Firmament opened his mouth and activated his immortal sense to transmit his voice. It enveloped the entire northern domain, so that the billions upon billions of living beings in the northern domain could hear his peerlessly majestic and supreme words.
At the same time, a suffocating and immortal pressure covered the entire northern domain.
None of the mortals dared to even breathe loudly. Insignificant mortals of the northern region. I am an immortal who descended from the immortal world.
What was an immortal? Perhaps you mortals don't really understand. In that case, I can tell you that immortals are your so-called heavens. When an immortal is enraged, the plane will turn to ashes. Your plane has committed a heinous crime. There are 2 immortals who were framed and killed by the leader of your plane, Xiao. The fall of an immortal in a mortal plane is a matter that caused a great sensation in the immortal world.
The wrath of the Heaven Duke.
The immortal emperor's halberd finger. Therefore, your plane must be punished. Severely punished. From tomorrow, when the sun rises, I will first carry out the punishment in this northern region.
All the people of the northern region will atone for their sins with death.
Use your insignificant and insignificant lives to be buried together with the 2 fallen immortal talents. However, this is also a kind of honor for all of you. As soon as these words came out, the entire northern region fell into a dead silence. Then, there was a wave of mournful cries, desperate whimpers, and trembling voices begging for the forgiveness of the heavens. Under the shroud of Emperor Heaven's aura, any mortal's heart was filled with despair and could not produce any emotions of resistance.
There was only despair.
When the sun rises, the blood sacrifice of the northern region. Billions upon billions of living beings will be annihilated. After a pause, Emperor Heaven spoke again. For us immortals, it is true that the lives of mortals are insignificant like ants, pigs, dogs, cows and sheep. The rise and fall of your mortal country is only a small farce to us immortals. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. It is human nature that you do not want to die, but your life and death are not in your control. If you want to avoid death, there is only one way. Hand over Xiao. Hand over Xiao. You can save the lives of billions upon billions of living beings.
Ha ha ha. Xiao, I know you are hiding among the people of the northern region.
Indeed, your concealment is very cunning. Even I can't find you. However, this is just a boring and terrible game. Listen, I don't have time to play with you anymore. The bet between us is invalid now. If you don't appear before tomorrow's sun rises, then I will slaughter trillions of living beings in the northern region. Exterminate your country and your race. Xiao, don't you consider yourself the leader of this plane? Whether you will watch the living beings of your plane die and be annihilated, or stand out and save all living beings, it is all up to you.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao, if you don't appear, I will kill you until you do. Kill the northern region, slaughter the western region, crush the eastern region, sweep the great wilderness. Kill. Kill all the mortals of this plane. Xiao, your wife and children, your sect, your friends and family, all of them will die in front of you.
Ha ha.
I don't believe that you won't come out. Emperor Heaven let out an evil and crazy voice. The temperature of the entire northern region plummeted. Muffled thunder rumbled through the sky. The northern region was in chaos. It was a complete and utter mess. In the room where Xianxia and Wu Bai were. Humph. Preposterous. Emperor Heaven and Master Nether Spirit, this pair of scum of the immortal world, actually want to slaughter all living beings in the northern region to force Xiao out. They completely tore up the bet between them and Xiao. What's the difference between them and demons?
Xianxia was completely enraged.
A dignified immortal dares to threaten to slaughter all living beings in the northern region. How outrageous! Wu Bai, Xiao Mingqiu, and the others were also filled with righteous indignation. However, they were powerless to resist Emperor Heaven's atrocities. They could only look at Xianxia for help. Don't worry. I, Xianxia, am here. I won't let Emperor Heaven and Master Nether Spirit succeed. Xianxia stood tall and straight, his entire body surging with immortal qi. Awe-inspiring. At this moment, Xiao was also furious. Xiao never thought that Emperor Heaven and the other immortals would lose their last bit of grace. They were completely torn apart. This Emperor Heaven is really despicable to the extreme. He used unscrupulous means to invite helpers to deal with me. I didn't expect that he would actually want to slaughter the northern region now. Crazy killing intent. From the depths of Xiao heart, It gushed out like a volcano. The terrifying sound of demonic power surging erupted from the demon monarch tattoo on his left arm. The 40 demon dragons roared and roared at the same time. It was a bloodthirsty madness. Kill. Kill all these immortals. Soon, Xiao Han completely calmed down, and the corner of his mouth pulled up into an almost demonic sneer. Yes, before the sun rises tomorrow. Kill all the immortals. Emperor Heaven, you forced me to do this. On the palm of Xiao Han's left arm, thousands of demonic arts and forbidden techniques were stirring. Late at night. In the sky. Listen, before the sun rises tomorrow, if Xiao Han still hasn't appeared, then we'll attack together and slaughter the mortals of this plane. Emperor Heaven ordered the dozens of loyal immortals under his command. In order to get the quota to enter the second floor of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure, we must take some extreme measures. As for Master Nether Spirit, he was also giving orders to the nearly 100 immortals that he brought over. Before the sun rises, we'll also attack. Although killing ants is very boring, in order to force Xiao Han out, we can only reluctantly do it. At this moment, boom! A stream of light soared into the sky. Immortal chi and auspicious clouds rolled. Jia Lanzi's face was solemn and solemn. He slowly rose up and stared at Emperor Heaven, Master Nether Spirit, and the other immortals. Jia Lanzi? Emperor Heaven glanced at Jia Lanzi and teased. I didn't expect that even you couldn't sit still and arrived at the northern region? Ha ha ha. Brother Jia Lanzi, hello hello. Master Nether Spirit looked at Jia Lanzi with a fake smile. Emperor Heaven, Master Nether Spirit, you two are scum of the immortal world. How dare you do evil in the mortal world? If you dare to kill mortals, you will be breaking the balance of all things in the world and breaking the laws of nature. You will definitely be severely punished. Jia Lanzi said sternly. Nonsense. Emperor Heaven's expression changed and said sinisterly. Jia Lanzi, put away that sanctimonious face of yours. Punishment from the immortal world? Why would the immortal world punish me, Emperor Heaven? Humph. Divine Sword Sun and Du Longzi are both young talents of the immortal world. It is not impossible for them to become immortal emperors in the future. They actually died in this mortal world. If I destroy this plane now, not only will the immortal world not punish me, but they will also reward me. Divine Sword Sun and Du Longzi. Any one of them is worth more than 10, 100, or even 1,000 of such mortal worlds. Jia Lanzi, scram as far as you can. Master Nether Spirit sneered. Do you think that with your strength alone, you can stop me from joining forces with Emperor Heaven? If you say another word of nonsense, I will destroy you too. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of immortal lights soared into the sky. Tao Tai, black and white, and dozens of other immortals also flew up and stood beside Jia Lanzi. Emperor Heaven, Master Nether Spirit, you two are too much. Tao Tai roared. Brother Jia Lanzi, let's fight side by side. Black and White said. Ha 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 ha, you want to fight? Heaven laughed. Jia Lanzi, then let's fight. If we fight with all our strength, the northern region will be destroyed. The aftermath of our battle is enough to destroy all living things in the northern region. Then, the slaughter of the northern region will also have your credit. Ha 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 ha. Let's fight. Don't act rashly. Jia Lanzi also knew the serious consequences of a fight between the two sides. In an instant, the two sides were in a deadlock. However, at this moment, Brother Jia Lanzi, in Jia Lanzi's sea of consciousness, Xiao Han's soul transmission suddenly sounded. Brother Jia Lanzi, you don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Leave it to me. Brother Xiao. Jia Lanzi also used soul waves to transmit his voice to Xiao Han. This matter is urgent. Brother Xiao, are you prepared to stand up and sacrifice yourself in exchange for the safety of the northern region? Brother Jia Lanzi, I am not sacrificing myself. I want to kill Emperor Heaven and the others. Xiao Han's voice was extremely cold. I want to start a massacre. Chapter 606. Just as Jia Lanzi led Tao Tai Zi and the other immortals to confront Heaven's Son and Spectral Child, Xiao Han sent a soul message to Jianghu. In fact, there were more than 200 immortals in Jianghu's and Heaven Sun's camps. If they were to fight, the spatial crystal wall of this mortal plane would explode. All the mortals would die, and this plane would be destroyed. Therefore, Xiao Han stepped forward to stop Jianghu. Moreover, Xiao Han's killing intent had risen. He had decided to wipe out this group of despicable immortals with his own strength. He wanted them all to fall and be buried in this plane. He wanted to kill to his heart's content. Xiao Han did not want others to do it. As for Jianghu, he suddenly heard Xiao Han's soul message. After confirming that Xiao Han was safe, he felt relieved. But soon, he had an urgent discussion with Xiao Han. "Brother Xiao, are we going to start a massacre?" "What do you mean?" "Brother Jianghu, I really didn't expect that these scum of the immortal world are more than 100 times filthier than mortals. They want to massacre cities and destroy countries. Heaven's Son and the others deserve to die." Xiao Han's voice was cold. "Indeed." Jianghu did not deny it. After a pause, Jianghu cautiously said, "However, Brother Xiao, to kill Heaven's Son and the others, we must leave this plane and fight in the vast universe. If he were to engage in a fierce battle with them on this plane, the aftermath of the battle would instantly destroy this plane. At that time, not only will the people of the northern region die, but even the people of the southern, western and great wilderness will not survive. The situation will develop to a tragic point." Brother Jianghu, I understand your concerns. But, this time, Brother Jianghu, Brother Tao Tai, and the others, don't get involved. All of you step down. I will kill Son of Heaven and the other evil and heartless immortals by myself." "What?" Jianghu was shocked. How is this possible? Jianghu was completely dumbfounded by Xiao Han's words. He was completely dumbfounded. One should know that Xiao Han was immortal. Although he had many fortuitous encounters and created the Starry Sky Dominator body and Thunder God Tyrant body, his physical body had reached 40 dragons of immortal strength. His physical attack and defense had both reached 40 dragons of celestial force. However, in a head-on confrontation, he would never be able to contend against Heaven Emperor with his dual elemental immortal physique. If Emperor Tsong were to reveal his trump card, Xiao Han would not even have the ability to protect himself, let alone defeat Emperor Tsong. Xiao Han had killed the divine sword Sun and Du Longzi by relying on the element of surprise. However, the death of these two immortals must have attracted the attention of the Son of Heaven. Although the Son of Heaven was arrogant, his thoughts were meticulous. It was impossible for him to make the same mistake as Shan Jianzi and Du Longzi. Xiao Han wanted to kill Emperor Tsong. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention, in Son of Heaven's camp, there was also Phantom Spirit, who was almost on par with him and was good at spiritual power and had unpredictable attacking methods. Strictly speaking, even Jianghu was more fearful of this spectral child. This was Jianghu's assessment. If he had to fight to the death, he would definitely choose Heaven's Son instead of Master Spectre. As long as Xiao Han appeared, the two immortals, Son of Heaven and Son of Spectral Spirit, would definitely be able to capture Xiao Han without any suspense. Moreover, under Son of Heaven, there were dozens of loyal immortals. Master Spectre had also brought nearly 100 immortals. Such a huge force was not something a mortal like Xiao Han could contend against. To put it bluntly, even Jianghu, who had countless trump cards and a strong foundation, it was impossible for one person to destroy the forces of Son of Heaven and Master Spectre. Brother Xiao, I know that you hate Heaven's Son and Nether Spirit to the bone. However, Brother Xiao, please don't be impulsive. In short, it's absolutely impossible for me to stand idly by and watch the innocent people of this plane be slaughtered. Jianghu hurriedly consoled. Brother Jianghu. Xiao Han smiled. Do you think that I, Xiao Han, have lost my mind from anger? No, Brother Jianghu. You really shouldn't interfere in this matter anymore. If you interfere and a war breaks out, this plane will be destroyed, and I... Ha ha ha. Xiao Han suddenly burst into laughter, causing Jianghu to be stunned. Then now that things have come to this, I will tell some secrets to Brother Jianghu. Xiao Han said mysteriously. Secrets? Jianghu was completely attracted by Xiao Han's words. What secrets? Brother Jianghu, Do you really think that I can rely on my own strength to hide from Son of Heaven's pursuit in these few months? Do you think that I can rely on my own strength to kill these nearly 200 immortals in front of me? No. I am just a mortal. A mortal who had a little bit of a fortuitous encounter. I will not be arrogant to the point of wanting to kill a group of immortals. That is not arrogance, that is stupidity. I made a friend from the demon realm. Now, this friend from the demon realm has stayed by my side and has been taking care of me. However, he will soon be leaving this plane and returning to the demon realm. It is because of the help of this friend from the demon realm that I have the foundation to contend with Son of Heaven and the other immortals for several months. And now, Son of Heaven has threatened to destroy the people of this plane, which has also angered this friend from the demon realm. This friend from the demon realm has personally told me that before he leaves this plane and returns to the demon realm, he will destroy Son of Heaven and the other immortals. Xiao Han began to spout nonsense. If he wanted to make a move, he would definitely use demonic techniques. This would definitely attract Jia Lanzi's attention. If Jia Lanzi investigated the secret of the demon emperor's palm on Xiao Han's left arm and even discovered the secret of Xiao Han's heart, then the situation would be very dangerous for Xiao Han. Therefore, Xiao Han's fabricated friend from the demon realm was just enough to confuse Jia Lanzi. As expected, Jia Lanzi was immediately shocked by Xiao Han's words. What? Friend from the demon realm? This. Brother Xiao, this is too sudden. Jia Lanzi's face was completely filled with confusion. How can a great demon from the demon realm descend to a secular plane? The high-level demon clans of the demon realm are the same as us immortals. They cannot descend to the lower realm easily. Otherwise, the mortal world will be directly contaminated by their demonic aura and become Azura hell. Brother Jia Lanzi, I also do not know how this friend from the demon realm descended. But, Brother Jia Lanzi, you can rest assured that I have not conspired with the demon clans, nor have I harmed any innocent mortals. I have a clear conscience when I do things. Moreover, this friend from the demon realm, ever since he descended, he has always concealed his identity and has not sucked the brains of mortals. He told me that he belongs to a rather special branch in the demon realm. The demon clans of this branch do not easily suck the brains of humans. They seem to rely on some heavenly treasure or some exotic fruit to survive. It's a branch of the ancient demon clans. They are extremely mysterious and do not like the brains of humans. However, their demonic powers are extremely strong. They do not make a move, but once they do, they can slaughter immortals. So it's this faction of demon clans that descended. Befriending Brother Xiao. There's actually such a thing. Jia Lanzi was increasingly shocked. Xiao Han did not know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. He had casually fabricated a demon clan that did not eat brains, but there was actually such a demon clan in the upper realm. Yes. Brother Jia Lanzi, this friend from the demon realm. He once said that he seemed to belong to the ancient demon clan, a demon clan that has almost been lost. Yes, it's the ancient demon clan, that's right. Xiao Han seized the opportunity and said again. Brother Jia Lanzi, this matter has already reached this point. It's already a matter of life and death. Don't interfere. If you interfere, the war is inevitable. The war of immortals. The mortals will suffer. I admit that I am not strong enough and will not interfere. Leave it to my friend from the demon realm. After dealing with Heaven's Son and the others, my friend from the demon realm will leave this plane and secretly return to the demon realm. If that's the case. Jia Lanzi. His mind was completely in a mess. Since ancient times, the demon clans and demon clans were irreconcilable enemies. If Jia Lanzi allowed a demon clan to kill immortals, it was indeed somewhat unacceptable. Brother Jia Lanzi, step down. Are you willing to watch all the common people of my plane be annihilated and watch the innocent mortals turn into ashes? Pedantic. Xiao Han's voice also became fierce and domineering. This plane cannot be destroyed. As for a fellow with the heart of a wolf like Heaven's Son, if he does not die today, he will be a great disaster in the future. Brother Jia Lanzi, even if you kill Heaven's Son and the other immortals today without destroying the plane, I'm afraid that when you return to the celestial realm, it will be hard to explain. Moreover, with my friend from the demon realm taking action, the life and death of Heaven's Son and the others will be clear of Brother Jia Lanzi's responsibility. Brother Jia Lanzi, step down. Xiao Han urged his mental power, and in Jia Lanzi's sea of consciousness, he let out a furious voice. Jia Lanzi's mind raced as he looked down at the northern region. It was as if he could see the pitiful and despairing eyes of countless mortals. Forget it. I will stay out of this first. After the demon clan has dealt with Heaven's Son and Yulingzi, I will confront the demon clan head-on. After all, the demon clan is a different species. Even if it is a branch of the ancient demon clan, if they don't suck brains, they are still incompatible with us immortals. Of course, I trust Brother Zhao's character. It's impossible for Brother Xiao to be in cahoots with the demons. Brother Xiao, can your demon clan friend really deal with Heaven's Son and the others? Moreover, will the aftermath of the battle affect the life and death of this plane? Brother Jia Lanzi, you don't have to worry about this. The plane will not be affected in the slightest, and Heaven's Son and the others will definitely die. Forget it. Finally, Jia Lanzi waved his hand. Brother Tao Tai, let's step down. What? Brother Jia Lanzi, step down? Tao Tai, Black and White Z, and the other immortals were puzzled and shocked. Brother Jia Lanzi, are we going to stay out of this and watch Heaven's Son and Yulingzi torment all living beings? All of you step down. Jia Lanzi sighed. Everyone, if we fight head-on, this plane will also be destroyed. Forget it, step down. Brother Xiao has already discussed this matter with me. Brother Xiao will deal with it. This Jia Lanzi indeed had great prestige among the younger generation of the immortal world. Under his repeated requests, Tao Tai and the other righteous immortals did not say much. Therefore, Jia Lanzi led dozens of immortals and retreated one after another. Ha 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 ha, Jia Lanzi, you trash. Heaven's Son roared sternly. I thought you would really dare to go against the law and stop me from dealing with these insignificant mortals. It seems that I have overestimated you. Ha 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 ha. Get lost. Brother Heaven's Son, the sun is about to rise, and our slaughter is about to begin. Yulingzi looked at the dawn of the eastern sky, and the corner of his mouth pulled into a cold and sinister smile. Xiao Han, this time, let's see if you will come out or not. Chapter 607. The retreat of Jia Lanzi and the other immortals further fueled the arrogance of Son of Heaven, Master Yuling, and the other immortals, making them even more unscrupulous. At this moment, the eastern sky had already begun to brighten. The sun was about to rise and a new day was about to begin. In the past, such a moment would definitely represent hope and prosperity. But now, it represented withering, representing the arrival of the god of death. All living beings in the northern domain, regardless of whether they were noble or lowly, looked east, eyes filled with shock and despair. They were all praying that a new day would never come. Jia Lanzi and the other immortals had already retreated to the main peak of a certain mountain range in the northern region. Brother Jialan, you're saying that Brother Xiao Han will personally make an appearance. But Son of Heaven and Child Nether Spirit joining hands, their forces are enormous. Once Brother Xiao appears, it's the same as sending a lamb into the tiger's mouth. Tao Tai said with incomparable worry. Jia Lanzi said in a low voice. Everyone, don't be rash. Something extraordinary might happen in a while. I hope that everyone can remain calm and not interfere for now. Something out of the ordinary? Tao Tai and the other immortals were stunned. And in short, let's wait and see first. Jia Lanzi said solemnly. Finally. The first ray of light in the morning had parted the darkness. He had arrived in the northern region. The entire north region was deathly silent. Every living being in the north region held their breaths and suffocated. In the sky. Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. He was nothing but a coward. Ha 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 ha. The Son of Heaven let out an incomparably sarcastic sneer. This laughter. It circled between the heavens and the earth. You keep saying that you're the master of the plane, that you're the leader. Ha 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 ha. But you'd rather all of the northern divine region perish than show your face. What a joke. You mortals, ants, you still think of Xiao Han as your spiritual leader? In the secular world, countless temples were built to worship Xiao Han. But in the end, did Xiao Han save them? Ha ha ha. All right, Brother Tsongtianzi, let's begin the slaughter.
Spectral Child licked his lips as his deep eyes burned with a cold flame that resembled the ghostly flames of hell.
Once they start killing and seeing blood, Xiao Han won't be able to keep his cool. Even if he didn't come out, there was a chance that he would expose himself.
It allowed me to find the essence of his soul. Good, let's begin to destroy these mortals.
Master Ashen Heaven nodded. In that case, Big Brother Heaven's son, I'll make the first move. I'll destroy the strongest empire in the northern region, the Aurora Empire, a one-eyed celestial under Heaven's son said with a sinister smile. I've cultivated a mysterious immortal technique. When I kill people, I can corrode their flesh, blood, internal organs, and vitality, leaving only human skin. Now, I can turn hundreds of millions of people of the Aurora Empire into exquisite human skin. However, right at this moment, Hong, a scorching demonic chi surged into the skies from a certain part of the north region. Densely packed ancient demon characters blossomed. Decadent music, demonic music, began to envelop the entire north region, filling the heavens and earth with demonic chi and darkness. What? Demonic chi? There are demons. Heaven's Son's expression changed. Brother Heaven's Son, this demonic chi is very pure and powerful. It should be a great demon that descended from the demon world. Master Ghost roared immediately. I never thought that there would be a great demon hiding in the mortal world. Heaven's Son, Master Ghost, all of you immortals, today, I will consign all of you to eternal damnation. The cold and evil voice seemed to descend from the sky, but it also seemed to come from all directions. At the next moment, in the sky of the north region, 999 rays of light pierced through the sky from the east, south, west, and north. Auspicious aura descended and flowers rained down. A tall and slender man strolled over from a rainbow bridge. He was empty-handed, but he was incomparably majestic. His eyes were filled with the aura of a sovereign overlooking the world. This man was about 20 years old. He was extremely tall and his back was straight like a sword or a spear. His hair was tied into a bun with a wooden hairpin passing through it. The lines on his face were extremely demonic, giving off a sense of evil to the bones. His eyes were filled with a murderous and decisive aura. Especially deep in his eyes, there was a glow of the demon world, like two bottomless pits that wanted to devour people. This man was naturally Xiao Han's disguise by activating the reincarnation technique. In just one move, he had shocked Heaven's Son, Master Ghost, and the others. Xiao Han's demon monarch palm on his left arm pushed his demonic energy to the extreme. Not only did he use the reincarnation technique, but he also used a demonic technique that increased his aura. This caused the immortals to make a mistake in their evaluation. They almost thought that Xiao Han was a high-level demon that had descended from the demon world. You're a demon. In front of the aura deliberately created by Xiao Han, Heaven's Son suddenly became dispirited and his face turned slightly pale. Which demon monarch in the upper realm are you a subordinate of? How did you open the spatial passage and descend here? How dare you, demon? Shut up, Xiao Han said coldly. One more word and I'll eat you right away. A violent aura swept out like a tornado. It actually forced Heaven's Son to choke up, and he couldn't say a word anymore. Master Ghost took a step forward and asked in confusion. Demon. I don't think I've heard of someone like you in the upper realm. Forget it, now that the immortal world has something to do in the mortal world, it's not the time to slay demons. Hurry up and go back to the demon world. Otherwise, we'll join forces to slay the demon and you'll die without a burial place. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han let out a burst of laughter. His demonic voice was endless in all directions, making one's intestines tremble. What idiots! You're just a bunch of insignificant level 2 true immortals. How dare you roar in front of me? Ha 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 ha. I'm the demon monarch who specializes in killing immortals. You scum, I'll kill you like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Xiao Han activated the 40 demonic dragon's strength in his demon monarch palm. He also used a demonic technique that increased his aura. When he faced Heaven's Son and the other immortals, he actually felt like he had the power to kill them. This made Xiao Han very happy. The killing intent in his heart became stronger and stronger until it was uncontrollable. On the mountain where Jianghu was. Hiss! A large group of immortals gasped one after another. Unbelievable! There's actually such a great demon. The black and white child said in horror. It's Brother Zhao's friend. This great demon is Brother Zhao's friend. Xianxia said helplessly. I didn't expect Brother Xiao to befriend such a terrifying demon monarch. The demonic strength of this demon monarch is at least on par with a level 4 or level 5 true immortal in the immortal world. Xiao Han's reincarnation technique was truly miraculous. Until now, Xianxia did not realize that this demon monarch was actually his younger brother Xiao Han in disguise. Brother Xianxia, what should we do now? Help Heaven's Son and Phantom Child to fight against this great demon? The black and white child frowned. I don't think there's a need. Fish Seedling said. Heaven's Son and Phantom Child are not good people. They were not good people either, so why should he help them? They've been arrogant their whole lives. It's just the right time for them to suffer a little in the hands of this great demon. Xianxia thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Don't interfere for the time being. Let this great demon deal with Heaven's Son and the others. It's best to force Heaven's Son and the others to not dare to act rashly here, or even scram back to the immortal world. After that, I'll communicate with Brother Xiao. We can either subdue the great demon directly or let Brother Xiao send this great demon back to the demon realm. After a pause, Xianxia's eyes slightly narrowed. As for now, this great demon is in a state of peak demonic strength. If we rashly eliminate it with just our strength, I'm afraid we'll pay a terrible price. This is a great demon that can fight against a level 4 or level 5 true immortal. Moreover, since it could descend from the demon realm, it must have a secret treasure on it. Therefore, let's wait and see for now. In the sky, Heaven's Son, Phantom Child, and the other immortals also felt the strength of the great demon in front of them. A sense of powerlessness actually rose in their immortal hearts. Ha 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 ha, are you all afraid? Xiao Han laughed fiercely. What a joke. Just a moment ago, you all threatened to slaughter all living beings in the northern region. But now, you're cowering and trembling. Is this what immortals are like? Immortals who only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong? Ha ha ha. Xiao Han no longer hid or held back his demonic strength. It was released wantonly and freely, suppressing everything. Moreover, at this moment, the demon god's soul in his heart also transmitted a hearty thought. An irrepressible murderous intent spread out from the demon egg. The sun has risen. Xiao Han looked at the eastern sky and murmured. Then all of you shall die. Demon race. Heaven's Son screamed. Don't get carried away. Yes, judging from your demonic strength and aura, you're indeed powerful. However, this is a mortal plane. Once we start fighting, the space crystal wall of this plane will directly shatter. I'm afraid you'll be crushed into pieces in the turbulence of space. Moreover, although our realms are not as high as yours, we all carry magical treasures and immortal weapons bestowed by our sections. In this northern region, there are hundreds of immortals. If we gang up on you, even if you're a great demon from the demon realm, you'll still die. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Seeing Xiao Han's slight hesitation, Heaven's Son also smiled and said, Demon race, this is the human world. We immortals have to punish and kill mortals. Don't tell me you're going to stand up for these ants? Ha ha. Forget it, let's each take a step back. You can return to the demon realm and we'll torture and kill mortals. We have nothing to do with each other. However, if you want to taste the brains of mortals, we won't have any objections. You can do as you please. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Xiao Han was so anxious and furious that he finally released his terrifying murderous intent without concealing it. All of you die. Die in this mortal plane. Boom. A demonic light flashed on Xiao Han's left arm. Suddenly, the world spun and countless rays of demonic aura rushed out, causing the space to become illusory. The next moment, the space stabilized. After a short while, Heaven's Son, Spectral Child, and the others regained their senses. When they released their immortal senses again, they found that they had actually arrived in an isolated city. What is this place? It seems that we've been teleported out of the northern region by some spatial laws? Heaven's Son frowned. At this moment, welcome, immortals. Chapter 608.
In order to kill Emperor Firmament, Phantom Spirit, and the other immortals, Xiao Han finally used an extremely powerful demon technique, Demon City. Xiao Han had obtained the demonic art, One Demon City, from an ultimate mutated demon emperor in the demon capital of this plane. Back then, when he participated in Yan Lang's birthday ceremony, Yan Lang created a trial, and one of the checkpoints was guarded by this ultimate variant demon emperor. Activating the Demon City, he trapped countless demon sovereigns, killing them and toying with them as he pleased. This was an extremely powerful demon technique. The ultimate variant demon emperor who possessed this demon technique was known as the strongest existence below the demon emperor in this plane. Of course, this demon technique was far from enough to deal with immortals. But now, Xiao Han's left arm had fused with the demon monarch palm and the demonic meridians, giving birth to 40 demonic dragons. In terms of demonic power, he was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the ultimate mutated demon emperor, who had mastered the One Demon City demonic art. Therefore, this demonic art had turned something rotten into something magical and had the divine power to trap immortals. One had to know that Xiao Han's current demonic power was boundless, equivalent to a level 4 or 5 perfected immortal in the immortal realm. Moreover, he was proficient in thousands of demon techniques and forbidden demon techniques. His left arm was also inlaid with many powerful demon techniques. However, among all the demonic arts that Xiao Han had mastered, it was difficult to find a terrifying immortal art that could instantly kill nearly 200 immortals like Heaven Emperor and Ghost Spirit. Moreover, Xiao Han's demonic power was definitely not enough to kill 100 immortals in one move. Moreover, once the battle started, he would unscrupulously use the demon techniques and forbidden techniques to fight against the immortal techniques and magic treasures of Emperor Firmament and the others. There was no doubt about it. This plane would definitely be destroyed. After pondering for a while, Xiao Han decided to use the Demon City demonic technique. The Demon City could first trap the immortals and then kill them one by one. Moreover, Demon City had some traces of the law of space, so the battle in the Demon City would not affect this plane. It would not hurt the innocent. In other words, Xiao Han could kill these immortals in a Demon City without making a sound. In the void of the city, Xiao Han sat cross-legged. His face and eyes exuded the aura of a monarch, ruling over everything and determining life and death. This is my city. I'm in charge here. I'm in charge of the lives and deaths of immortals. This is the power of life and death. However, Xiao Han couldn't kill anyone right now. This was because after he used the Demon City secret skill, Xiao Han had expended too much of his demonic energy. If he killed the immortals now, the city would be destroyed by Heaven Emperor and the other immortals. He quietly recovered his demonic energy. Wait for an opportunity. Seize the opportunity. A one-hit kill. Demon City. Silence. At this moment, Heaven Emperor, Yu Ling, and the other immortals were pacing in the silent and uninhabited city. The faces of these immortals were filled with confusion. The city was very large, but there was no sign of life. The ancient mottled city walls, the dusty streets, and on both sides of the streets, there were empty restaurants, rouge shops, wineries, a vulgar and dilapidated brothel called Full Spring Courtyard, weapon shops, stables, and elixir shops that emitted the lingering fragrance of medicinal herbs. As the wind blew, tattered red lanterns flew all over the street. Going around the long street, one would also see some rotten bones scattered in the corner. Next to the bones were alms bowls, bamboo poles, and other tools used for begging. This place looks like a deserted city of the mortal world. Heaven Emperor was indeed an outstanding existence among the younger generation of the immortal world. He had the air of a general. After a brief moment of panic, he calmed down and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the great demon used a spatial demonic technique to bring us away from the northern region. But it doesn't matter. We have more than 100 immortals here. Each of us is full of immortal energy, and we have life-saving treasures given by our sections. It's more than enough to deal with a demon that's equivalent to a level 4 or level 5 true immortal. That's right, Brother Heaven's Son, you're right. Even if we're facing a level 5 or even level 6 true immortal, with you and Brother Spectral Child here, we might not necessarily lose if we gang up on them, let alone a monster that's weaker than a level 6 true immortal. The few immortals who were loyal to Heaven's Son said disapprovingly after catching their breath. Wait. Suddenly,
Spectre's face turned cold.
His eyes emitted a strange beam of mental energy that seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of space in the city.
Everyone, this city isn't as simple as it looks. It looks like a deserted human city, but it's filled with demonic energy. This is a demon city. Moreover, this demon city seems to be located in a special spatial crevice. There are formations and restrictions everywhere, causing my mental force and immortal sense to be unable to cover the entire demon city. My mental force and immortal sense can only extend to an extremely small space. Moreover, the space of this city is filled with all kinds of illusory formations and mazes, distorting my mental force and immortal sense at all times.
Oh!
Heaven Emperor and the other immortals were slightly startled. Then they released their immortal sense as well. Hiss! Indeed, my immortal sense is almost blocked as well. I can only detect an area with a radius of tens of meters. The law of space in this city is extremely strange. It seems to be controlled by a mysterious force. This is bad. It seems like we've been trapped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 immortals flew into the sky above the city, but I can't fly out. The sky above the city is densely packed with a sea of clouds. It's a hazy and boundless expanse. Big Brother Heaven's Son, Big Brother Spectre, we are indeed trapped. Brother Yuling, this should be an extremely powerful demonic technique, Emperor Tsong said as if he had realized something. Spectral Child sneered. It's fine. To use such a Yao art to trap us, it's impossible. It would definitely consume a huge amount of demonic aura. Now, let's search around the city. As long as we can find the core of the city and destroy it, the city will collapse on its own. Alright. Then, under the leadership of Sun Heaven and Child Spectre, nearly 200 immortals arrived. He started searching the demon city. High above the heavens, in the unseen world, Xiao Han sat down cross-legged. He looked down at everything in the city. In this city, there are 81 illusory maze formations, 49 offensive formations, and 25 defensive formations. These formations have become extremely powerful because of the sudden increase in my demonic aura. They are far more powerful than the formations controlled by the city-toppling demon Monarch. Moreover, activating these formations consumes demonic aura. I can deal with them. You want to find the flaws of the formations? Heh. I'll let you guys search slowly until my demonic aura recovers to a certain extent. I'm going to start hunting. Xiao Han's lips curled into a sneer. Outside a demon city, Jia Lanzi, Tao Tai, and many other immortals were also shocked and at a loss. Originally, they were all waiting for the battle to break out. Because the battle between this inexplicable great demon and immortals Firmament Emperor and the other immortals was already inevitable. In fact, Jia Lanzi had already arranged everything. When the battle broke out, he, Tao Tai, and the other immortals would immediately use their immortal techniques to control the aftermath of the battle so that it would not spread and harm the innocent civilians of the northern region. Jia Lanzi had also contacted the immortals who were wandering in the northern region's markets to watch the show. At this moment, there were at least 100 immortals around Jia Lanzi. All of them had nodded and were willing to use their immortal strength to control the aftermath of the battle. However, at this critical moment, the great demon, Heaven's Son, Spectre Child, and nearly 200 immortals suddenly disappeared. They disappeared without a trace. Without leaving a trace. What's going on? Jia Lanzi frowned, his face full of shock. Disappeared. All of a sudden, and there's absolutely no sign of teleportation. Tao Tai, Black and White, and the other immortals were also perplexed. Wait. Suddenly, Jia Lanzi's eyes focused on the place where Heaven's Son and the other immortals were, and he swept his immortal consciousness. They didn't disappear. Heaven's Son, Spectre Child, and the others didn't disappear. They seemed to have been sealed in a special space. As soon as his voice fell, whoosh, Jia Lanzi turned into an immortal light and soared into the sky. Whoosh, 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 Tao Tai, Black and White, and the other immortals followed closely behind. In the vast void, there was a tiny city floating in the air. It was about the size of a palm, overflowing with colorful lights and dense demon qi. Jia Lanzi's immortal consciousness condensed, and his eyes burst out a beam of light that shone through the ages,
staring directly at the small demon city. Heaven's Son, Spectre Child, and the others are trapped inside this demon city, Xianxia said solemnly. Terrifying, this demon technique is indeed extraordinary. A great demon is indeed a great demon. Powerful, too powerful. This, an immortal said with a worried expression. Big brother Xianxia, why don't we enter this demon city and take a look? Although Heaven's Son and Spectre Child are not well behaved, we are all people of the immortal world. Now that they are trapped by a great demon, this doesn't seem right, Xianxia said in a deep voice. We can't go in. This demon city is filled with a large number of mazes and illusions. Even my immortal consciousness was lost in them when it penetrated a little. It's very difficult for us to go in. Of course, it's also very difficult for Heaven's Son and the others to come out. In Demon City, Heaven's Son, Spectre Child, and the others wandered in the city for almost an hour, but they were still trapped on a long street. They walked back and forth, but they still couldn't get out of the long street. Brother. Big brother Heaven's Son. Big brother Spectre Child. It really is a maze. Several immortals said with slight apprehension. We walked back and forth, but we still can't get out. It seems that we are trapped. Brother Spectre Child, what do you think? Heaven's Son also looked at Spectre Child with a slightly anxious expression. These mazes are not to be underestimated. It seems that in order to break the maze, we must be stronger. Spectre Child took a deep breath. It's relatively difficult to find the array eye of the maze. Then, let's attack. Directly attack. Break this maze. To be continued. Chapter 609. Inside the Demon City. Heaven's Son, Spectral Child, and the other immortals were trapped here. Layers upon layers of mazes made it impossible for them to extricate themselves for a while. Ibdu, however, with Spectral Child's powerful mental strength, he also discovered the mystery of the Demon City. It's a maze. Spectral Child was extremely certain. This Demon City was set up by an extremely powerful demonic technique. Although my mental strength and soul power have solidified, it's still not enough to see through the formation eye. Let's forcefully break this maze. Okay. Heaven's Son and the other immortals immediately agreed. The next moment. Boom! 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 Various immortal techniques, magical treasures, and immortal weapons bombarded the long street in a frenzy. The long street was distorted and space was in disorder. The street, which was originally hundreds of meters long, was constantly shortened. 80 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Space was fragmented and the sound of the formation collapsing was endless. Ha 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 ha. What demonic technique. Let's join forces and directly blast it apart. Heaven's Son's tense mood finally relaxed. He directly grabbed with his right hand and the immortal chi formed tornadoes, destroying heaven and earth, almost shattering the street. Swoosh, 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 a mental storm burst out from Spectral Child's eyes, causing the space crystal wall to ripple and shatter like glass. Not long after. I finally found the formation eye. Spectral Child roared repeatedly. Sure enough, a small formation had appeared in a spatial crevice on the long street. At the core, there was a mass of demonic chi rising. That was the formation eye. Break! Spectral Child glared and a light beam condensed, blasting towards the mass of demonic chi. Puchi! The demonic chi was obliterated. Space changed. The immortals' vision blurred and then found that the area they were in was no longer the long street, but the foot of a lonely mountain. Where are we teleported to now? Heaven's Son was slightly stunned and then said, Brother Spectral Child. Just now, we broke a maze in this demon city, right? Yes, I've solved a maze. Spectral Spirit nodded his head with certainty. Then, he looked into the distant horizon. However, if I'm not wrong, the number of mazes in this demon city has reached 81. We've cleared one labyrinth, but there are still 80 of them left. We must clear all of them. Only by destroying all of them can we destroy the entire demon city. There are still 80 labyrinths. Heaven Emperor Tsong only paused for a moment before replying indifferently. It's no big deal. Earlier,
We joined forces to attack a single labyrinth.
In the blink of an eye, we destroyed it.
80 labyrinths?
Ha ha. In about a few hours, I will be able to break them all. Even if there were 800 or 8,000 mazes, it wouldn't be a problem for us. The immortals nodded in agreement. Yes, if there were only 1 or 2 immortals trapped in the city, it would take a long time to break through a maze. However, we have close to 200 people. Breaking through the maze is a piece of cake.
Master Spectral nodded in agreement. It's no big deal. Let's continue.
In the void. Yes, one of the 81 mazes has been broken through. These immortals are very efficient. Xiaohan did not seem nervous at all. He still looked as confident as ever. Apart from the mazes, there are also offensive and defensive formations in my demon city. However, I need to maintain the operation of the city and trap a large number of immortals. Indeed, I can't simply activate the offensive formations.
Xiaohan smiled faintly.
That's right, in the demon city, the amount of demonic energy required to activate the offensive formation was much more than the amount required to activate the maze. If these immortals break through the mazes one by one, the demon city will soon collapse.
But why would I give them such a chance?
Ha ha ha. Immortals, the game has just begun.
Xiaohan sneered.
Demonic energy surged in his left demon emperor palm. Open all 80 mazes. Split up these immortals. Heaven Emperor Tsong and Master Spectral were about to order their subordinates to attack the next maze. However, at this moment, Shio, waves of demonic energy directly divided the demon city into 80 squares in the form of latitude and longitude lines. 80 mazes were operating at the same time. Nearly 200 immortals were directly divided into 80 parts. In the blink of an eye, Heaven Emperor Tsong found that there were only 5 immortals left beside him. He had lost contact with Master Spectral and the other immortals. Currently, the area where Heaven Emperor Tsong was located was a beautiful villa. Heaven Emperor Tsong and the 5 immortals were standing in a pavilion in the villa in a daze.
Ah! Heaven Emperor Tsong's throat choked.
His eyes widened and the other 5 immortals looked at each other.
Brother Spectral!
Heaven Emperor Tsong roared.
Brother Spectral!
Heaven Emperor Tsong's voice spread far and wide. It echoed in the empty mountain, but there was no response. An inexplicable panic surged into Heaven Emperor Tsong's heart. Brother Heaven's son. It seems like we've fallen into a maze again, and we've lost contact with the other immortals. A white-robed immortal said nervously. Damn it!
Son of Heaven cursed.
Destroy this labyrinth.
It was just a trick of the demon race.
Shatter the maze. On the other hand, Spectre and the 4 immortals around her were at the foot of a volcano. The surroundings were silent, and only the crackling sound of lava could be heard from the mouth of the volcano. It's been split up. Child of Spectre paced around, emitting the sound of withered branches and withered leaves being crushed. He pushed his psychic energy to the limit and stretched it out. After a short while, he said to the 4 immortals beside him, "We were separated into dozens of parts and trapped in different mazes. The only way was to destroy these mazes. Our men. Only then can we reunite." Big Brother Spectral Child, what do you mean? The 4 immortals had already lost their composure. When there were so many of them, they didn't care about this demon city at all. But now, the immortals were separated and felt isolated and helpless. This made these immortals feel a chill down their spines. Their hearts were uneasy. In addition, the environment around them was filled with demonic wind and dense qi. It was even more terrifying. Destroy this labyrinth. Child of Spectre was slightly annoyed. There's no other way now. We can only destroy the labyrinth. However, every time we destroy a labyrinth, there will be 2 groups of people converging. As long as everyone works together, that great demon wants to nibble away at our plan one by one. It won't be that easy to succeed. But with just the few of us, it won't be that easy to destroy the labyrinth. That's right. The first labyrinth was destroyed with nearly 200 immortals working together. Only then was it easy. But now, it was extremely difficult for a few immortals to work together. Don't talk nonsense. Child of Spectre glared, scaring the immortals so much that they didn't dare to say anything. Soon,
Child of Spectre and the four immortals unleashed powerful immortal technique attacks and bombarded the labyrinth. Child of Spectre even took out an immortal saber and kept slashing. Everything was under Xiao Han's control. Xiao Han looked down at the ground. In his eyes, the 80-grid labyrinth formation had already separated all the immortals. Although the immortals were attacking the maze in an attempt to break through it, it wouldn't be easy for them to do so in a short amount of time. Xiao Han didn't consider using his demonic power to repair the labyrinth that was being destroyed by the immortals. Instead, he gathered his demonic power and locked onto one of the labyrinth formations with his mind. In one of the 80 labyrinth formations, the scene of this labyrinth was that of a dark valley. There were only 2 immortals in this labyrinth. At this moment, these 2 immortals unleashed their immortal technique attacks in a frenzy, trying to forcefully break through the labyrinth. Unfortunately, they were too weak. Even after using up a lot of immortal power, they still couldn't break through the labyrinth.
Do Musi. One of the immortals stopped his attack and said with a frown. With just the 2 of us, I'm afraid it'll take more than a few hours to break through this labyrinth. The other short and fat immortal also stopped his attack and cursed in a low voice.
How unlucky! I didn't expect that the 2 of us would be trapped together by that great demon. A few hours. Don't even think about breaking through this labyrinth in a few hours. Say. I hope Brother Heaven's Son and Child of Spectre can quickly break through the labyrinth and come to rescue us. The 2 of us probably won't be able to do anything. Outside Demon City. Xianxia and the other immortals surrounded the small demon city with complicated expressions. On one hand, they were extremely disdainful of the actions of Heaven's Son and Child of Spectre. On the other hand, they were also conflicted when they saw a demon causing trouble in front of them. Everyone, don't be too anxious. Xianxia smiled. Although Heaven's Son, Child of Spectre, and the others have fallen into this demon city, it'll be very difficult for that great demon to kill them. Yes, every immortal that descended here has a life-saving trump card given by the sect. Geniuses like Heaven's Son and Child of Spectre have even more powerful life-saving trump cards. It's almost impossible for them to die when nearly 200 immortals join forces. Black and White also smiled.
However, I do hope that the great demon can teach Heaven's Son and the others a lesson. But now, it seems that the people of the northern region can be spared from being slaughtered.
The kind-hearted Su Huizi's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. In Demon City. 80 labyrinths. Inside the dark valley.
The 2 immortals were still grumbling under their breaths.
However, at this moment, boom! Shockingly, a burst of demonic fire burst out of the ground without warning and enveloped the 2 immortals. This time, the 2 immortals were simply unable to defend against it. Ah! Roar! Ah! The 2 immortals burst out with heart-wrenching screams. Immortal chi rose from their bodies and formed a protective shield. However, the power of the demonic flame was extremely terrifying. It directly burned the 2 immortals' immortal chi shield until it distorted and melted. Streaks of demonic flame entangled the 2 immortals like giant pythons. Densely packed cracks appeared on the immortal bodies of the 2 immortals. Humph! I've used most of my demonic power to activate this offensive formation. 2 mere immortals are dead for sure. Xiao Han sneered. Ah, this is bitter. Miserable. Brother Heaven's Son. Brother Spectre, come and save us. The 2 immortals' heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the entire demon city. The other immortals could clearly hear the miserable screams and wails, as well as the terrifying sound of their immortal bodies melting and shattering. Outside Demon City. Oh no! There are immortals screaming. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.